New World Idylls by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Davids. O lyrist of lowly and true, the song I sought for you still bites unsung, with hope for me to find, lost in a daedal mind, the living utterance with lovely tongue, to sing as once he sung, a rare aristo of knight errantry. How you in poesy song paladin, night of dream and day, the shield of magic sway of that Atlantis power, sweet and terse the sky builded verse, the shield that dazzles, brilliant with surprise, or anointed eyes, oh, could I write as it were worthy you, each word a spark of dew, as once Firdusi wrote in Persia, would string each rosy spray of each unfolding flower of my song, and around's bulbul tongue would sob its heart out o'er the fountain slap, in the gardens of Araxiap. End of poem. This recording is in public domain. One Day and Another, a lyrical eclogue part 1, Late Spring, by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Davids. Part 1, Late Spring. The molten muff at eventide beats glimmering wings against the pane. The slow, sweet lily opens wide, white in dusk like some dim stain. The garden dreams on every side, and breathes faint seeds of rain. Among the flowering stalks they stand, a crimson rose is in her hand. Outside her garden he waits musing, herein the dearness of her is, the 30 perfect days of June, made one in maiden loveliness, were not more sweet to clasp and kiss, with love not more in tune. Amen, I think she is too true, the spiritual for life rubs away, so as her eyes, her soul looks true, to blue blossoms watch blue, are not more pure than they, so kind, so beautiful is she, so soft and white, so fun and fair. Sometimes my heart fears she may be no long for earth, and secretly sweet sister to the air. Dusk deepens, a whippoorwill calls. The whippoorwills are calling where the golden wisp is graying. This time they say to meet him there. Why are you still delaying? He waits you where the old beech strews its gnarly shadow over wood violet and bramble rose, frail lily fern and clover, where elder and sumach peep. Above your garden's paling, whereon at noon the lizards sleep, like lichen on a railing, come ere the early rising moons. Golf flats, the violet valleys, where mist like phantom picaroons anchor their stelly galleys. Come, while the deepening amethyst of dusk above is falling. This time to tryst, this time to tryst. The whippoorwills are calling, they'll call you to these twilight ways, with dewy order dripping. Ah, girlhood through the rosy haze, come like a moonbeam slipping. He enters the garden speaking dreamily. There is a fading inward of the day, and all the pansy sunset claps one star. The twilight acres eastward glimmer grey, while all the world westward smoulders far. Now to your glass will you pass for a last time? Pass! Having some bold I know, here where I wait it is late, and it is past time. Late, and the moments are slow, are slow. There is a drowning downward of the night. The bridegroom heaven bends down to kiss the moon. Above the heights hangs silver in her light. Below the vales stretch purple, deep with June. There in the dew, is it you hiding lonely? You? Or a moth in the veins? You, by your hand, where the band twinkles stony. You, by your ring, like a glowworm that shines. She approaches, laughing, she speaks. You would give up hope? He, believe me. She, why? Is your love so poor? He, no, yet you might deceive me. She, as many a girl before. Ah, dear, you will forgive me? He, say no more, sweet, say no more. She, love trust, and that's enough, my dear. Trust wins true love, whereof, my dear, love holds true trust, and love, my dear, is all my love and lore. He, come, pay me or I scold you. Give me the kiss you owe. You run when I would hold you? She, no, no, I say now. How often have I told you, you must not use me so? He, more sweet the dusk for this is, for lips that meet in kisses. Come, come, why run from blisses as from a dreadful foe? She stands smiling at him shyly, then speaks. How many words in asking how easily I can grieve you. My yes in a no was a masking, nor thought dear to deceive you. I kiss the hummingbird happiness here in my heart consents. But what are words when a thought of two souls in speech accords? Affirmative, negative, what are they, dear? I wish to say yes, but somehow said no. The woman within me knew you would know, knew that your heart would hear. He speaks. So many words in a doing, therein you could not deceive me. Some things are sweeter for pursuing. I knew what you meant, believe me. Bunch bells of the blush pomegranate to fix at your throat. 6 drops of fire they are. Will you look where the moon and its following star rise silvery over yon meadow ricks? While I hold, while I bend your head back so, for I know it is yes, though you whisper no, and my kisses sweet are 6. Muffs flutter around them, she speaks. Look where the fiery glowworm in briery banks of moon mellow bowers sparkles how hazily, pinch and early, delicate, whirly, drowsily, lazy. Flutter the muffs to the flowers, white as the dreamiest bud of the creamiest rose in a garden that dazzles. See how they cling to them, held in a heart of their hearts like a part of their perfume. They swing to them, wings that are soft as a rose is, dim as a forming of dew in a warming of moonlight. They light on the petals. All is revealed to them, all, from the sunniest tips to the honeyest heart, whence they yield to them spice through the darkness that settles. So to our tremulous souls come two emulous agents of love, through whose power all that is best in us, all that is beautiful, selfless and beautiful, is manifest in us, even as the scent of a flower. Taking her hand, he says, what makes you beautiful? Answer now, answer. Is it that youthful souls are all beautiful? Is it romance or beauty of spirit, which souls that merit of heaven inherit? Have you an answer? She ruggishly, what makes you lovable? Answer now, answer. Is it not provable that man is lovable just because chance or nature makes woman love him? Her human parts to illumine. Have you an answer? Then, regarding him seriously, she continues, could I recall every joy that befell me, during past with its anguish and bliss, here my heart is half whispered to tell me, there were no joys like this. Were it not well if our love could forget them, willing the ones we dawn of is? That will pass, we should never regret them, being no joys like this. Now they're gone, and present stands speechful, ardent of word and of look and of kiss. Although we know that their eyes are beseechful, there were no joys like this. Were it not well to have more of the spirit, living high futures this affluent must miss? Less of flesh with the past pining near it, knowing no joys like this. Leaving the garden for the lane, he with lightness of a heart, we will leave reason, sweet for a reason, reason were treason, now that the nether spaces are clad, oh, in silverly shadow, we will be glad, oh, glad as this weather. She responding to his mood, heart unto heart, where the moonlight is slanted, let us believe that our souls are enchanted. I in a castle keep, you are the airy prince who comes seeking me, love is the fairy, bringing us two together. He, starlight in masses, over as passes, and the grass is many a flower. Now will you tell me, how do you enspell me? What once befell me there in your bower? She, soul unto soul, in the moon's wizard glory, let us believe we are parts in the story. I am a poet, you hear it, whisper in star and in flower, as spirit, love puts my soul in your power. He suddenly and very earnestly, perhaps we live in the days of the Caliph Harun-er-Rashid, love as the story says, did the Sultan's favorite one and the Persian Emperor's son, Ali ben Bekr he, of the Khizr dynasty. Do you know the story? Well, you were Harun's Sultan, but a night on the palace fell, a slave through a secret door, low arch on Tiger's shore, by hidden winding stair, brought me to your bower there. Then there was laughter and mirth, and feasting and singing together in a chamber of wonderful world, in a chamber vaulted high on columns of ivory. Its dome like the iris skies, moon over with peacock eyes. Its curtains and furniture, damask and juniper, 10 slave girls, so many blooms, stand holding tamarisk torches. Silk-clad from the Iraq looms, 10 handmaidens serve the feast, each made like a star in the east. The lutanist lutes a tune, wait each like the Ramadan moon. For you in the stuff of myrrh, blue-clad and veiled and jeweled, no metaphor made my serve, scar deep with your raven hair, the jewels like fireflies there, blossom and moon and star, the lady Shemaner. The zone that girdles your waist with ransomer prince and emir, in your cornets gold and chance, and your bracelet twisted bar, burn rubies of Istakar, and pearls of Jamshid rays, hang looped on your bosom lace. You stand like letter I, down face with eyes that sparkle, black stars in rosy sky, mouth like clement peach, sweet with your smiling speech, cheeks that the blood presumes to make pomegranate blooms. Rose or rocknebad, hyacinths of baccarat, queenly, cool and clad, in gaze girls scatter the floor from pillar to sitting door. Then a pomegranate bloom in each ear. Come the dancing girls of Kashmir, cold in their eyes down the room. The opaline casting bottles have shower with rose perfume. They glitter and drift and swoon to the dulcimer's languishing tune. In a liquid light like stars and moons and neophars. Carbuncles dragoncore red, smolder in armlet and anklet, gleaming on breast and on head, bangles of coins that are angled, tinkle and wails that are spankled, flutter from coiffure and wrist, like a star bewildered mist. Each dancing girl is a flower of a tuba from Wales of Eliva. How the Bronson scents your glover, and the scents of ambergris pour. Adam Moore brought out the Loughry, and a mousse of cotton. How good is the scent of sandalwood! A lutanist smiles her lute, 6 loves of Majnun and Layla. Her voice is an hoary flute, while the fragrant flambeau wave, barbaric of free and slave, of fabrics and basils of gems, and roses in anadems, sherbets in euros of gold, fruits in silvers cornelian, flagons of grotesque mold, made of a sapphire glass, brimmed with wine of Shiraz, shaddock and melon and grape, on plate of antique shape, vases of frosted rose, of alabaster graven, filled with mountain snows, goblets of mother of pearl, one figurely silver swirl, vessels of gold foamed up, with a spray of spar on the cup. Then a slave burst in with a cry, the uniques, the caliph's uniques, with the scimitars bare drawn nigh. Wesif and Afif and he, chief of the hideous tree, Mesrur, the sultan's seen, mid 100 weapons sheen. Did we part when we hear this? No, it seems that my soul remembers how I clasped and kissed you so. When I came, they found us dead. On the flowers, our blood dyed red, our lips together, and a dagger in my hand. She musingly, how it was I cannot tell, for I know nor where nor why, but I know we loved too well, in some world that does not lie, east or west or where we dwell, and beneath no earthly sky. Was it in the golden ages, or the iron? That I heard. In the prophecy of sages, happily how had come a bird, underneath whose wing were pages of unknown lover's word. I forgot. You may remember how the earthquake shook on ships, how our city, one huge ember, blazed within the thick eclipse. When you found me, deep December, sealed my icy eyes and lips. I forget. No one may say that such things cannot be true. Here a flower dies today, there tomorrow blooms anew. That is silent, tell me, pray. Why men doubt what God can do? He with conviction, as to that nothing to tell. You being all my belief, doubt cannot enter or dwell. Here where your image is chief, here where your name is a spell, potent in joy and grief. Is it the glamour of spring, working in us so we seem, to have loved, that we cling, even to some fancy or dream, rainbowing everything, here in our souls with its gleam? See how the synod is met, there are planets to preach us, freed from the earth's oblede. See how the blossoms besiege us, were it not well to forget winter and death as they teach us? Dew and a bud and a star, all like a beautiful thought. Our man's wisdom how far God for some purpose hath wrought, could we but know what they are, and that they end not in naught. Stars and the moon and their roll over our way that is white. Here shall we end the long stroll? Here shall I kiss you good night? Or for a while, soul to soul, linger and dream of delight? They re-enter the garden. She speaks somewhat pensively. Myths tell of walls and cities, lyred of love, that rose to music, were that power my own. Had I that harp, that magic barbiton, what had I builded for our lives thereof? In the docile shadows, under bluebell skies, a home upon the puppet edge of eve. Beneath pale peaks, the splendors never leave. Mid lemon orchards whence the egret flies, where pitiless the ruined hand of death should never reach, no bud, no flower fade, where all were perfect, pure and unfrayed, and life serener than an angel's breath. The days should move to music, song should tame, the nights attentive with their listening stars, and morn outrival eve in opal bars, each preaching beauty with rose tongues of flame. O whom, O life, desired and to be, how shall we reach you, for the way and dim? Give me your hand, sweet, let us follow him, love with the madness and the melody. He absorbing the various dowers around them, violets and anemones, the surrender hours, poor as the handsels round the knees of the spring, who to breeze flings her myriad flowers, like to coins the sumptuous day. Strew with blossoms golden every furlong of his way, like a sultan gone to pray at a Kaaba olden. Warlock knight with spark on spark, clad in dim attire, dots with stars the hallowed dark, as a priest around the ark lights his lamps of fire. These are but the cosmic strings of the harp of beauty, of that instrument which sings in our souls of love that brings peace and faith and duty. She seriously, duty, comfort of the sinner, and that saint, when the grief and trial weigh us and within our inner selves responsive to love's wile, hope's soft wise grows thin and thinner, it is kin to self-denial. Self-denial, through whose feeling we are gainer though we are loser. All the finer force revealing of our natures, no accuser, is the conscience then, but healing of the wound of which we are chooser. Who the loser, who the winner, if the ardor fail as a preacher? None who loved was yet beginner, though another's love beseecher. Love's revealments of the inner, life and God himself is teacher. Hence said no flower knoweth, of the fragrance it revealeth, song its heart that overfloweth, never nightingale's heart feeleth. Such as love the spirit groweth, love unconscious if it heal it. He looking smilingly into her eyes at her paused lightly. An elf there is whose stables the hut, a red wasp that sucks on the apricot, an elf who rolls his spiteful bay, like a mote on a ray, away, away, an elf who saddles the hornet lean, and dints the ear o' the swinging bean, who straddles with a cup cocked all avery, the bottle green back o' the dragonfly, and this is the elf who sips and sips from clover horns whence the perfume drips, and the drunk with dew in a glimmering gloam awaits the wild beast coming home. In ambush lies where none may see, and robs the carven bumblebee. Gold bags of honey the beast must pay to the bandit elf of the fairy way. Another often the butterflies know, who paints their wings with the hues that glow on blossoms squeezing from the tubes of dew, pansy colors of every hue. On his bloom-spade palette he paints the wings of the butterflies, motes, and other things. This is the elf that the hollyhocks hear, who dangles a brilliant in each one's ear. These at noon the paints green fly, and lights at night the glowworm's eye. But the dearest elf, so the poets say, is the elf who hides in an eye of grey, who curls in a dimple or slips along the strings of a lute to a lover's song, who smiles in her smile, and frowns in her frown, and dreams in a scent of her glove or groan, heights and beckons as all might note, in the bloom or the bough of a maiden's throat. She, pensively standing among the flowers, soft through the trees the night wind sighs, and swoons and dies, above the stars hang wanly white, here, through the dark, a drizzle gold the fireflies. Ray mimic stars in spark on spark, this time to part, to say good night. Good night. From fern to flower the night motes cross, at rosy loss, the moon drifts wail through clouds of white, and pearly pale, in silvery blurs through beds of moss. Their tiny moons, the glowworms trail, this time to part, to say good night. Good night. He at parting as they proceed down the garden, you say we cannot marry now, that roses and June are here? To your decision I must bow. Oh well, perhaps 'tis best, my dear. Let's swear again each old love vow. I'll love another year of love with you, of dreams and days, of sun and rain, when field and forest bloom anew, a locust cluster pelt the lane, when all the songbirds wed and woo. I'll not take no again. Oft shall I lie awake and mark the hours by no clanging clock, but in a dim and dewy dark, for crowing of some punctual cock, then up as early as the lark, to meet you by our rock, the rock where first we met at tryst, where first I wooed and won your love. Remember how the moon and mist made mystery of the heaven above, as now tonight, where first I kissed your lips, you trembling like a dove. So then we will not marry now, that roses and the June are here, that warm and fragrant wave each bough, and yet your reason is not clear. Oh well, we'll swear anew each vow, and wait another year. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. One Day and Another Part 2 Early Summer by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Davids. Part 2 Early Summer. The cricket in the rose-patch hedge sings by the wine in tangled gate. The slim moon slants at timed edge of pearl through one low cloud of slate. Around dark door and window ledge, like dreams the shadows wait, and through the summer dusk she goes, on her white breast a crimson rose. She delays meditating, a rainy afternoon, grey skies and a foggy rain, dripping from streaming eaves, over and over again. Dewdrop of the trickling leaves, and a woodward winding lane, and a hill with its shocks of sheaves. One scarce perceives, shall I go in such wet weather, by the lane or over the hill, where the blossoming milky weeds feather, the diamonded raindrops feel, were draggled and drenched together. The ox rice rank the reel, by the old corn mill, the creek by now is swollen, and its foaming cascades sound, and the lilies smeared with pollen, in a damp look dull and drowned. This the path I oft have stolen, to the bridge that rambles round, with willows bound, through a bottom wild with berry, and packed with the ironweeds. An elder, washed and weary, fragrant the fence path leads, past oak and wilding cherry, where the tall wild lettuce seeds, to a place of reeds. The sun through the sad sky bleaches. Is that the thrush that calls? A bird in the rain beseeches, and see, on the balsam balls and leaves of the water beseeches. One blister of wart-like galls, no raindrop falls, my shawl instead of a bonnet. Through the woods be dripping yet, through the wet to the rock I'll run it. How sweet to meet in the wet, or a rock with the wine upon it, each flower a fiery yet, whereof we met. They meet he speaks, how fresh the purple clover smell in its wail of rain, and where the leaves brim over, how musky wild the lane. See how the sodden acres, forlorn of all their rankers, their hay and harvest makers, look green as spring again. Drops from the trumpet flowers rain on us as we pass, and every zephyr showers from tittle leaf or grass, clear beds of moisture seeming, pale-pointed emeralds gleaming, where through the green boughs streaming, the daylight strikes like glass. She speaks, how dewy, clean, and fragrant, look now the green and gold, and breezes trailing vagrant, spill all the spice they hold. The west begins to glimmer, and shadows stretching slimmer, made the grey the ways and dimmer, grow field and forest old, beyond those rainy reaches of woodland far and lone, a whippoorwill beseeches, and now an owlet's moan drifts faint upon the hearing. These say the dusk is nearing, and see the heavens clearing, take on a tender tone, how feebly chirps the cricket, how thin the tree-toads cry, blurred in the wild rose thicket, gleams with the firefly. This way toward home is nearest, of weeds and briars clearest. We'll meet tomorrow, dearest. Till then, dear heart, goodbye. They meet again under the greenwood tree. He speaks, here at last. And do you know that again you've kept me waiting, wondering, anticipating, that your yes meant no. Now you're here, well, how are they? Let us take this beside a hollow, and beneath these beseeches follow this wild strip of way to the stream wherein are seen stealing gar and darting minnow, over which snake feathers winnow, wings of black and green, like a cactus flames the sun, and the mighty weaver even, tinges colored, there in heaven, his rich wefts begun. How I love you, from the time you remember, do you not? When within your orchard plot I was reading rhyme, as I told you, and was thus, by the blue Trinacrian sea, far in pastoral Sicily, with Theocritus, that I answer you who ask. But the curious part was this, that the whole thing was amiss, that the Greek, but mask, tales of old Boccaccio, told the Cameronian mates, stroll for me among the glades, smiling, sweet, and slow, and when you approached my book, dropped in wonder seemingly, to myself I said, this she? And I rose to look in Loretta's eyes, and true, found them yours. You shook your head, laughing at me as you said, did I frighten you? You had come for cherries, this coatless that I climbed for, while you still questioned with a smile, and still tried to tease. Ah, love, just 2 years have gone since then. I remember you wore a dress of billowy blue, muslin was it, lawn? And your apron still I see, all its whiteness cherry-stained, which you held wherein I reigned, ripeness from the tree, and I asked you, for you know, to my eyes, your serious eyes, such deep philosophies. If you read Rousseau, you remember how a chance, somewhat like to mine, one June, happened him at Castletown, over there in France, and a cherry dropping fair on your cheek, I inveighing it, cried, remembering Rousseau's wit. Would my lips were there, here we are at last, we'll row down the stream, the west has narrowed to one streak of rose deep arrowed, there's our skiff below. Entering the skiff she speaks, waters flowing dark and bright, in the sunlight or the moon, fill my soul with such delight, as some visible music might, as some slow majestic tune, made material to the sight, blossoms colored like the skies, sunset hued and tame or wild, fill my soul with such surmise, as the mind might realize, if one's thoughts all undefiled should take from before the eyes, so to me to these appeal, so they sway me every hour, letting all their beauty steal on my soul to make it feel through a rivulet or flower, more than any words reveal. He speaks rowing, see, sweetheart, how the lilies lay their lambent leaves about our way, or pollen dusty bob and float, there no fars around our boat, the middle of the stream is reached, 3 strokes from where our boat was beached, look up, you scarce can see the sky, through trees that lean dark, dense, and high, that coiled with grape and trailing wane, built vast a roof of shade and shine, a house of leaves where shadows walk, and whispering winds and waters talk. There is no path, the saplings choke, the trunks they spring from. There an oak, floods from Alleghany's bore, lies ranting, and that sycamore, which lays its bulk from shore to shore, uprooted by the rain, perchance, might be the bridge to some romance. Its heart of bank, a spongy white, glows ghostly foxfire in the night. No opening through a willow fringe, the waters creep, one tawny tinge of sunset, and on either marge the cut woods make walls of shade, with breezy balsams pungent large. The gradual hills loom, darkly fade, the waters wherein herons wade, or wink like fairy birds from grass that mats the shore by which we pass. She speaks, on we pass. We rippling pass on sunset waters still as glass. A whisper sparrow flies above, soft twittering to its woodland love. A tufted titmouse calls afar, and from the west, like some sweet star, a glittering jay flies screaming. Slim the sand snipes and kingfishers skim before us, and some twilight thrush, who may discover where such sing. The silence risens with a gush of limped music babbling. He speaks, only pass, now let us o'er to yonder strip of wracked shore, where from a rock with lichens hoar a ferny spring falls babbling frore. Through woodland Moses, gliding by, the sulphur-colored firefly lights its pale lamp where mallows gloom, and wild bean and wild mustard bloom. Some hunter there within the woods last fall encamped those, as they say, a campfire bows the solitudes, grow dreamy with the death of day. She sings. Over the fields of millet a young bird tries its wings, and wild as woodland rillet its first man music rings, rings. So my soul, where the meadows roll, what is the song it sings? Love and a glad good morrow, heart where the rapture is. Good morrow, good morrow. Adieu to sorrow, here is the road to bliss, where all day long you may hearken my song, and kiss, 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 over the fields of clover, where the wild bee drones and sways. The wind like a shepherd lover flutes on the fragrant ways. Heart of my heart, where the blossoms part, what is the air he plays? Love and a song to follow, so with the face a gleam. Come follow, o'er hill and through hollow, to the land all the bloom and beam, where under the flowers you may listen for hours, and dream, dream, dream. He speaks, letting the boat drift. Here the shores are irised, graces, clump the water grey, the glasses, broken wood and deepened distance, for the musical persistence of a field lark lingers low, in the west's rich tulip glow, white before as flames one pointed star, and day hath night anointed. King from out here azure jeweler, pouring starry fire truer than pure gold, star-crowned he stands, with the starlight in his hands. Will the moon bleach through the range tree-tops ere we reach young jagged rock that rises gradually, furrows of our homeward valley? All the west is smouldering red, embers are the stars o'erhead. At my soul some protean elf is. Your Semita, I am the Elfis. Your Sappho and your Phaon, I, we love. There lies our way on, let us say, Aeolian seas, to the violet lesbian Elise. On we drift, I love you nearer. Looms our island rosier, clearer. The Lacedian cliff we follow, where the temple of Apollo shines a pale and pillared fire. Strike, oh, strike, the Lydian lyre, out of Hellas blows the breeze, singing to the Sapphic seas. Landing, he sings, night, night, this night, the moon drifts low above us, and all its gold is tangled in the stream. Love, love, my love, on all the stars that love us. The stars smile down, and every star's dream. In others purple, where the falling warble of water cascades, and the plunge foam glows. A column ruins lift its sculptured marble, freeze with the chiseled rebec and the rose. She sings, sleep, sleep, sweet sleep sleeps at the drifting tiller. And in our sail, the spirit of the rain, love, love, my love, bid thy heart be stiller, and hark the music of the singing main. What flowers are those that blow their balm unto us from motes of wild aroma, each a flame, or is it love that breathes? Sweet love who drew us, who kissed our eyes and made us see the same, he speaks. Dreams, dreams, we dream, ne'er dreamed that we would banish. The temple and the nightingale are there. Our love hath made them nevermore to vanish. Real as yon morn, the swallow rose in your hair. Night, night, this night, a love's own stars before us, a startled reflection in the starry stream. Yes, yes, ah yes, his presence shall watch o'er us. Tonight, tonight, and every night we dream. Homeward through flowers she speaks. Behold the offerings of the common hills, whose lowly names have made them 3 times dear. One evening primrose and a prawn full of violets and their multitudes, dim seen in moonlight, sweet cerulean one, the bluet making heaven of every dell, with morn's ambrosial blue, 2 dropping plums of the May-bird's tongue, and the red freed caps of blackberry lilies all along the creek, where lulled the freaked silence sleeps and wake. The water flows when at high noon the cows wade knee-deep, and the heat is honeyed with the drone of drowsy bees and dizzy flies. How bright the moon is on that floor de lis, blue, streaked with crystal like a summer day. And is it moonlight there? Or is it flowers? White violets, lilies, or a daisy bed? And now the wind, with softest lullaby, swings all their cradle heads and rocks to sleep, their fragrant faces and their golden eyes, curtained and fairly wimpled with the dew, simple suggestion of a life most fair. Flowers, you speak of love and untold fate, whose ambition is within the soul, not of earth, yet for earth indeed. What is it hallucines my heart, makes calm, with calmness not of knowledge, all my soul. This night of nights, is love, or faith, or both? The lore of all the world is less than these simple suggestions of a life most fair, and love most sweet that I have learned to know. He speaks musingly. Yes, I have known its being so. Long ago was I seeing so, beckoning unto a fairer land. Out of the flowers it waved its hand, bidding me on to life and love, life with the hope of the love thereof. What is the value of knowing it, if you are shy in showing it? Need of the earth unfolds the flower, dewy sweet at the proper hour. And in a world of the human heart, love is the flower's counterpart. So when the soul is hearable, then is the heart made readable. I in a book of your heart have read words that are truer than truth hath said, measures of love, the spirit's song, writ of your soul to haunt me long. Love can hear each laudable thought of the loved made audible, spoken in wonder or joy or pain, and reco it back again, ever responsive, ever awake, ever replying with ache for ache. She speaks dreamily, earth gives its flowers to us, and heaven its stars, indeed. These are as lips that woo us, those are as lights that lead, with love that doth pursue us, with hope that still doth speed. Yet shall the flowers lie riven, and lips forget to kiss. The stars fade out of heaven, and lights let us amiss, as love for which we've striven, as hope their premises. He laughs, wishing to dispel her seriousness. If love I have had of you, you had of me, then doubtless our loving were over. One will be less than the other, you see, since what you return to your lover were only his own, and she wraps him, speaking impetuously. But if I lose you, if you part with me, I will not love you less, loving so much now, if there is to be a parting and distress, What will avail to comfort or relieve the souls that's anguished most? The knowledge that it once possessed, perceive. The love that it has lost, you must acknowledge under sun and moon. All that we feel is old. Let morning flutter from night's brown cocoon, white wings of flake and gold. The moon bursts through the darkness soaring o'er, like some great mote and white. These have been seen a myriad times before, and with renewed delight. So this with love, how old yet new it is. This only should we heed, to once have known, to once have felt love's bliss. It is to be rich indeed. Whether we win or lose, we lose or win. Within our gain or loss, some purpose lies, some end, and scene of sin. Beyond our crown or cross. Nearing her home he speaks. True, true, perhaps it would be best to be that lone star in the west, above the earth within the skies, yet shining here in your blue eyes. Or happily better here to blow a flower beneath your window low, that breath of life unfrail and fair, finds yet a heaven in your hair. Or well perhaps to be the breeze that sighs its soul out to the trees, a voice, a breath of rain or drought, that has its wild will with your mouth. These things I long to be, I long to be the burden of some song you love to sing, a melody sure of sweet immortality. At the gate she speaks. Sunday shall we ride together? Not the rude, rough, rumbling way through the wood we went that day, in last summer's sultry weather, past the Methodist camp meeting, where the religion helped the hymn, got a volume and a slim minister with textful greeting welcome us and still expounded. From the service on the hill we had passed 3 hills and still, loud through far the singing sounded, nor that road through weed and berry. Rosy days led me and you to the old-time barbecue, where the countryside made merry, dusty vehicles together, darkies with the horses near, tied to trees, the atmosphere, redolent of bark and leather, and of bargo and of beef there, roasting whole within the trench, near which spread the long pine bench, under shading limb and leaf there. As we went the homeward journey, you exclaimed, the intermix, pleasure there, and politics, love and war or modern tourney, and the fiddles, through the thickest, how they tramped the old quadrille, scrapping, droning on the hill. It was like a swarm of crickets. Neither road, the shady quiet of the path by beech and birch, winding to the ruined church, near the stream that sparkles by it, where the silent Sundays listen. For the preacher, love we bring in our hearts to preach and sing. Weekday shade to Sabbath glisten. He at parting, yes, tomorrow early morn, when a house of day uncloses portals that the stars adorn, whence light's golden presence throws his flaming lilies, burning roses, at the wide wood's world of wall, spears of sparkle at each fall. Then together we will ride to the wood's cathedral places, where like prayers the wildflowers hide, Sabbath in their fairy faces, where in truest untold phrases worship in each rhythmic word. God is praised by many a bird. Look above you, pearly white, star on star now crystallizes. Out of darkness, Afric night hangs them round her like devices of strangled jewels. Vapor rises, glimmering from each wood and dell, till tomorrow, then farewell. She tarries at the gate a moment, watching him disappear down the lane. He sings, and the sound of his singing grows fainter and fainter, and at last dies away in the distance. Say, my heart, oh my heart, these be the eves for speaking. There is no white will work as spite beneath the sunset streaking. Yes, my sweet, oh my sweet, now is the time for telling, to walk together in starry weather, down lanes with elder smelling. Oh my heart, yes my heart, now is the time for saying, when lost in dreams each wildflower seems, and every blossom praying, Lean, my sweet, listen, sweet, no sweeter time than this is. So says the rose, the mouth that knows to take sweet toll in kisses. End of poem. This recording is in public domain.
One Day and Another, Part 3, Late Summer. Read for LibriVox.org. Heat lightning flickers in one cloud, as in a flower a firefly. Some raindrops, that the rosebush bowed, jar through the leaves and dimly lie. Among the trees, now low, now loud, the whispering breezes sigh. The place is lone, the night is hushed, upon the path a rose lies crushed. Musing he strolls among the quiet lanes by farm and field. Now rests the season in forgetfulness, careless in beauty and maturity. The ripened roses round brown temples, she fulfills completion in a dreamy guess. Now time grants night the more, and day the less. The grey decides, the brown dim golds and drabs in dulling green express themselves and redden as the year goes down. Sadder the fields, where thrusting hoary high their tasselled heads, the leer-like cornstalks die, and falstaff-like buff-bellied pumpkins lie. Deeper to tenderness, sadder the blue of hills that lounge along the lonesome west, sadder the song of the wild red bird in the leafage yellow. Deeper and dreamier aye than woods or waters leans the languid sky, above lone orchards where the cider press drips and the russets mellow. Nature grows liberal. From the beechen leaves the beech nuts burrs their little pockets thrust, bulged with the copper of the nuts that rust. Above the grass the spendthrift spider weaves a web of silver, for which dawn designs thrice 20 rows of pearls. Beneath the oak that rolls old roots in many gnarly lines, the polished acorns from their saucers broke strew oval agates. On sonorous pines the far wind organs. But the forest near is silent, and the blue-white smoke of burning brush beyond that field of hay hangs like a pillar in the atmosphere. But now it shakes, it breaks, and all the vines and treetops tremble. See, the wind is here, billowing and boisterous, and the smiling day rejoices in its clamour. Earth and sky resound with glory of its majesty, impetuous splendour of its rushing by. But on those heights the forest still is still, expectant of its coming. Far away each anxious tree upon each waiting hill tingles anticipation, as in grey surmise of rapture. Now the first gusts play, like laughter low about their rippling spines, and now the wildwood, one exultant sway, shouts, and the lights at each tumultuous pause, the light that glooms and shines, seems hands in wild applause. How glows that garden, though the white mists keep the vagabonding flowers reminded of decay that comes to slay in open love, when the full moon hangs cold and night is deep. Unheeding still their cardinal colours leap and laugh encircled of the scythe of death. Like lovely children he prepares to reap, staying his blade a breath to mark their beauty, ere with one last sweep he lays them dead and turns away to weep. Let me admire, before the sickle of the coming cold shall mow them down, their beauties manifold, how like to spurts of fire that scarlet salvia lifts its blooms, which heap yon square of sunlight, and as sparkles creep through charring parchment, up that window's screen the cypress dots with crimson all its green, the haunt of many bees. Cascading dark those porch-built lattices, the nightshade bleeds with berries, drops of blood hanging in clusters mid the blue monk's hood. There in that garden old, the bright-hued clumps of zinnias unfold their formal flowers, and the marigold lifts its pinched shred of orange sunset, caught and elfed in petals. The nasturtium, all pungent-leaved and acrid of perfume, hangs up its goblin bonnet, fairy brought from Gnomeland. There, predominant red and arrogant, the dahlia lifts its head beside the balsam's rose-stained horns of honey, deep in the murmuring, sunny, dry wilderness of the weedy flower-bed, where crickets and the weed bugs, noon and night, shrill dirges for the flowers that soon will die, and flowers already dead. I seem to hear the passing summer sigh, a voice that seems to weep. Too soon the beautiful passes by, and soon amid the bowers will dripping autumn mourn with all her flowers. If I perchance might peep beneath those leaves of podded hollyhocks, that the bland wind with odorous whispers rocks, I might behold her, white and weary summer, mid her flowers asleep, her drowsy flowers asleep, the withered poppies knotted in her locks. He is reminded of another day with her. The hips were reddening on this rose, those haws were hung with fire. That day we went this way that goes up hills of bough and briar. This hooked thorn caught her gown and seemed imploring her to linger. Upon her hair a sun-ray streamed, like some baptizing finger. This false foxglove, so golden now with yellow blooms, like bangles was bloomless then. But yonder bough, the sumac's plume and tangles, was like an Indian's painted face, and like a squaw attended that bush in vague vermilion grace, with beads of berries splendid. And here we turned to mount that hill, down which the wild brook tumbles, and like today, that day was still, and mild winds swayed the umbels of these wild carrots, lawny grey, and there deep dappled o'er us an orchard stretched, and in our way dropped ripened fruit before us. With muffled thud the pippin fell, and at our feet rolled dusty. A hornet clinging to its bell, the pear lay bruised and rusty. The smell of pulpy peach and plum, from which the juice oozed yellow, around which bees made sleepy hum, made warm the air and mellow. And then we came where many-hued the wet wild morning glory hung its balloons and shadows dewed for dawning's offertory. With bush and bramble far away beneath us stretched the valley, cleft of one creek as clear as day that rippled musically. The brown, the bronze, the green, the red of weed and briar ran riot to walls of woods, whose pathways led to nooks of whispering quiet. Long waves of feathering goldenrod ran through the grey in patches, as in a cloud the gold of God burns that the sunset catches. And there above the blue hills rolled, like some far conflagration, the sunset flaming marigold we watched in exultation. Then turning homeward, she and I went in love's sweet derangement. How different now seem earth and sky, since this undreamed estrangement. He enters the wood. He sits down despondently. Here where the day is dimmest, and silence company, some might find sympathy for loss, or grief the grimmest, in each great-hearted tree. Here where the day is dimmest, but there's none for me. In leaves might find communion, returning sigh, for love the heavens deny, the love that yearns for union, yet parts and knows not why. In leaves might find communion, but not I, not I. My eyes with tears are aching, why has she written me, and will no longer see? My heart with grief is breaking, with grief that this should be. My eyes with tears are aching, why has she written me? He proceeds in the direction of a stream. Better is death than sleep, better for tired eyes. Why do we weep and weep, when near us the solace lies? There in that stream, that deep reflecting woods and skies, could comfort all our sighs. The mystery of things, of dreams, philosophies, to which the mortal clings, that can unriddle these. What is it the water sings? What is it promises? End to my miseries. He seats himself on a rock, and gazes steadily into the stream. And here alone I sit, and it is so. O vales and hills, O valley lands and knobs, what cure have you for woe? What balm that robs the brain of thought the knowledge of its woe? None, none, ah me, that my sick heart may know the wearying sameness, yet this thing is so. This thing is so, and still the waters flow, the leaves drop slowly down, the daylight throbs with sun and wind, and yet this thing is so. There is no sympathy in heaven or earth for human sorrow. All we see is mirth or madness, cruelty or lust. Nature is heedless of her children's grief. Man is to her no more than is a leaf that buds and has its summer, that is brief, then falls and mixes with the common dust. Here at this culvert's mouth, the shadowy water, flowing toward the south, seems deepest, stagnant stayed. What is it yonder that makes me afraid? O my own self afraid! I do not know what power draws me to the striate stream. What evil, or what dream? Me dropping pebbles in the quiet wave that echoes, strange as music in a cave, hollow and thin, vibrating in the shade, as if it were tears that fell and falling made a crystal sound, a shadow wail of woe wrung from the rocks and waters there below, an ailing phantom that will not be laid, complaining ghosts of sobs that fill my breast, that will not forth and give my heart no rest. There in the water how the lank sword grass mats its long blades, each blade a crooked kriss, making a marsh, mid which the currents miss their rock-born melodies. But there and there one sees the white-bellied mallow, as with a glass, long-pistiled, leaning o'er the root-contorted shore, as if its own pink image it would kiss. And there the tangled, wild potato vine lifts beakered blossoms, each a cup of wine, as pale as moonlight is. No mandrake curling convolutions up, loops heavier blossoms, each a conical cup that swoons moon nectar and a serpent's hiss. And there tall gypsy lilies, all a sway of coppery hue, streaked as with crimson dew, mirror fierce faces in the deeps, o'er which they lean, bent in inverted view. And where the stream around those rushes creeps, the dragonfly in endless error keeps sewing the pale gold gown of day, with tangled stitches of a burning blue. Its brilliant body is a needle fine, a thread of azure ray, black-pinioned, shuttling the shade and shine. But here before me, where my pensive shade looks up at me, the stale stream stagnant lies, deep, dark, but clear and silent, streaked with hues of ragweed pollen and of spawny ooze, through which the seeping bubbles, bursting, rise. All flowers here refuse to grow or blossom. Beauties, too, are few, that haunt its depths. No glittering minnows braid its sleepy crystal, and no gravels strew with coloured orbs its bottom. Half afraid I shrink from my own eyes, there in its cairngorm of reflected skies. I know not why, and yet it seems I see. What is it I see there moving stealthily? I know not what, but where the kildees wade, slim in the foamy scum, from that direction hither doth it come. Whate'er it is that makes my soul afraid, nearer it draws to where those low rocks ail, warm rocks on which some water snake hath clum, basking its spotted body, coiling numb, brown in the brindled shade. At first it seemed a prism on the grail, a bubbled prism like the shallow maid of water striders, then a trail, an angled sparkle in a webby veil of duckweed, green as verdigris it swayed, frog-like through deeps, to crouch a flaccid, pale, squat bulk below. I gaze, and though I would, I cannot go. Reflected trees and skies, and breeze-blown clouds that lounge at sunny loss, seem in its stolid eyes, its fishy gaze that holds me in strange wise. Goal-like it seems to rise, and now to sink, its eldritch features fail, then come again in rhythmic waviness, with arms like tentacles that seem to press through weed and water, limbs that writhe and fade, and clench and twist and toss, root-like and gnarled and cross and intercross, through flabby hair of smoky moss. How horrible to see this thing at night, or when the sunset slants its brimstone light above the pool, when blue in phantom flight the will-o'-the-wisps perhaps above it reel. Then haply would it rise a rotting green, up, up, and gather me with arms of steel, soft steel, and drag me where the wave is white, beneath that boulder brown, that plants a keel against the ripple there, a shoulder lean. No, no, I must away before 'tis night, before the fireflies dot the dark with sulphur blurring sprite, before upon that height the white wild carrots vanish from the sight, and boneset blossoms, tossing there in clusters, fade to a ridge, a streak of ghostly lustres, and in that sunlit spot yon cedar tree is not, but a huge cap instead, that half asleep some giant dropped while driving home his sheep. And mid those fallow browns and russet greys the fragrant peak of yonder timothy stack is not a stack, but something hideous, black, that threatens, and grotesquely demon frowns. I must away from here, already dusk draws near. The owlet's dolorous hoot sounds quavering as a gnome's wild flute. The toad within the wet begins to tune its goblin flageolet. The slow sun sinks behind those hills, and like a withered cheek of Quaker quiet, sorrow-burdened, there the spectral moon's defined above those trees, and in a wild beast's lair a golden woman dead with golden hair, above that mass of fox-grape vines that like a wrecked apprentice roofs those pines. Oh, I am faint and weak. I must away, away, before the close of day. Already my back, I feel the woods grow black, and sense the evening wind, guttural and gaunt and blind, whining behind me like an unseen wolf. Deeper now seems the gulf, into those deeps I gaze, from which with madness and amaze that seems to rise, the horror there, with webby hands and mossy eyes and hair. Oh, will it pierce, with all its feelers fierce, beyond the pool's unhallowed water streak? Yes, I must go, must leave this ghastly creek, this place of hideous fear, for everywhere I hear a dripping footstep near, a voice like water gurgling at my ear, saying, "Come to me, come and rest below. Sleep and forget her, and with her thy woe." I try to fly, I cannot, yes and no. What madness holds me, God, that obscene, slow, sure, mastering chimera there, perhaps has fastened round my neck, or in my matted hair, some horrible feeler, dire, invisible. Off, off, thou hoop of hell, thou devil's coil. Back, back into thy cesspool. Off, off of me. See how the waters thrash and boil. At last, thank God, my soul is free. My mind is freed of that vile mesmerism that drew me to what end? My God, what end? Haply 'twas merely fancy, that strange fiend. My fancy, and a prism of sunset in the stream, a firefly fleck, that now a lamp of golden fairy oil lights me my homeward way, the way I flee. No more I stare magnetic fixed, nor reck, nor little care to foil the madness there, the murder there that slips back to its lair of slime, that seeps and drips, that sought in vain to fasten my lips. Taking a letter from his pocket, he hurries away. What can it mean for me? What have I done to her? I, in our season of love, as a sun to her. She, all my heaven of silvery, numberless stars and its moon, shining golden and slumberless, who on my life that was thorny and lowry came and made beautiful, smiled and made flowery. She to my heart and my soul a divinity, she who I dreamed seemed my spirit affinity. What have I done to her? What have I done? What can she mean by this? What have I said to her? I who have idolized, worshipped, and pled to her, sung to her, laughed with her, sorrowed and sighed for her, lived for her only, and gladly had died for her. See, she has written me thus, she has written me, sooner would dagger or serpent had smitten me. Would you had shrivelled, ere ever you'd read of it, eyes that are wide to the grief and the dread of it. What have I said to her? What have I said? What shall I make of it? I who am trembling, fearful of losing. A moth, the dissembling flame of a taper attracts with its guttering, flattering on till its body flies fluttering, scorched in the summer night. Foolish, importunate, why didst thou quit the cool flowers? Unfortunate! Such has she been to me, making me such to her, slaying me, saying I never was much to her. What shall I make of it? What can I make? Love, in thy everglades, moaning and motionless, look, I have fallen. The evil is portionless. I, with no thought but the day that did lock us in, set naked feet mid the cotton-mouthed moccasin, under the roses, the Cherokee eyeing me. I, in the heaven with the egrets that flying me, winging like blooms from magnolias, rose slenderly, pearl and pale pink, where the mocking-bird tenderly sang, making vistas of mosses melodious, wandered, unheeding my steps, in the odious ooze and the venom. I followed the wiry violet curve of thy star falling fiery. So was I lost in night, thus am undone. Have I not told to her, living alone for her, purposed unfoldments of deeds I had sown for her, here in the soil of my soul? Their variety endless, and ever she answered with piety. See, it has come to this, all the tale's suavity, at the 9th chapter grows hateful with gravity. Cruel as death, all our beautiful history, close it, the final is more than a mystery. Yes, I will go to her, yes, and will speak. After the final meeting, the day following, I seem to see her still, to see that blue-hung room. Her perfume comes from lavender folds draped dreamily, a blossom with brocaded blooms, some stuff of orient looms. I seem to hear her speak, and back where sleeps the sun on books and piles of porcelain and bric-a-brac, a tall clock ticks above the dials, where love's framed profile smiles. I hear her say, "Ah, had I known, I suffer too for what has been, for what must be." A wild ache shone in her sad gaze, that seemed to lean on something far, unseen. And as in sleep, my own self seems outside my suffering self. I flush twixt facts and undetermined dreams, and stand as silent as that hush of lilac light and plush. Smiling but suffering, I feel beneath that face, so sweet and sad, in those pale temples, thoughts like steel pierce burningly. I had gone mad, had I once thought her glad. Unconsciously, with eyes that yearn to look beyond the present far, for one faint future hope, I turn. There in her garden, one fierce star, a cactus, red as war, vermilion as a storm-sunk sun, flame's torrid splendor, brings to life a sunset, memory of one rich eve. She said she'd be my wife, an eve with beauty rife. Again amid the heavy hues, soft crimson, seal, and satiny gold of flowers there, I stood, mid dews with her, deep in her garden old, while sunset's flame unrolled. And now, it cannot be, and yet, to see 'tis so, in heart and brain, to know 'tis so. While warm and wet, I seem to smell those scents again, verbena scents, and rain. I turn, in hope she'll bid me stay. Again her cameo beauty mark, set in that smile. She turns away. No farewell, no regret, no spark of hope to cheer the dark. That sepia sketch conceived so, a jaunty head with mouth and eyes tragic beneath a rose chapeau. Still masked, unmasking, it denies the look we half surmise. We know is there. 'Tis thus we read the true beneath the false, perceive the ache beneath the smile. Indeed, whose soul unmasks? Not mine. I grieve, O God, but laugh and leave. He walks aimlessly on. Beyond those knotted apple trees that partly hide the old brick barn, its tattered arms and tattered knees, a scarecrow tosses to the breeze among the shocks of corn. My heart is grey, as is the day in which the rain wind drearily makes all the rusty branches sway, and in the hollows by each way the dead leaves rustle wearily, and soon we'll hear the far wild geese honk in frost-bitten heavens under Arcturus when my walks must cease, and by the fireside's log-heaped peace I'll sit and nod and ponder. When every fall of this cloud creek is silent with the frost, and tented brown acres of the corn stretch bleak and shaggy with the snows that streak the hillsides hollow-dented, I'll sit and dream of that glad morn we met by banks with elder snowing, that dusk we strolled through flower and thorn by tasselled meads of cane and corn to where the stream was flowing. Again I'll oar our boat among the dripping lilies of the river, to reach her hat, the grapevine long, struck in the stream. We'll row to song, and then I'll wake and shiver. Why is it that my mind reverts to that sweet past, while full of parting the present is, so full of hurts and heartaches, that what it asserts adds only to the smarting? How often shall I sit and think of that sweet past, through lowered lashes what might have been, trace link by link, then watch it gradually sink and crumble into ashes. Outside I'll hear the sad wind weep, like some lone spirit, grieved, forsaken, then shuddering to bed will creep, to lie awake or haply sleep, asleep by visions shaken, by visions of the past that draw the present in a hue that's wanting, a scarecrow thing of sticks and straw, like that just now I passing saw, its empty tatters flaunting. He compares the present day with the past one. The sun a splintered splendor was, in trees, whose waving branches blurred its disk. That day we went together, mid wild bee hum and whirring buzz of locusts, through the fields that purred with summer in the perfect weather. So sweet it was to look, and lean to her young face and feel the light of eyes that met my own, unsaddened. Her laugh that left lips more serene, her speech that blossomed like the white life everlasting there and gladdened. Maturing summer, you were fraught with more of beauty then than now, parades the pageant of September, where what is now contrasts in thought with what was once, that bloom and bough can only help me to remember. He pauses before a deserted house by the wayside. Through ironweeds and roses and scraggy beech and oak, old porches it discloses, above the weeds and roses the drizzling raindrops soak. Neglected walks a tangle with dodder-strangled grass, and every mildewed angle heaped with dead leaves that sprangle the paths that round it pass. The creatures there that bury or hide within its rooms, and spidered closets very dim with old webs, will hurry out when the evening glooms. Owls roost on beam and basement, bats haunt its hearth and porch, and by each ruined casement flits, in the moon's enlacement, the wisp like some wild torch. There is a sense of frost here, and winds that sigh alway, of something that was lost here, long, long ago was lost here, but what they cannot say. My foot perhaps would startle some owl that mopes within, some bat above its portal that frights the daring mortal, and guards its cellared sin. The creaking road winds by it, this side the dusty toll. Why do I stop to eye it? My heart cannot deny it, the house is like my soul. He proceeds on his way. I bear a burden, look not therein. Naught will you find save sorrow and sin that wend with me wherever I go. And misery, a gaunt companion, my wretched bride, goes ever with me side by side. Sick of myself and all the earth, I ask my soul now, is life worth the little pleasure that we gain for all our sorrow and our pain? The love to which we gave our best, that turns a mockery and a jest. Among the twilight fields. The things we love, the loveliest things we cherish, pass from us soonest, vanish utterly. Dust are our deeds, and dust our dreams that perish, ere we can say they be. I have loved man, and learned we are not brothers. Within myself, perhaps, may lie the cause. Then set one woman high above all others, and found her full of flaws. Made unseen stars my quiblers of devotion, aspired to knowledge, and remained a clod, with heart and soul led on by blind emotion, the way to failure trod. Chance, say, or fate, that works through good and evil, or destiny that nothing may retard, that to some end, above life's empty level, perhaps withholds reward. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. One Day and Another, Part 4, Late Autumn, by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. They who die young are blessed. Should we not envy such? They are earth's happiest, God-loved and favoured much. They who die young are blessed. Sick and sad, propped with pillows, she sits at her window. When the dog's tooth violet comes with April showers, and the wild bee haunts and hums about the flowers, we shall never wend, as when love laughed, leading us from men over violet vale and glen, where the red bird sang for hours, and we heard the flickered drum. Now November heavens are grey. Autumn kills every joy like leaves of May in the rills. Here I sit and lean and listen to a voice that has arisen in my heart, with eyes that glisten, gazing at the happy hills, fading dark blue far away. She looks down upon the dying garden. There rank death clutches at the flowers, and drags them down and stamps in earth. At morn the thin malignant hours, shrill-voiced, among the wind-toned bowers, clamour a bitter mirth. Or is it heartbreak that forlorn would so conceal itself in scorn? At noon the weak white sunlight crawls like feeble age, once beautiful, from mildewed walks to mildewed walls, down which the oozing moisture falls, upon the cold toadstool. Faint on the leaves it drips and creeps, or is it tears of love who weeps? At night a misty blur of moon slips through the trees, pale as a face of melancholy marble-hewn, and like the phantom of some tune, winds whisper in the place, or is it love come back again, seeking its perished joy in vain? She muses upon the past. When in her cloudy chiton spring freed the frozen rills, and walked in rainbowed light on the blossom-blowing hills, beyond the world's horizon that no such glory lies on, and no such hues bedizen, love led us far from ills. When summer came, a sickle stuck in her sheaf of beams, and let the honey trickle from out her beehive seams. Within the violet blotted, sweet book to us allotted, whose lines are flower-dotted, love read us many dreams. Then autumn came, a liar, a fair-faced heretic, in gypsy garb of fire, throned on a harvest rick. Our lives that fate had thwarted stood pale and broken-hearted, though smiling when we parted, where love to death lay sick. Now is the winter waited, the tyrant hoar and old, with death and hunger mated, who counts his crimes like gold? Once more before forever we part, once more then never, once more before we sever, must I his face behold. She takes up a book and reads. What little things are those that hold our happiness? A smile, a glance, a rose dropped from her hair or dress, a word, a look, a touch. These are so much, so much. An air we can't forget, a sunset's gold that gleams, a spray of mignonette, will fill the soul with dreams, more than all history says, or romance of old days. For of the human heart, not brain, is memory. These things it makes a part of its own entity. The joys, the pains whereof, are the very food of love. She lays down the book and sits musing. How true, how true! But words are weak. In sympathy they give the soul to music, music that can speak all the heart's pain and dole, all that the sad heart treasures most, of love that's lost, of love that's lost. I would never hear sweet music now, my heart would break to hear it now. So weary am I, and so fain, to see his face, to feel his kiss, thrill rapture through my soul again. There is no hell like this. Ah, God, my God, were it not best to give me rest, to give me rest? Come, death, and breathe upon my brow. Sweet death, come kiss my mouth and brow. She writes to her lover to come to her. Dead lie the dreams we cherished, the dreams we loved so well, like forest leaves that perished, like autumn leaves that fell. Alas, that dreams so soon should pass, alas, alas. The stream lies bleak and arid, that once went singing on. The flowers once that varied its banks are dead and gone. Where these were once are thorns and thirst, the place is cursed. Come to me, I am lonely, forget all that occurred. Come to me, if for only one last sad parting word, for one last word, then let the pall fall over all. The day and hour are suited for what I'd say to you, of love that I uprooted. But I have suffered too. Come to me, I would say good-bye before I die. The wind rises, the trees are agitated. Woods that beat the wind with frantic gestures, and so darkly round acorns gnarled and leaves that antic wildly on the rustling ground. Is it tragic grief that saddens through your souls this autumn day, or the joy of death that gladdens in exultance of decay? Arrogant you lift defiant, bows against the morning blast, that like some invisible giant, wrapped in tumult, thunders past. Is it that in such insurgent fury, tossed from tree to tree, you would quench the fiercely urgent pangs of some old memory, as in toil and violent action, that still help them forget, mortals drown the dark distraction and insistence of regret? She sits musing in the gathering twilight. Last night I slept till midnight, then woke and far away a cock crowed. Lonely and distant I heard a watchdog bay, but lonelier yet the tedious old clock ticked on towards day. And what a day! Remember those morns of summer and spring that bound our lives together? Each morn a wedding ring of dew, aroma and sparkle, and buds and birds a-wing. Clear morns, when I strolled my garden awaiting him, the rose expected too with blushes, the giant of battle that grows, a bank of radiance and fragrance, and the Maheshal nail that glows. Not in vain did I wait, departed summer, amid your flocks, mid the powdery crystal and crimson of your hollow hollyhocks, your fairy bells and poppies, and the bee that in them rocks. Cool clad mid the pendulous purple of the morning glory vine, by the jewel mine of the pansies and the snapdragons in line I waited, and there he met me, whose heart was one with mine. Around us bloomed my mealy white dusty miller's grey. Around us bloomed my mealy white dusty millers gay, my lady slippers bashful of butterfly and ray, my gillyflowers spicy, each one as a day of May. Ah me! When I think of the handfuls of little gold coins, amassed my bachelor's buttons, scattered over the garden grass, the marigolds that boasted their bits of burning brass, more bitter I feel the autumn tighten on spirit and heart, and regret those days remembered as lost, that stand apart, a chapter holy and sacred, I read with eyes that smart. How warm was the breath of the garden when he met me there that day! How the burnished beetle and humming-bird flew past us, each a ray! The memory of those meetings still bears me far away. Again to the woods, a trysting by the water-mill I steal, where the lilies tumble together, the madcap wind at heel, and meet him among the flowers, the rocks and the moss conceal. Or the wildcat grey of the meadows that the black-eyed Susans dot, fawn-eyed and leopard yellow that tangle a tawny spot of languid panther beauty that dozes, summer hot. Ah, back again in the present, with the winds that pinch and twist the leaves in their peevish passion, and whirl wherever they list, with the autumn hoary and nipping, whose mausoleum mist entombs the sun and the daylight, each morning shaggy with fog, that fits grey wigs on the cedars, and furs with frost each log, that velvets white the meadows, and marbles brook and bog. Alone at dawn, indifferent, alone at eve, I sigh, and wait, like the wind complaining, complain and know not why, but ailing and longing and pining, because I cannot die. How dull is that sunset, dreary and cold and hard and dead, the ghost of those last August, that mulberry rich and red, the wine of God's own vintage, poured purple overhead. But now I sit with the sighing dead dreams of a dying year, like the fallen leaves and the acorns, am worthless and feel as seer, with a soul that's sick of the body, whose heart is one big tear. As I stare from my window, the daylight like a bravo its cloak puts on. The moon like a cautious lantern glitters and then is gone. Will he come tonight? Will he answer? Ah, God, would it were dawn. He enters. Taking her in his arms, he speaks. They said you were dying. You shall not die. Why are you crying? Why do you sigh? Cease that sad sighing. Love, it is I. All is forgiven. Love is not poor. Though he was driven once from your door, back he is driven, to part nevermore. Will you remember, when I forget words, each an ember that you regret, now in November, now we have met? What if love wept once? What though you knew? What if he crept once, pleading to you? He never slept once, nor was untrue. Often forgetful, love may forget, forward and fretful, dear, he will fret, ever regretful, he will regret. Life is completer through his control, lifted, made sweeter, filled and made whole. Hearing love's meter sing in the soul. Flesh may not hear it, being impure, but in the spirit there we are sure, there we come near it, there we endure. So when tomorrow ceases, and we quit this, we borrow mortality. What chastens sorrow, so it may see? When friends are sighing round one, and one nearer is lying, nearer the sun when one is dying, and all is done. When there is weeping, weary and deep, God's be the keeping of those who weep. When are loved, sleeping, sleep their long sleep. Love, that is dearer than we are aware, bringing us nearer, nearer than prayer, being the mirror that our souls share. Still you are weeping. Why do you weep? Are tears in keeping with joys so deep, gladness so sweeping, heart so in keep? Speak to me, dearest. Say it is true that I am nearest, dearest to you. Smile with those clearest eyes of grey blue. She smiles on him through her tears. Holding his hand she speaks. They did not say I could not live beyond this weary night. But now I know that I shall die before the morning's light. How weak I am. But you'll forgive me when I tell you how I loved you, love you, and the pain it is to leave you now. We could not wed, alas! The flesh that clothes the soul of me ordained at birth a sacrifice to this heredity. Denied, forbade. Ah, you have seen the bright spots in my cheeks glow hectic, as before comes night the west burns blood-red streaks. Consumption, but I promised you my hand. A thing forlorn of life, diseased, O God, and so far better, so forsworn. Oh, I was jealous of your love. But think, if I had died ere babe of mine had come, to be a solace at your side, had it been little then, your grief, when heaven had made us one, in everything that's good on earth, and then the good undone? No, no. And had I a child, what grief and agony, to note that blight born in him too against all help of me. Just when we cherished him the most, and youthful, sunny pride sat on his curly front, to see him die ere we had died. Whose fault? Ah, God, not mine, but his, that ancestor who gave escutcheon to our sorrowful house, a death's head and a grave. Beneath the pomp of those grim arms we live, and may not move, nor faith, nor truth, nor wealth avail to hurt them down, nor love. How could I tell you this? Not then, when all the world was spun of morning colours for our love to walk and dance upon. I could not tell you how disease hid here a viper germ, precedence slowly claiming, and so slowly fixing firm. And when I broke my plighted troth, and would not tell you why, I loved you thinking, time enough, when I have come to die. Draw off my rings and let my hands rest so. A wretched cough will interrupt my feeble speech, and will not be put off. Ah, anyhow, my anodyne is this, to know that you are near and love me. Kiss me now, as you were wont to do, and tell me you forgive me all, and say you will forget the sorrow of that breaking off, the fever and the fret. Now set those roses near me here, and tell me death's a lie. Once it was hard for me to live, now it is hard to die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
One Day and Another, Part 5, Winter, by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by ShrimpPhish. We whom God sets a task, striving who ne'er attain, we are the cursed who ask death and still ask in vain. We whom God sets a task. 1. In the silence of his room, after many days. All are shadows, all must pass, as writing in the sand or sea, reflections in a looking-glass, are not less permanent than we. The days that mould us, what are they, that break us on their whirling wheel? What but the potters we the clay, they fashion and yet leave unreal. Linked through the ages, one and all, in long anthropomorphous chain, the human and the animal inseparably must remain. Within us still the monstrous shape that shrieked in air and howled in slime. What are we, partly man and ape, the tools of fate, the toys of time? 2. The bitterness of his bereavement speaks in him. Vased in her bedroom window, white as her glad girlhood never lost, I smelt the roses, and the night outside was fog and frost. What though I claimed her dying there? God nor one angel understood, nor cared who from sweet feet to hair had changed to snow her blood. She had been mine so long, so long! Our harp of life was one in word. Why did Death thrust his hand among the chords and break one chord? What lily lilier than her face, more virgin than her lips I kissed, when morn, like God, with gold and grace, broke mast and mist, broke mast and mist. 3. Her dead face seems to rise up before him. The face that I said farewell to, pillowed a flower on flowers, comes back with its eyes to tell to my soul what my heart should quell to, calm that is mine at hours. Dear, is your soul still daggered there by something amiss? Love, is he ever laggard? Hope, is her face still haggard? Tell me what it is. You who are done with tomorrow, done with these worldly skies, done with our pain and sorrow, done with the griefs we borrow, joys that are born of sighs. Must we say gone forever, or will it all come true? Does mine touch your thought ever, and over the doubts that sever, rise to the fact that's you? Love in my flesh so fearful, medicine me this pain. Love with the eyes so tearful, how can my soul be cheerful, seeing its joy is slain? Gone, 'twas only a vision, gone, like a thought, a gleam, such to our indecision, utter no empty mission, truth is in all we dream. 4. He sinks into deep thought. There are shadows that compel us, there are powers that control, more than substance these can tell us, speaking to the human soul. In the moonlight when it glistened on my window white of snow, once I woke and, leaning, listened to a voice that sang below. Full of gladness, full of yearning, strange with dreamy melody, like a bird whose heart was burning, wildly sweet it sang to me. I arose, and by the starlight, pale beneath the summer sky, there I saw it, full of far light, my dead joy go singing by. In the darkness when the glimmer of the storm was on the pane, once I sat and heard a dimmer voice lamenting in the rain. Full of parting and unspoken, heartbreak faint with agony, like a bird whose heart was broken, moaning low it cried to me. I arose, and in the darkness, wan beneath the winter sky, there I saw it, cold to starkness, my dead love go wailing by. 5. He arouses from his abstraction, buries his face in his hands, and thinks. So long it seems since last I saw her face, so long ago it seems, like some sad soul in unconjectured space, still seeking happiness through perished grace, and unrealities, a little while, illusions lead me, ending in the smile of death triumphant in a thorny place, among love's ruined roses and dead dreams. Since she is gone, no more I feel the light, since she has left all dark, cleave with its revelation all the night. I wander blindly on a crumbling height, among the fragments and the wrecks and stones of life, where hope, amid life's skulls and bones, with weary face, disheartened, wild and white, trims her pale lamp with its expiring spark. Now she is dead, the soul naught can o'erawe. Now she is gone from me. Questions God's justice that seems full of flaw, as is his world where misery is law, and all men fools too willing to be slaves. My house of faith built up on dust of graves. The wind of doubt seeps down as made of straw, and all is night, and I no longer see. 6. He looks from his window toward the somber west. Ridged and bleak the gray, forsaken, twilight at the night has guessed, and no star of dusk has taken flame unshaking in the west. All day long the woodlands dying, moaned and drippings as of grief, rained from barren boughs with sighing, death of flying twig and leaf. Ah, to live a life unbroken of the flings and scorns of fate, like that tree with branches oaken, strengths unspoken, intimate. Who can say that we have never lived the life of plants and trees, not so wide the lines that sever us forever here from these? Colors, odors that are cherished, haply hint we once were flowers. Memory alone has perished in this garnished world that's ours. Music that all things expresses, all for which we've sought and sinned, haply in our tree tresses once was guesses of the wind. But I dream, the dusk, dark braiding, locks that lack both moon and stars, deepens, and, the darkness aiding, earth seems fading, faint and far. And within me doubt keeps saying, what is wrong and what is right? Hear the cursing, hear the praying, all are straying on in night. 7. He turns from the window, takes up a book, and reads. The soul, like earth, hath silences, which speak not, yet are heard. The voices mute of memories are louder than a word. Theirs is a speech which is not speech, a language that is bound to soul vibrations vague that reach deeper than any sound. No words are theirs, they speak through things, a visible utterance of thoughts like those some sunset brings, or withered rose perchance. The heavens that once in purple and flame spake to two hearts as one, and after years may speak the same to one sad heart alone. Through it the vanished face and eyes of her, the sweet and fair, of her the lost, again shall rise to comfort his despair. And so the love that led him long from golden scene to scene, within the sunset is a tongue that speaks of what has been. How loud it speaks of that dead day, the rose whose bloom is fled, of her who died, who, clasped in clay, lies numbered with the dead. The dead are dead, with them 'tis well, within their narrow room, no memories to haunt their hearts who dwell within the grave and tomb. But what of those, the dead who live, the living dead whose lot is still to love, ah, God forgive, to live and love forgot. 8. The storm is heard sounding wildly outside with wind and hail. The night is wild with rain and sleet, each loose warped casement claps or groans. I hear the plangent woodland beat, the tempest with long blatant moans, like one who fears defeat. And sitting here beyond the storm, alone within the lonely house, it seems that some mesmeric charm holds all things, even the gnawing mouse has ceased its faint alarm. And in the silence stolen o'er familiar objects, lo, I fear that opening yon door, I'll find my dead self standing near, with face that once I wore. The stairway creaks with ghostly gusts, the flue moans all its gorgon throat, one wail of wind's ancestral dusts, which yonder Indian war-gear coat, with grey whose quiver rusts, are shaken down, or can it be that he who wore it in the dance or battle now fills shadowy its wampummed skins, and shakes his lance and spectral plume at me? Mere fancy, yet those curtains toss mysteriously as if some dark hand moved them, and I would not cross the shadow there that hearthstones spark, a glowworm sunk in moss. Outside 'twere better, yes, I yearn to walk the waste where sway and dip deep dark December boughs, where burn some late last leaves that drip and drip no matter where you turn. Where sodden soil you scarce have trod fills oozy footprints, but the blind night there, though like the frown of God, presents no fancies to the mind like those that have o'erawed. The months I count, how long it seems since summer, when with her, when on her porch in rainy gleams we watched the flickering lightning stir in heavens gray as dreams. When all the west, a sheet of gold, flared like some Titan's opened forge, with storm revealing manifold vast peaks of clouds with crag and gorge, where thunder torrents rolled. Then came the wind, again, again, storm lit the instant earth, and how the forest rang with roaring rain, we could not read. Where is it now, that tale of Charlemagne? That old romance, that tale which we were reading till we heard the plunge of distant thunders sullenly, and left to watch the lightning lunge and storm winds toss each tree. That summer, how it built us there of sorcery and necromance, a mental world where all was fair, a land like one great pearl, a trance with lilied light and air, where every flower was a thought, and every bird a melody, and every fragrance Zephyr brought was but the rainbowed drapery of some sweet dream long sought, mid which we reared our heart's high home, fair on the hills with terraces, vine-hung and wooded o'er the foam of undiscovered fairy seas, all violet in the gloam. O land of shadows, shadow home, within my world of memories, around whose ruins sweep the foam of sorrow's immemorial seas, to whose dark shores I come. How long in your wrecked halls alone, with ghosts of joys must I remain, between the unknown and the known, still hearing through the wind and rain my lost love moan and groan. 9. He sits by the slowly dying fire. The storm is heard with increased violence. Wild weather, the lash of the sheet on the gusty casement clapping, the sound of the storm like a sheet, my soul in senses wrapping. Wild weather, and how is she, now the rush of the rain folds serried, there on the turf and the tree of the place where she is buried? Wild weather, how black and deep is the night where the mad winds scurry? Do I sleep? Do I dream in my sleep that I hear her footsteps hurry? Hither they come like flowers, and I see her raiment glisten, like the robes of one of the hours, where the stars to the angels listen. Before me behold how she stands, with lips high thoughts have waited, with testifying hands, and eyes with glory sated. I have spoken and I have kneeled, I have kissed her feet in wonder, but lo, her lips, they are sealed, God sealed, and will not sunder. Though I sob, your stay was long, you are come, but your feet were laggard, with mansuetude and song, for the heart your death has daggered. Never a word replies, never, to all my weeping, only a sound of sighs, and of raiment past me sweeping. I wake, and a clock tolls 3, and the night and the storm beat serried, there on the turf and the tree of the place where she is buried. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Red Leaves and Roses by Madison Cawein. And he had lived such loveless years that suffering had made him wise, and she had grown no graver tears than those of girlhood's eyes. And he perhaps had loved before one who had wedded or had died, so life to him had been but poor, in love for which he sighed. In years and heart she was so young, love paused and beckoned at the gate, and bade her hear his songs unsung. She laughed that love must wait. He understood. She only knew love's hair was faded, face was grey, nor saw the rose his autumn blue there in her heedless way. If he had come to her when May danced down the wildwood, every way marked with white flowers, as if her gown had torn and fallen, it might be she had not met him with a frown, nor used his love so bitterly. Or if he had but come when June set stars and roses to untune, and breathed in honeysuckle throats clove honey of her spicy mouth, his heart had found some loving notes in hers to cheer his life's long drought. He came when fall made mad the sky, and on the hill slept like a cry of battle when his youth was dead. To her, the young, the wild, the white, whose symbol was the rose blood red, and his, the red leaf pinched with blight. He might have known since youth was flown, and autumn claimed him for its own, and winter neared with snow, wild world, his love to her would seem absurd. To youth like hers, whose lip had curled, yet heard him to his last sad word. Then laughed, and well his heart denied the words he uttered then in pride. And he remembered how the grey was his of autumn, and hers the rose-hued colours of the May. And May was all her universe. And then he left her, and like blood in her deep hair the rose, whose bud was badge to her, while unto him his middle age must still remain the red leaf withering at the rim, a symbol of the all in vain. Such days as these, she said, and bent among her marigolds, all dew and dripping zinnia stems, were meant for spring, not autumn. Days we knew in childhood, these endearing those, much dearer since they have grown old. Days once imperfect with the rose, now perfect with the marigold. Such days as these, he said, and gazed long with unlifted eyes, that held sad autumn nights, our hopes have raised in futures that are mist enspelled. And so it is the fog blows in, days dearer for the death they paint, with hues of life and joy, as sin at death puts off all earthly taint. Like deeds of hearts that have not kept their riches as a miser, when sad souls have asked, with eyes that wept, among the toiling tribes of men. The summer days gave earth sweet arms, in silver of white lilies, while each night with healing outstretched palms stood Christ-like with its starry smile. Will she remember him, when dull months drag their duller hours by, with feet that crush the beautiful and leave the beautiful to die? Or never see, nor sit with lost dreams withered, mid hope's empty husks, and wait, heart counting up the cost of love's illusions mid life's dusks? He is as one who, treading salty scurf of lonely sea sands, hears the roaring rocks of some lost isle of misty crags and locks, who sees no sea but through a world of surf, grey ghosts of gulls and screaming petrel flocks, when from the deep's white ruin and wild wreck, above the fog, beneath the ghostly gull, the iron ribs of some storm-shattered hull loom, packed with pirate treasure to the deck, a century rotten, fields his wealth replete, when long-balked ocean claims it, and one dull wave flings, derisive, at despondent feet, a skull, one doubloon rattling in the skull. And when full autumn sets the dahlia stems on fire with flowers, and the chill dew turns the maple trees above geranium urns to emir tents and string with flawless gems the moonflower and the wahoo bush that burns, calmly she sees the year grow sad and strange, and stands with one among the wilted walks of the old garden of the grey old grange, and feels no sorrow for the frost-maimed stalks, since though the wailing autumn to her talks, youth marks swift spring on life's far mountain range. Or she will lean to her old harpsichord, a youthful face beside her, and the glow of hickory on the earth will balk the blow of blustering rain that beats the casement hard, and sing of summer, and so thwart the snow. Haply some day she yet may sit alone, he thinks, within the shadow-saddened house, when round the gables stormy echoes moan, and in the closet gnaws the lonesome mouse, and memory comes stealing down the stair from dusty attics where is piled the past, like so much rubbish that we hate to keep, and turn the knob, and framed in frosty hair, a grave forgotten face, look in at last, and she will know and bow her head and weep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wild Thorn and Lily by Madison Cawein. 1. That night, returning to the farm, we rode before a storm, uprolling from the west, incessant with distending fire, loomed the multitudes of tempest, towering here a shadowy Shasta, there a cloudy hood, veined as with agonies, aurora born, of torrent gold, resplendent heaven to heaven, far peak to peak, terrific spoke the vast sierras of the storm, within which beat the cavern thunder like a mighty stream, vibrating on with rushing wind and flame. Now the opening welkin shone one livid sheet of instantaneous gold, a giant's forge. Wild clanging now, with streak on angled streak, of momentary light, a labyrinth, where shouting darkness stalked with Titan torch. Again the firmament hung hewn with fire, whence leapt the thunder, and it seemed that hosts of heaven rushed to war with blazing shields and swords of splendor, and before the storm we galloped, while the frantic trees above went wild with rain, through whose mad limbs and leaves splashed black the first big drops. On we drove, and gained the gates, pillaring the avenue of ancient beech, at whose far flickering end at last beaconed the lights of home. And she? Was it the lightning that lent lividness and terror to her countenance, or fear of her own heart? Revulsion? Memory? Did deep regret that, now the thing was done, that she was mine, a yearning to be free, away from me, assail her? Or the thought, the knowledge that she did not love the man whom she had wedded, knowing better now, that all her heart was Julian's from the first, and would be Julian's until the end? And did she now look backward on the past, or forward on the barrier that the church, for all the future years, had placed between the possible and impossible? God knows. Yet I had won her honestly with words, love only, uttered out of its soul's truth. Had won her, was it openly? Perhaps. Although engaged to Julian, what else had led us to elopement? Well, 'twas done. The whole mad, lovely, miserable affair of love and youthful folly. Being done, we must abide the reckoning. That is, I would. And she? She saw her duty there beside her husband, and within myself, when we alighted from the carriage, thus beneath the porch, my mind resolved the thing. I am her husband now, and she my wife. Less than her husband, I, much less a man, were I not able to regain and keep the love she gave me, that she thinks is his, that is not his. 'Tis pity merely now that makes her pensive. I am pensive too, for Julian the poet and the friend, the dreamer and the lover. But all's fair in love, they say, and I, well, willingly, I'll bear the burthen of the blame of all. Scarce had we entered when high heaven oped, vast gates of bronze and doors of booming brass that damned a deluge, and the deluge poured. I thought of him still, for I felt that she was thinking too of Julian and his moods, that often swept his soul with storm like this, yet oftener with sunlight than with storm, that soul of sun and tempest, ray and rain. My school friend Julian, whom once she won, to think she loved, I know not how. My play was open as the morning and as fair, his poverty and genius, here and here, my wealth and platitude, and I had won. But it was hard for him. I did not dream that it would end so. And when Gwendolen used every gentleness, and that is much, I did not dream his poet's temperament were so affected of a love affair. A wrong or right, he, whose sole aim seemed song, I did not dream he'd take it desperately, and end so tragically. Who'd have thought his character, although so sensitive, would fall into extremes of morbidness and melancholy? Had it now been I, whose heart had lost in the great game of love, none would have wondered, for I am of those whose vigorous iron does not bend, but break. At one decisive blow, his should have sprung, or so I think, not broken as it had, elastic as fine-tempered steel that bends, and then resumes its usual usefulness. A pale smile strained the corners of her mouth, when from the porch into the parlor's blaze I led her, and her mother met us there, her mother and her father, and I saw the slow reflection of their happiness make glad her eyes as their approval grew, from half-severe rebukes that were well-meant, to open, glad avowal of their joy. She had done well, and we were soon forgiven. But I resumed his letter when alone, his letter written her 3 months before, when all was over and we two were one, and well upon our way to Italy for 6 sweet months of honeymoon. His word, his letter, all of her that came to me at Venice, that I opened in mistake, amid a lot of papers sent from home. She had not read, and never should, while I had power to conceal until I had read. I would not let the dead scrawl mar or soil my late won joy, my testament of love. No, I would read it, afterwards destroy. Thoughts made of music for a last farewell, when he knew all and asked her to perpend, expressions of past things her gift of love had given speech to in the happy days. And so I read. 2. The rhyme is mine, but yours, the thought and all the music springing from the rareness of the love that dawned on me a little while to make my sad life glad. Should I regret the sunset it refused, since all my morn was richer than the world, or that my day should stride without a change of crimson, or of purple, or of gold, into the barren blackness where the moon and all God's stars lay dead? Should I complain, upbraid, or censure, or one moment curse, I with my mourning? 'Tis a memory that stains the midnight now, one wild rose ray laid like a finger pointing me the path. I follow, and I go rejoicingly. Our love was very young, nor had it aged, if we had lived long lifetimes here in me. When one day, strolling in the sun, you spoke words I perceived should hint a coming change. I made 3 stanzas of the thought, you see, but now 'tis like the seashell that suggests and still associates us with the sea in its vague song and elfland workmanship. Yet it has lost a something that it had. There by the far sands foaming, something rare, a different beauty like an element. I wonder on what life will do, when love is loser of all love, when life still longs to love anew, and has not love enough. I'll turn my heart into a ray, and wait a day. I wonder on what love will hold, when life is weary of all life and love have both grown old, with scars of sin and strife, I'll change my soul into a flower and wait an hour. I wonder on why men forget the life that love made laugh, and why weak women will remember yet the life that love made sigh. I'll sing my thought into a song and wait how long? 3. And once you question of our mockingbird, and of the German nightingale, and I, knowing a sweeter bird than those sweet two, made fast associates of birds and brooks, and learned their numbers. Middle April made the path of lilac leading to your porch a rift of fallen paradise, a blue so full of fragrance that the birds that built among the lilacs thought that God was there, and of God's goodness they would sing and sing, till every throat seemed bursting with its song. Note on wild note, diviner than each, and waiting by the gate that reached the lane, for you who gave sweet eloquence to all, the afternoon, the lilacs, and the spring, my heart was singing, and it sang of you. 2 glowworms are the jewels in her ears, and underneath her chin a diamond like a firefly. There is no starlight in the sky when Gwendolen stands in the maze of woodbine near the portico, for all the stars are in her gaze, the night and stars I know. A clinging dream of mist the lawn she wears, and like a bit of dawn, her fan with one red jewel pinned, among the boughs there breathes no wind, when Gwendolen comes down the path of lilacs from the portico, for all the breeze her coming hath, the beam and breeze I know. 2 locust blooms her hands, and slips of eglantine her cheeks and lips, her hair a hyacinth of gloom. The balmy buds give no perfume when Gwendolen draws near to me, the gate beyond the portico, for all aroma sweet is she, all fragrance that I know. Life, love, and faith are in her face, and in her presence all their grace, and my religion is a word, a wish of hers, no mockingbird. When Gwendolen laughs near, dare float one bubble from the portico, for all of song is in her throat, all music that I know. 4. The mockingbird, and then weird fancy filled my soul with vision, and I saw a song pursue a bird that was no bird, a voice concealed in dim expressions of the spring, who sits among the forests and the fields, with dark blue eyes smiling to life the flowers where we strolled happy as the April hills. A sunbeam all the day that fell upon the fountain, like laughter gurgling in the dell, below the mountain drank with its sparkle, one by one, the water words that, in the sun, made melody the sun rays tell, that never yet was done. A moon ray that had gone astray, mid wildwood alleys, where echo haunts the forest way, among the valleys, the livelong night upon the rocks, slept, hid among girl echo's locks, and stole her voice, the moonbeams say, that mocks and only mocks. A shadow that had made its seat amid the roses and thorns, the bitter and the sweet, that life discloses, mixed with the rose balm and the dew, and crimson thorns that pierced it through, until its soul, the shades repeat, was portion of them too. A fairy found the beam of gold, and ray of glitter, the shadow whose dim soul did hold both sweet and bitter, and made a bird that haunts the morn, and night that flits from flower to thorn, a voice of laughter, it is told, love, mockery, and scorn. 5. Among the white haw blossoms where the creek droned under drifts of dogwood and of haw, the redbird, like a crimson blossom blown against the snow-white bosom of the spring, the chaste confusion of her lawny breast, sang on prophetic of serener days, as confident as June's completer hours, and I stood listening like a hind who hears a wood-nymph breathing in a forest flute, among grey beech trees of myth-haunted ways. And when it ceased, the memory of the air blew like a syrinx in my brain. I made a lyric of the notes that men might know. He flies with flirt and fluting, as flies a falling star, from flaming starbeds, shooting, shooting, from where the roses are. Wings past and sings, and 7 notes, sweet as fragrance is, that turn to sylphs in heaven, float round him full of bliss. He sings, each burning feather thrills throbbing at his throat, a song of glowworm weather and of a firefly boat, of elfland and a princess, who, born of a perfume, his music lulls where winces that rose's cradled bloom. No bird is half so airy, no bird of dusk or dawn, O masking king of fairy, O red-crowned Oberon. 6. Alas, the nightingale I never heard, yet I, remembering how your voice would thrill me with exalted expectation, felt the passion-throated nightingale would win into my soul in some wild way like this, with reminiscences of dusks long dead, presentiments of nights that mate the flowers, and the prompt stars, and marry them with song of such love whispered me when deep in dreams. I made my nightingale. It is a voice heard in the April of our year of love. Between the stars and roses there lies a path no man may see, where every breeze that blows is a wandering melody, down which each bright star gazes upon each rose that raises its face up lovingly, as if with prayers and praises. The star and rose are wiser than all but love beneath the skies. No hoard of any miser is rich as these are wise. No bee may reach or rifle, no mist may cloud or stifle their love that never dies, that knows nor trick nor trifle. There is a bird that carries love messages and comes and goes between each star that tarries and every rose that blows. A bird that cannot tire, whose throat's a throbbing lyre, whose song is now a rose and now a starry fire. 7. O Maytime woods, O Maytime lanes and hours, and stars that knew how often there at night, beside the path where woodbine odors blew, between the drowsy eyelids of the dusk, when like a great white pearly moth the moon, hung, silvering long windows of your room. I stood among the shrubs. The dark house slept. I watched and waited for, I know not what, some tremor of your gown, of velvet leaves, unfolding to caresses of the spring, a rustle of your footsteps, or the dew that softly rolled a syllable of love in sweet avowal from a rose's lips, of odorous scarlet, or the whispered word of something lovelier than new leaf or rose, the word young lips half murmur in a dream. Serene with sleep, light visions load her eyes, and underneath her window blooms a quince. The night is a sultana who doth rise in slippered caution to admit a prince, Love, who her eunuchs and her lord defies. Are these her dreams? Or is it that the breeze pelts me with petals of the quince and lifts the balm of Gilead buds and seems to squeeze aroma on aroma through sweet rifts of Eden dripping from the rainy trees? Along the path the buckeye trees begin to heap their hills of blossoms. Oh, that they were Romeo ladders whereby I might win her chamber's sanctity, where love must pray and guard her soul, so stainless of all sin. There might I see the balsam scent erase its sweet intrusion, and the starry night conclude majestic pomp, the virgin grace of every bud abashed before the white, pure passion flower of her sleeping face. 8. And once in early May a sparrow sang among the garden bushes, and you asked if the suave song stayed knocking at my heart. I smiled some answer, and behold, that night found that my heart had locked this fancy in. Rain, rain, and a ribbon of song uncurled where the blossoms are sprinkled. The song sparrow sings, and I long for the silver-sweet throat that has tinkled, to sing in the bloom and the rain, sing again and again and again under my window pane. Rain, rain, and the trickling tips of the million pink blooms of the quinces, and I hear the song rill from the lips, the lute-haunted lips of my princess. Oh, love, in the rain and the bloom, sing again in the pelting perfume, sweetheart, under my room. Rain, rain, and the dripping of drops from cups of the blossoms they load, or tilt over with the tipsiest tops, and eyes as of sunbeam and odor, there under the bloom-blowing tree, a face like a flower to see. Love is looking at me. 9. Once in the village I had heard a song, a melody which I wrote down for you, and which you sang, but there among your hills the dawns and sunsets and the Sirius stars made trite its thought and words that seemed as stale as musty parlors of the commonplace. I changed its words, and here and there its thought, but though you praised, you never sang it more, and so I knew, like some poor poet, it had fallen on disfavor, God knows why, with its high patron. Thus its meter ran, look, happy eyes, and let me know. The timid flower her love hath cherished fades not before the fruit shall show. Seen in the clear truth of your glow, where naught of love hath perished. Lift, happy lips, and let me take the sacred secret of her spirit to mine in kisses that shall make mute marriage of our souls and wake the heart's sweet silence near it. 10. And so I wrote another filled with birds, deliberate twilight, and eve's punctual star, and made the music of that song obey the meter of my own and melody, only to hear that you love me, only to feel it is true. Stars and the gloaming above me, I in the gloaming with you, staining through violet fire a sunset of poppy and gold, red as a heart with desire, rich with a secret untold. Deep where the shadows are doubled, deep where the blossoms are long, listen, deep love in the bubbled breath of a mockingbird's song, you who have made them the dearer, drawing them near from afar, stars and the heaven the nearer, sweet through the joy that you are. 11. Confronted with the certainty that I had no approval for my love from you, no visible sign but my own prompting hopes, conforming with my heart's one wild desire, who had not dreaded disappointment there, the shadow of a heart's unformed denial, that should take form and soon confirm the doubt that would content itself with this. If I might hold her by the hand, her hands so full of soothing peace, her heart would hear and understand my heart's demand, and all her idling cease. If she would let my eyes look in, her eyes whose deeps are full of truth, her soul might see how mine would win, her without sin in all her happy youth. If I might kiss her mouth and lead the kiss up to her eyes and hair, there is no prayer that so could plead and find sure heed my love's divine despair. 12. And uninstructed smiled and wrote despair, enamored yet fearful of the shade that should some day come stealing through my silent door to sit unbidden through the lonely hours. I cast the shutter off, and in the fields found hope again, and beauty born of dreams. For it was summer, and all living things, the common flowers and the birds and bees, became interpreters of love for me. Say that he cannot tell her how he loves her. Words for such adoration often fail, when but a bow of ribbon, glove that gloves her, clothes her fair femininity in mail. So many ways and wisdoms to express what to the language of devotion is denied, ambassadors to make the maiden guess what before her heart's high fortress long has sighed. A bird to sing his secret she'll perpend him, a bee to bid her soul to hear and see, a blossom like a sweet appeal to bend him before her there upon a worshipping knee. 13. So was my love confessed to you. I thought you loved me as love led me to believe, and so, no matter where I, dreaming, went, among the hills, the woods, and quiet fields, all had a poetry so intimate, so happy, and so ready that, for me, 'twas but to stoop and gather as I went, as one goes reaching roses in the June, 3 withered wild ones that I gathered then, I send you now. Their scent and bloom are dust. 1. What wildflower shows perfection, such as thy face no blemish mars? I leave to the selection of all the wildflower stars, to every wildwood bloom that blows, wild phlox, wild daisy, and wild rose. What cascade hath suspicion of the marvel that thy whiteness is? I leave to the decision of each proclaiming breeze, to winds that kiss the buds awake and roll the ripple on the lake. What bird can sing the naming of all the music that thou art? I leave to the proclaiming of that within my heart, wherein the whole day long sits adoration wrapped in song. 2. What witch then hast thou met, who wrought this amulet, this charm that makes each look, love, of thine a rose, thy face an open book, love, where beauty gleams and glows, and thought to music set? What fairy of the wood, to whom thou once wast good, gave thee this gift? Thy words, love, should be pure gold, and all thy songs as birds, love, sweet as the maize of old, with youth and love imbued. What elfin of the glade this white enchantment made, that filled thee with the essence of all the Junes, that made thy soul, thy presence, like to the moons, above a far cascade? What wizard of the cave hath made my heart thy slave, that dreams of thee when sleeping, and when awake, my anxious spirit keeping, 'neath spells I cannot break, sweet spells whence naught can save? 3. Dear, though given conclusion to, songs no memory surrenders, still their music breathe in you, silence meditation renders, audible with notes it knew. Sweet when all the flowers are dead, perfumes that the heart remembers, made of them a marriage bed, shall not fail me in December's gloom, but from your face be shed. Dear, when night denies a star, darkness will not suffer, seeing song and fragrance are not far, starlight of the summer being in the loveliness you are. 14. Revealing distant vistas where I thought I saw your love stand, as mid lily blooms, long angel goblets molded out of stars, pouring aroma at your feet, and life took fire with thoughts your soul must help you read. A song and songs, who does not know, reveal no music but is thine. Thou singest, and the waters flow, the breezes blow, the sunbeams shine, and all the earth grows young, divine. Low laughter, and I look away. Whate'er the time of year, I dream I walk beneath sweet skies of May, on ways where play both gloom and gleam, and hear a bird and forest stream. A thought, and straight it seems to me, however dark, the stars arise, and rain down memories of thee. As it may be, from paradise one feels an angel lover's eyes. 15. But it is well to tell you what I felt when I beheld no change beyond the moods that gloomed or glistened in your raven eyes, when I sat singing 'neath one steadfast star of morning, with no phantoms of strange fears to slay the look or word that helped me sing, when song came easier than come buds in spring, that make the barren boughs one pomp of pearls. Oh, let the happy day go past, and let the night be short or long, when life and love are one at last, and hearts are full of song. 'Tis sweet midsummer of the dream, and all the dreams thou hast are truer than they seem. And once I dreamt in autumn of death with cadaverous eyes that gazed from out of a shadow. It was love whose deathless eyes were raised from the deep darkness that unrolled wild splendor, and amazed thy soul I did behold. And then it seemed that someone said, the dead are nearer than dost know, and when they tell thee love is dead, although it seems 'tis so, still shalt thou feel in every beat and heart-throb of thy woe, love breathing bitter-sweet. 16. One evening when I came to talk with you, impatience hurt me in your brief replies, and I, who had refused because we dread approaching horror of our lives made maimed, the inevitable, could not help but see some change in you towards me. That night I dreamed I wandered mid old ruins where the snake and scorpion crawled in poison-spotted heat, plague-bloated bulks of hideous vine and root, wrapped fallen fanes and bristling cacti bloomed, blood-red and death-white, on forgotten tombs. And from my soul went forth a bitter cry that pierced the silence that was packed with death and pale presentiment. And so I went, a white flame beckoning before my face, and in my ears sounds of primordial seas that boasted pre-Adamic gods and men, a flame before me, and, beyond, a voice. But lo, the white flame, when I reached for it, became thin ashes, like a dead man's dust, and when I thought I should behold the sea, stagnation turned to filth, and rottenness rolled out a swamp. The voice became a stench. If we should pray together now, for sunshine and for rain, and thou shouldst get fair weather now, and I the clouds again, would ray and rain keep single, or for the rainbow mingle? Dear, if this should be made to me, that I had asked for light, and God had given shade to me, and all to thee that's bright, wouldst thou go by with scorning, refusing darkness morning? If all my life were winter, love, and all thy life were spring, and mine with frost should splinter, love, while thine with birds should sing, wouldst thou walk past and glitter, forgetful mine is bitter? 17. Still on the anguish of a dying hope, an infant hope was nourished, all in vain. For at the last, although we parted friends, the friendship lay like sickness on my soul, that saw all gladness perish from the world, with loss of thee, and, mid the future years, love building high a sepulchre for hope. Oh, could you learn forgetfulness, and teach my heart how to forget, and I unlearn all fretfulness, and teach your soul that still will fret, the mornings of the world would burn before us, and we would not turn, for we would not regret. Did you but know what sorrow keeps, that drives the joy of life away, and I what each tomorrow keeps for us until it is today? No grief or change would then surprise our lives with what our lives were wise, and nothing could betray. If you could be interior to my dreams that are all love's desire, and I could be superior to myself, and such in you inspire, long stairways would the years unroll, to lift us upward, soul to soul, to what celestial fire? 18. There came no words of comfort from your lips, not that I asked for pity, that had been as fire unto the scalded, or dry bread unto the famished fallen mid the sands. But all your actions said that I was wrong, but how, I know not, and have ceased to care. Still standing like one stricken blind at noon, who gropes and fumbles, feeling all grow strange, that once was so familiar, cursing God, who locks him in with darkness and despair. Your judgment had been juster had it had a lesser love than mine to judge. O love, where lay the justice of thy judge in this? If thou hadst praised thy God as long as thou hast praised a woman's eyes, perhaps thou hadst not suffered wrong, as now, and sat with sighs. But through thy prayer and praise made strong, perhaps thou hadst grown wise. If thou hadst bade thy God be more than I, thy life had not been sad, his love to thee had not been poor as mine, but thou wast mad, and camest a beggar to my door, and had more than I had. If thou hadst taught me how to love, nor played with love as monarchs play, my heart had learned right soon enough from thine love's lowlier way. But all thy love stood far above, nor touched my soul to sway. 19. Thus did you write me, or in words like these, when all was over and your heart was led, through pity, haply, thus to justify yourself that needed not to justify, since all your reason lay in 4 small words, enough to wreck my world and all my life. You did not love. What more is there to tell? Yet haply it was this: one soul that still demanded more than it could well return, and searching inward, yet could never pierce beyond its superficiality. You did not know, yet I had felt in me the rich fulfillment of a rare accord, and could not, though the longing lay like song and music on me, win your soul's response. Were it well, lifting me, eyes that give heed, down in your soul to see thought, the affinity of act and deed, knowing what naught may tell of heart and soul, yet were the knowledge whole, and were it well? Were it well, giving true love all enough, still to discover new depths of true love for you, infinite love, feeling what naught may tell of heart and soul, yet were the knowledge whole, and were it well? 20. What else but laboring for some good to lift ourselves above the despotism of self, all egoism strangling strength and hope, to work and work, and, in the love of work, which takes the place in some of love's real self, to quench the flame that eats into the heart? Art, our intensest and our truest love, immaculateness that has never led one of her lovers wrong, his love all soul. I followed beauty and my ardor prayed, your memory would, feature and form and face, be blotted out within me, rise no more, to mar the labor that I owed to art. I prayed, yea, to forget you. You I loved. I prayed, and see how heaven answered me. I have no song to tell thee, the love that I would sing, the song that should enspell thee with words and so compel thee, that thou with love must wing into my life tomorrow, for all my songs are sorrow. My strength is not a giant, to hold thee with strong hands, to make thee less defiant, thy spirit more compliant with all my love demands. Alas, my love is meekness, and all my strength is weakness. What hope have I to hover, when wings refuse to rise, within thy heart's close cover, and there to play the lover, concealed from mortal eyes? What hope to give me boldness, when all thy looks are coldness? 21. I prayed, and for a time felt strong as strength, and held both hands out to the loveliness that lured in the ideal, and I felt compelling power upon me that would lift my face to heaven, now to see the stars, now bend it back to earth to see the flowers. I learned long lessons twixt a look and a look. Breezes and linden blooms, sunshine and showers, rain that the May perfumes, cupped in the flowers, clouds and the leaves that patter, raindrops that glint and glare, or be they gems that scatter, sapphires the sylphids shake, when their loose fillets break out of their radiant hair. Now is my heart a lute, now doth it pinion song in love's swift pursuit, in thought's dominion, dreaming of all thou meanest, thou with uneager eyes, nature, of worlds thou queenest, whither thy mother hand draws us from land to land, far from the worldly wise. 22. Thus would I scatter grain around my life, gold grain of song, to lure them down to me, cloud-colored doves of peace, to fill my soul, and find them turn to ravens while they flew, black ravens of despair that would not out, the old, dull, helpless aching at the heart, as if some scar had turned a wound again, while idle grief stared at the brutal past, which held a loss that made the past more rich than all earth's arts, that marveled how it came such puny folly should usurp love's high, proud pedestal of life that held your form, in Parian sculptured by the hands of thought. And oft I shook myself for nightmares weighed each sense, and seemed to wake, yet evermore beheld a death's head grinning at my eyes. So when the opening of the door doth thrill my soul with sudden knowledge death is come, let me forget you or remember still. It will not matter then that life went ill, when death bends to me and my lips are dumb. Then I shall not remember, and shall leave no memory behind me, and no trace of aught my life accomplished. Let none grieve. There is no heart my passing will bereave, and there are thousands who can fill my place. Who knocks? The night camps on each hill and heath, and round my door are minions of the night, and like a weapon riven from its sheath, the wind sweeps and the tempest grinds its teeth around me and my wild hand-hollowed light. Who knocks? The door is open, and I see the darkness threatening with distorted fists of cloudy terror, courage on her knee. Shine far, O candle, for it so may be love is bewildered in the night and mists. No wandering wisp art thou that haunts the rain, with pallid flicker fading as it flies. The door is open. Will he knock again? The door is open. Shall it be in vain? Come in, delay not, thou whose ways are wise. Who knocked has entered. Let the darkness pass. The door be closed. Now morning lights shall thrust it open, and the sunlight shine and mass its splendor here, where once but darkness was, and in its rays motes and a little dust. 23. And I had read to the bitter end, half hearing lone surmises of the rain and trouble of the wind. At last I rose and went to Gwendolen. She did not know. The kiss I gave her had a shudder in it, nor how the form of Julian rose between me and her lips, a bloodstain o'er his heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Idol of the Standing Stone by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Winnifred Assmann. 1. She knows its windings and its crooks, the wildflowers of its lovely woods, the crowsfoot's golden sisterhoods that crowd its sunny nooks, the iris whose blue blossoms seem Mab's bonnets, and, each leaf agleam, the Trillium's fairy books. He knows its shallows and its pools, its stair-like beds of rock that go, foaming with waterfall and flow, where dart the minnow schools, its grassy banks that herons haunt, or where the woodcock call, and gaunt the mushrooms lift their stools. She seeks the columbine and phlox, the bluebell where the bushes fill the old stones of the ruined mill. She wades among the rocks. Her feet are rose pearl in the stream. Her eyes are bluet blue, a beam lies on her nut-brown locks. He comes with fishing reel and line to angle in the darker deeps, where the reflected forest sleeps, of sycamore and pine. And now and then a shadow swoops, above him of a hawk that stoops from skies as clear as wine. And will he see, if they should meet, that she is fairer than each flower her apron fills, and in that hour feel life less incomplete? He stops below, she walks above, the brook floats down as white as love, one blossom to his feet. And she, should she behold the tan of manly face and honest eyes, would all her soul idealize him, make him more than man. She dropped one blossom when she heard soft whistling, was it man or bird, whose notes so sweetly ran? They knew before they came to meet, for some divulging influence had touched them through the starry lens God holds to bring in beat two hearts, her heart one haunting wish, and his, forgetful of the fish, her flower at his feet. 2. The sassafras twigs had just lit up the yellow stars of their fragrant candles, and the dogwood brimmed each blossom cup with spring to its brown-tipped handles, when down the orchard, mid apple blooms, say ho, the hum of the honey-bee, a glimpse of spring in the sprinkled glooms, or only a girl with the warm perfumes blown round her breezily? The maple, as red as the delicate flush of an afterglow, was airy crimson, and the haw-tree, white in the wing-whipped hush, gleamed cool as a cloud that the moonlight dims on, and under the oak, whose branches strung, say hey, the rap of the sapsucker. Grey buds in tassels that sweetly swung, they stood and listened, a bird that sung, as glad as the heart in her. Yellow the bloom of the rattle-weed, and white the bloom of the plum and cherry, and red as a stain the red buds breed, and clover the colour of sherry. And a wren sings there in the orchard drift, and ho, the dew from the web that slips, and a thrush sings there in the woodland rift, where he to his face her face doth lift, her face with the willing lips. For a while they sat on the moss and grass, where the forest bloomed, a great wild garden. Then the beam from the hollow it seemed to pass, and the ray on the hills to harden. When she rose to go, and his joy fell flat, and hey, the wasp in the paw-paw bell, as she waved her hand, why it seemed at that 'twas spring's own self he was gazing at, and the life of his life as well. 3. The teasel and the horse-mint spread the hillsides as with sunset sown, blooming along the standing stone that ripples in its rocky bed. There are no treasuries that hold gold yellower than the marigold that crowns its mouth and head. 'Tis harvest time, a mower stands among the morning wheat and whets his scythe, and for a space forgets the labour of the ripening lands. Then bends, and through the dewy grain his long scythe hisses, and again he swings it in his hands. And she beholds him where he mows on acres whence the water sends faint music of reflecting bends and falls that interblend with flows. She stands among the old bee gums, where all the apiary hums like some sweet bramble rose. She hears him whistling as he leans, and reaping sweeps the ripe wheat by. She sighs and smiles and knows not why. These are but simple country scenes. He whets his scythe again, and sees her smiling near the hives of bees, beneath the flowering beans. The peacock purple lizard creeps along the rail, and deep the drone of insects makes the country lone with summer where the water sleeps. She hears him singing as he swings his scythe. He thinks of other things, not toil, and singing reaps. 4. Into the woods they went again, over the wind-blown oats, out of the acres of golden grain, in where the light was a violet stain, in where the lilies' throats were brimmed with the summer rain. Hung on a bough a reaper's hook, over the wind-blown oats, a girl's glad laugh and a girl's glad look, and the hush and ripple of tree and brook, and a wild bird's silvery notes, and a kiss that a strong man took. Out of the woods the lovers went, over the wind-waved wheat, she with a face where love was blent, like to an open testament, he from his head to feet dazed with his hope that was eloquent. Here how oft had they come to tryst, over the wind-waved wheat. Here how oft had they laughed and kissed, talked and tarried where no one wist, here where the woods are sweet, dim and deep as a dewy mist. 5. Her pearls are blossoms of the vale, her only diamonds are the dews. Such jewels never can grow stale, nor any value lose. Among the millet beards she stands, the languid wind lolls everywhere. There are wild roses in her hands, one wild rose in her hair. Tomorrow, where the shade is warm, among the unmown wheat she'll stop, and from one daisy-loaded arm one ox-eyed daisy drop. She'll meet his brown eyes, true and brave, with blue eyes, false yet dreamy sweet. He is her lover and her slave, who mows among the wheat. When buds broke on the apple trees, she wore an apple-blossom dress, and laughed with him across the leaves, and love was all a guess. When goose-plums ripened in the rain, plum-coloured was her gown of red. He kissed her in the wheat-road lane, she was his life, he said. When apples thumped the droughty land, a russet colour was her gown. Another came, and won her hand? Nay, carried off to town. When grapes hung purple in the hot, none missed her and her simple dress, save one whom haply she forgot, who loved her none the less. When snow made white each harvest sheaf, he sought her out amid her show, her rubies redder than the leaf that autumn forests sow. Not one regret her shame reveals, she smiles at him, then puts him by. He pleads, and she merely steals her heart and lives her lie. 6. And he returned when poppies strewed their golden blots o'er moss and leaf, blond little Esau's of the wood, so fair of face, of life so brief. Did he forget? Not he, in truth. No month, he thought, holds so much grace, no month of spring such grace and youth, as the sweet April of her face. In fall the frail Gerardia hung hints of sunset and of dawn, on root and rock, as if to draw her lips remind him of one gone, of one unworthy, in pursuit of butterflies who does not dream. A flower broken by her foot sweeps helpless with her down the stream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Some Summer Days by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. If you had seen her waiting there among the tiger lily blooms, that sowed their jewels everywhere among the woodland gleams and glooms, you had confessed her very fair, and sweeter than the wood's perfumes. A country girl with bare brown feet, she waits, while day slopes down the deeps. The afternoon is dead with heat, and all the weary shadow sleeps like toil, arm-pillowed in the wheat, beside the scythe with which he reaps. There is no sound more distant than the cowbell on the vine-hung hill, no nearer than the locust's span of noise that makes the silence shrill. And now there comes a sun-browned man through tiger lilies of the rill. Long will they talk, till in the end the clear west glows, the east grows pale, until the glow and pallor blend like moonlight on a shifting sail. And then he'll clasp her, she will bend her head, consenting. Day will fail. The west will flame, then fade away, through heavy orange, rose and red, and leave the heavens violet grey above a gypsy lily bed. Then they will go, and he will say such words to her as none has said. 1,000,000 stars the night will win above them, and one firefly pulse like a tangled starbeam in the cedar dark against the sky. Then he will lift her dimpled chin and take the kiss she'll not deny. And when the moon, like the great book of judgment, golden with the light of God, lies open o'er yon nook of darkest wood and wildest height, together they will cross the brook and reach the gate and kiss good night. And now he wipes his hand along the beaded fire of his brow hard toil has heated, and the strong face flushes fuller health as now he fills his hay-fork to the prong, and tossing it again doth bow. And now he rests and looks away across the sun-fierce hills and meads. No rolling cloud has cooled today. And from his face the brawny beads drip, and he marks the heaps of hay, the fields of corn, the fields of weeds. At last he sees the tempest build black battlements along the west, black breastworks that are thunder-filled, and bares his brow, and on his chest the sweat of toil is cooled, and stilled the pulse of toil within his breast. A strong wind brings the odorous death of far hay meadows, and the scent is good within his nostrils' breath. The mighty trees are bowed, that lent for no man, as when power saith, bow down, and stalwart men are bent. He laughs, long gazing as he goes along the elder-sweetened lane. He feels the storm wind as it blows across the sheaves of golden grain, and stops to pull one bramble rose and watch the swiftly coming rain. And there, mid locust trees, the farm dreams in a martin-haunted place. He marks the far-off streaks of storm that driven of the thunder race. He sees his child upon her arm, and in the door his wife's fair face. Below the sunset's range of rose, below the heavens bending blue, down woodways where the balsam blows, and milkweed tufts hang, grey of hue, a Jersey heifer stops and lows. The cows come home by one, by two. There is no star yet, but the smell of hay and pennyroyal mix with herb aromas of the dell, and the root-hidden cricket clicks. Among the iron weeds a bell clangs near the rail-fenced clover ricks. She waits upon the slope, beside the wind-lashed well and the plum trees' shade, the well curb that the golden plums hide. Her light hand on the bucket laid, unbonnet she waits, glad-eyed, her dress as simple as a braid. She sees fawn-coloured backs among the sumacs now, a tossing horn, a clashing bell of brass that rung. Long shadows lean upon the corn, and all the day dies scarlet-stung, the cloud in it a rosy thorn. Below the pleasant moon that tips the tree-tops of the hillside, fly the evening bats, the twilight slips some fireflies like spangles by. She meets him, and their happy lips touch, and one star leaps in the sky. He takes her bucket, and they speak of married hopes, while in the grass the plum lies glowing as her cheek. The patient cows look back or pass, and in the west one golden streak burns like a great cathedral glass. The skies are amber, blue, and green before the coming of the sun, and all the deep hills sleep, serene as if enchanted. Every one is ribbed with morning mists that lean on woods, through which vague whispers run. Birds wake, and on the vine-hung knobs above the brook a twittering confuses songs. One warbler robs another of its note. A wing beats by, and now a wild throat throbs triumphant. All the woodlands sing. The sun is up, the hills are heaped with instant splendor, and the vales, surprised with shimmers that are steeped in purple, where the thin mist trails. The waterfall, the rock it leaped, are burning gold that foams and fails. He drives his horses to the plough along the vineyard slopes, where bask dew-heavy grapes, half ripened now, in sunshot shafts of shade. No mask of joy he wears, his face and brow glow as he enters on his task. Before him, soaring through the mist, the grey hawk wildly wings and screams. Its dewy back gleams, sunbeam-kissed above the wood that drips and dreams. He guides the plough with one strong fist, the soil rolls back in levelled seams. Back to the right, the sassafras lifts leafy walls of spice that shade the blackberries, whose tendrils mass big berries in the coolness made, and drop their ripeness on the grass where trumpet flowers fall and fade. White on the left the fence and trees that mark the garden, and the smoke uncurling in the early breeze tells of the roof beneath the oak. He turns his steam, and turning, sees the damp dark soil his coulter broke. Bees hum, and o'er the berries poise lean-bodied wasps. Loud blackbirds turn following the plough. There is a noise of insect wings that buzz and burn, and now he hears his wife's low voice, the song she sings to help her churn. There are no clouds that drift around the moon's pearl-kindled crystal, white as some sky-summoned spirit wound in raiment lit with limbs of light, that have not softened like the sound of harps when heaven forgets to smite. The vales are deeper than the dark, and darker than the vales, the woods that shadowy hill and meadow mark with broad, blurred lines, where overbroods deep calm. And now a foxhound's bark upon the quietude intrudes. And though the night is never still, yet what we name its noises makes it silence. Now a whippoorwill, a frog, whose hoarser tremor breaks the hush, then insect sounds that fill the night, an owl that hoots and wakes. They lean against the gate that leads into the lane that lies between the yard and orchard. Flowers and weeds smell sweeter than the odors keen that day distills from hotness. Beads of dew make cool the grey and green. Their infant sleeps. They feel the peace of something done that God has blessed, still as the pulse that will not cease there in the cloud that lights the west, the peace of love that shall increase, while soul to soul still gives its best. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Epic of Thou Fuck by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Phoenix Quitse. 1. The wild brook gleams on the sand and ripples over the rocks of the river, brimming under the elms like a nymph who ripples, dips, and glimmers and shines in swimming under the limbs, and the ash trees lodging. Loops of the limpid waters lie, shaken of schools of the minnows, dodging the glancing wings of dragonfly. Lower, the loops are lines of laughter over the stones and the crystal gravel, a fuzzy gloom, like a face seen after mirth. where the waters slowly travel, shadowy slow, where the fog is shaken. Of the dropping bark of the sycamore, where the water snake, that the footsteps weaken, slides like a crooked root from shore. Peace of the forest and silence, dimmer than dreams, and none a wind that winnows the willow leaves, with their shadows slimmer in the shallow, there than a school of minnows, come of the creek, and a huge tree twisted, rained, and turned to a tree of pearl. A grey-eyed man who is farmer-fisted, and a dark-eyed, sinewy country girl. The brow of the man is gnarled and wrinkled with the weight of the words that have just been spoken, and the girl has smiled, and her eyes have twinkled. Though the bonds and the bands of the love lie broken, she smiles. No one knows how the days have knotted her to the heart of the man who says, "Let us follow the path that we think allotted. I will go my ways, and you your ways. And the man between us is your decision. Worse or better, he is your lover. Shall I say his words sings a sweet Elysian? Prize he wins where I discover only the heel of the luckiest chooser. Shall I see he's better than I, or more? Since he's winner and I am loser, his life's made rich and mine made poor. I tell you now, as I oft and ever have told, she answered, the laughter dying down in her eyes, that his arms have never held me. No, but you think me lying, and you are wrong, and I think it better to part forever than still to dwell with the sad distrust, like an evil tatter on our lives forever. And so farewell. And she turned away, and he watched her going, the girlish pride in her eyes a smolder. He saw her go, and his lips were glowing, fever that parched. And he stood, one shoulder slouched to the tree, and he saw her stooping there by the bank with a reckless foot, straighten and tear from her breast his drooping lilies and fasten the pleurisy root. With its orange fire he saw her passing on, and the blood beat, burning his brain to madness, and seemingly massing the weight of the world on his heart in yearning. Butterflies swarmed in the moist sand alleys, a fairy fleet of Ionian seals. They seemed with their wings, or of pirate galleys, maroon and yellow for elfland hills. He watched her going, and harder, thicker the pulse of his breast and his heart's hard throbbing. How should he know that her heart was sicker? How should he know that her soul was sobbing? She never looked back, and he saw her vanish in whirls of startled butterflies. like a storm of flowers, and he could not banish the thought he had lost his all through lies. 2. He heard the cocks crow out the lonely hours. How long the night, how far away the dawn. It seemed long months since he had seen the flowers, the leaves, the sunlight, and the beehived lawn, had heard the thrush flute in the tangled showers. His burning eyes ached, staring at the black stolidity of midnight. Would God sing no cool relief unto his mind? A rack of inquisition, tortures to unbend, that stretched him forward and none strained him back. Incomprehensible and undivulged, the thought that took him back retraced their walks through woods on which the southern perfume spouted, the bird songs and the brilliant blossomed stalks, and all the freedom which their talk indulged. Oh, strong appeal! And he would almost yield. When firmly forward he could feel her foot oppose the air of a rock-like shoot, and to resisting phalanxes cry hot, and a low, bright cohorts broken on the field. Oh, march of morning, to the despot night, come down on minted gold, and let the day walk free from dungeons of the dark. Delight herself on mountains of the violet ray, clad in white maidenhood and morning white. A melancholy coast, plunged deep in dream, and death and silence stretched the drowsy duck, wherein he heard a round-eyed screech owl scream in lamentation, and a watchdog bark, vague as oblivion, lost in night's deep stream. And then who moved him to divide the blinds, to see if those bright sparkles were stars? All but his feverish eyelids, which the mind's commotion weighed, no hinge of morning bars, with glimmer heaven's swart tapestry he finds. So he remained, impatient, till the first exploring crevices of Aztec morn, dim cracks of treasure, El Dorado's burst. Then could he face his cowardice and scorn, his jealousy that thus his life had cursed. Love knew no barriers now, and where he went each woodland path was musical with birds. Each flower was richer, more divine of scent, for love sought love with such expressive words. That dawn's delivery was less eloquent. 3. Who is it hunts with his dog? There where the herons flying, grey through the feathering fog, over the fog where is lying, bridge like a butternut log. There where the horse mint is drying. Who is it hunts in the brush, under the limes and the beeches? Here where the waterfalls rush, dark, where the noon never reaches. Here where the fog is one crush, a flag with a bloom like the peaches. He is handsome and supple and tall, blonde-haired and vigorous-chested, blue-eyed as a bud by the fall. Where he listens, his rifle half rested, half leaned on the crumbling stone wall. whose briars he lately has breasted. He waits, and the sun on the dew of the cedars and the leaves of the bushes strikes glittering frostiness through. If a covey of partridges flushes, what good will a Winchester do, or the dog to his feet that he crushes? Then a man breaks strong through the weeds, where the bark bushes toss and the spires of the white-blossomed cohosh, made wreaths, wild carrots, and trembling briars. It is he to his loved one who speeds, and the man in the bushes he fires. From leaves of the wind-shaken wood, the dew of the dawn is still falling. He is gone from the place where he stood. Just there, where the black crow is calling, there is blood on the weeds. Is it blood on the face of the man who is crawling? Red blood or smudge of the dawn. Now he lies with his grey eyes wide, staring, stiff, still at the sun. He has drawn his limbs in a heap, and the fearing bee martins lie near or pass on, not one of them knowing or caring. It is noon, and the wood dove is deep in the calm of its cooing, and cover the tops of the forest trees sweep the shadows of buzzards that hover. Wide winged they sail on as asleep, and the bob white is whistling from cover. It is dusk, and the heat that made wilt the leaves and the wild flowers' faces gives place to the dewdrops that tilt. With coolness the weeds where are traces of horror and darkness and guilt, that nothing can wash from those places. It is night, and the hood owlet mocks the dove of the day with wild weeping. The fog is scarce heard on its rocks, where the man is so quietly sleeping. Through the woods snaps the bark of a fox. The lightning is fitfully leaping. 4. All day, twixt hope and fear, she waited at the gate, looking for him, more dear, none that he made her wait. Day went and night draws near. Stormy it grows and late. Still she waits. Great limbs, the winds rain from the ridge. Each swollen shallow swims, head deep below the bridge. The drift that breaks and brims swells lighter than the mage. The night grows widely grey, with lightning-laden rain. The forests sound and sway. An oak is ranged in twain. The thunder roars away like some vast bulge and chain. The fog is whirling wreck, a field and farm and wood, and many a foaming fleck drives where the rock thing stood. A torrent sweeps, break-neck, above the washed-out blood. Night deepens, still she waits, expectant in despair. The fog has reached the gates, the woods wreck everywhere. But when the storm abates, she thinks he will be there. She sees the lightning rush its blazing hills above. She hears the thunder crash, heaven as if earthquake clove, loud in the tempest's hush. She calls with all her love. He comes. She feels and stands the rushing waters over her feet, and on her hand, and hear the wild downpour. The lightnings are wild brand to light him to her door. Night deepens, but she knows God will not fail to send her love to soothe her woes. And when these errors mend, the wild stream foams and flows, booming in fall and bend. Again, the lightnings light the night like some wild torch. The waters foam and fight, and one uprooted larch sweeps down, with something white wedged in it by her porch. She stoops, the lurid rain beats on her back and head. He had come again, with livid lips once red, a bullet in his brain. The night hath brought him dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Any Yellow by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonali. It is not early spring, and yet of bloodrot blooms along the stream, and blotted banks of violet my heart will dream. Is it because the windflower apes the beauty that was once her brow, that the white thought of it still shapes the April now? Because the wild rose learned its blush from her fresh cheeks of maidenhood, that thought makes June of barren brush and empty wood. And then I think how young she died. Straight, barren death stalks down the trees, the hard-eyed hours by his side that kill and freeze. When orchids are in bloom again, my heart will pound, my blood will beat, to hear the redbirds so repeat, on boughs of rosy stain, his blithe, loud song like some far strain, from out the past, among the bloom, where bee and wasp and hornet boom, fresh, redolent with rain. When orchids are in bloom once more, invasions of lost dreams will draw my feet like some insistent law through blossoms to her door. In dreams I will ask her, as before, to let me help her at the well, and fill her pail, and long to tell my love as once of yore. I shall not speak until we quit the farm gate leading to the lane, and orchard all in bloom again, mid which the wood doves sit, and coo, and through whose blossoms flit the catbirds crying while they fly. Then tenderly I'll speak and try to tell her all of it. And in my dream again she will place her hand in mine as oft before, when orchids are in bloom once more, with all her old-time grace. and we will tarry till a trace of sunset dyes the heavens, and then we will part, and, parting, I again will bend and kiss her face. And homeward, dreaming, I will go along the cricket chirring ways, while sunset, like one crimson blaze of blossoms, lingers low. And my lost youth again I will know, and all her love when spring is here. Hers, hers, now dead this many a year, whose love still haunts me so. I would not die when springtime lifts the white world to her maiden mouth, and heaps its cradle with gay gifts, breeze blown from out the singing south, too full of life and loves that cling, too heedless of all mortal woe, the young, unsympathetic spring, that death should never know. I would not die when summer shakes her daisied locks below her hips, and, naked as a star that takes a cloud into the silence slips. Too rich is summer, poor in needs, wrapped in her own warm loveliness. Her pomp goes by and never heeds if one be more or less. But I would die when autumn goes, the sad rain dripping from her hair, through forests where the wild wind blows, death and the red wreck everywhere. Sweet as love's last farewells and tears, 'twould be to die when heavens are grey, in the old autumn of my years, like a dead leaf borne far away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Deep in the Forest by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by honeybeesmeadow. Spring on the hills. Ah, shall I follow on the hills the spring as wild wings follow, where wild plum trees make wan the hills, crab-apple trees the hollow, haunts of the bee and swallow? In red bud breaks and flowery, acclivities of berry, in dogwood dingles showery with dew, where wrens make merry, or drifts of swarming cherry, in valleys of wild strawberries, and of the clumped May-apple, or cloud-like trees of hawberries, with which the south winds grapple, that brook and pathway dapple, with eyes of far forgetfulness, like some white wood-thing's daughter, whose feet are bee-like fretfulness, to see her run like water, through boughs that slipped or caught her. O spring to seek, yet find you not, to search and still continue, to glimpse, to touch, but bind you not, to lose and then to win you, all sweet evasion in you. In pearly, peach-blush distances, you gleam, the woods are braided, of myths, of dream existences, there, where the brook is shaded, some splendour surely faded. O presence like the primroses, once more I feel your power. In rainy scents of dim roses, I breathe you for an hour, elusive as a flower. The wood spirit. Ah me, I still remember how flushed before the shower the dusk was, like a scarlet rose, or blood-red poppy flower. Now heaven is starred, the moonlight lays blurs upon the grain. You may not know it from white frost, the moonlight on the rain. And all the forest utters a restless moan in rest, for all the deep dark shadow lies like iron on its breast. I mark the moveless shadow, I mark the unreaped corn, then something whispers overhead, "Come to me, mortal born." I sit alone and listen, the low leaves sound and sigh, the dew drips from the bearded grain, a mist slips from the sky. I hear her whisper, whisper, and breathe in some dim place. Her feet are easier than the dew, and than the mist her face. I may not clasp her ever, this spirit made for song, who dwelleth in the young, young oak, the old, old oaks among. Her limbs are moulded moonlight, her breasts are silver moons. She glimmers and she glitters where the purple shadow swoons. And since she knows I love her, she says my soul has died, and laughs and mocks me in the mist that haunts the forest side. When winds run mad in woodlands, and all the great boughs swing, I see her wild hair blow and blow, black as a raven's wing. When winds are tamed and tethered, and stars are keen as frost, I search and seek within the wood, there where my soul was lost. I seek her, and she flies me. I follow, and the whole dim woodland echoes with her voice, soft calling to my soul. Owl Roost. The slope is a mass of vines, if you walk in the daylight there. A gleam as of twilight shines through the vines massed everywhere. Each trunk that a creeper twines is a column strong to bear the dome of its leaves that wave, cathedral dim and grave. Black moss makes silent the feet, and above the foxgrape's lace, so thick that the noonday heat is chill as a murdered face, and the winds for miles repeat the fugue of a rolling bass. The deep leaves twinkle and turn, but over no flower or fern. An angular spider weaves great webs between the trees, webs that are witches' sieves, and honey and bumblebees go droning among the leaves. Like the fairies' oboes, at dark the owlets croon to the stars and the sickle moon. At dark I will not go there where the branches sigh, where naught but the glowworms glow, each one like a demon's eye, o'er which, like a battle bow, with an arrow that it lets fly, the new moon and one star hang and glimmer afar. At dawn, if my mood be dim, and the day be a cloudless one, there where the sad winds hymn, I'll walk, but its shade will shun, its shade where I feel the grim horror of something done, here in the years long past, that the place conceals to the last. Moss and fern, where rise the brakes of bramble there, wrapped with the trailing rose, through cane where waters ramble, there where deep the green cress grows, who knows? Perhaps, unseen of eyes of man, hides Pan. Perhaps the creek whose pebbles make a foothold for the mint may bear, where soft its trebles make, confession, some vague hint, the print goat-hoofed of one who lightly ran, of Pan. Where, in the hollow of the hills, ferns deepen to the knees, what sounds are those above the hills, and now among the trees? No breeze, the syrinx, haply, none may scan, of Pan. In woods where waters break upon the hush like some soft word, where sun-shot shadows shake upon the moss, who has not heard? No bird, the flute as breezy as a fan, of Pan. Far in, where mosses lay for us, still carpets cool and plush, where bloom and branch and ray for us swoon in the noonday flush, the hush may sound the satyr hoof a span, of Pan. In woods where thrushes sing to us, and brooks dance sparkling hills, where wild aromas cling to us, and all our worship kneels, who steals upon us haunch and face of tan, but Pan? Woodland waters, through leaves of the nodding trees, where blossoms sway in the breeze, pink bagpipes made for the bees, whose slogan is droning and drawling, where the columbine scatters its bells, and the wild bleeding heart it shells, o'er mosses and rocks of the dells. The brook of the forest is falling. You can hear it under the hill, when the wind in the wood is still, and, strokes of a fairy drill, sounds the bull of the yellow hammer. By the Solomon's seal it slips, cohosh and the grass that drips, like the words of an Undine's lips, is the sound of its falls that stammer. I lie in the woods, and the scent of the honeysuckle is blent with the sound, and a sultan's tent is my dream with the east enmeshed. A slave girl sings, and I hear the languor of lute strings near, and a dancing girl of Kashmir in the harem of good Ar-Rashid. From ripples of Iraq lace she flashes the amorous grace of her naked limbs and her face, while her golden anklets tinkle. Then over mosaic floors open seraglio doors of cedar, by twos, by fours, like stars that tremble and twinkle. while the dulcimers sing unseen, the handmaids come of the queen, 'neath silvern lamps one sheen of jewels of Afrite treasure, and I see the Arabia rise of the knights that were rich and wise, beautiful, dark in the eyes of Zubaydah, the queen of pleasure. The thorn tree. The night is sad with silver, and the day is glad with gold, and the woodland silence listens to a legend never old, of the lady of the fountain, whom the fairy people know, with her limbs of samite whiteness, and her hair of golden glow, whom the boyish south wind seeks for, and the girlish stepping rain, whom the sleepy leaves still whisper men shall never see again. She whose Vivian charms were mistress of the magic Merlin knew, that could change the dew to glowworms, and the glowworms into dew. There's a thorn tree in the forest, and the fairies know the tree, with its branches gnarled and wrinkled as a face with sorcery, but the Maytime brings it clusters of a rainy fragrant white, like the bloom-bright brows of beauty, or a hand of lifted light. And all day the silence whispers to the sunray of the morn, how the bloom is lovely Vivian, and how Merlin is the thorn, how she won the doting wizard with her naked loveliness, till he told her demon secrets that but made his magic less, how she charmed him and enchanted in the thorn tree's thorns to lie, for ever with his passion that should never dim or die, and with wicked laughter looking on this thing that she had done, like a visible aroma lingered sparkling in the sun, how she stooped to kiss the pathos of an elf lock of his beard, all in mockery at parting, and mock pity of his weird. But her magic had forgotten that, who bends to give a kiss, will bring down the curse upon them of the person whose it is. So the silence tells the secret, and at night the fairies see how the tossing bloom is Vivian, who is struggling to be free, in the thorny arms of Merlin, who forever is the tree. The Hamadryad. She stood among the longest ferns, the valley held, and in her hand one blossom like the light that burns, vermilion o'er a sunset land, and round her hair a twisted band of pink-pierced mountain laurel blooms, and darker than dark pools that stand below the star-communing glooms, her eyes beneath her hair's perfumes. I saw the moon-pearl sandals on her flower-white feet that seemed too chaste to tread pure gold, and, like the dawn, on splendid peaks that lord a waste of solitude lost gods have graced. Her face, she stood there, faultless-hipped, bound with a cestused silver, chased with acorn cup and crown, and tipped with oak leaves, whence her chiton slipped. Limbs that the gods call loveliness, the grace and glory of all Greece, wrought in one marble form were less than her perfection. Mid the trees I saw her, and time seemed to cease for me, and lo, I lived my old Greek life again of classic ease, barbarian as the myths that rolled me back into the age of gold. Wreckage. Love and the drift of many dreams, under the moon of a Florida night, over the beach with its silvery seams, white as a sail is white. Love that entered into two lives, out of the dreams that the nights have borne, over the waves where the vapour drives, mists that the stars have torn. Love that welded two hearts and hands, there by the sea, 'neath the shell-white moon, like to the stars and the mists and the sands, setting two lives in tune. Nights of love that one still keeps, sacred, nights that the faith of one heartened there in the treacherous deeps, under a tropic sun. Parting he said to her, "Let us be true to them, all of our dreams, of the night, of the morning. What is our present, its hope, but a clue to them? What is our past but a dream and a warning? Have you considered the life that regretfully foldeth weak arms to the fate it might master? Had I been true to my dreams, never fretfully halted, my future and joy had been faster." They had come down to the ocean that, bellowing, boiled on the sand and the shells that were broken. All of the summer was fading and yellowing. Now they must part, and their vows had been spoken. It had befallen that heaven was lowering. Over the sea, like the wraith of a wrecker, clamoured the gull, and the mist in the showering East seemed the ghost of a lofty three-decker. Infinite foam, and the boom of the hollowing, breakers that buried the rocks to their shoulders. Battle and boast of the deep in the wallowing, world of the waves where the red sunset smoulders. Long was the leap of the foam on the thunderous beach, and each end of the beach was a flying fog of the spray, and she said, "Let it sunder us. Still we will love, for love is undying." Yet, if it comes to the thing he has said to her, wreckage and death, the love she has given, turned into sorrow, oh, that was a dread to her. He, like a weed, by the waters far driven, weeping, her bosom with shudders was shaken as she for a moment hard clung to her sailor, kissed him and parted. His boat had been taken, as, paler it grew, the woman grew paler. All day the rain drove, falling, upon the sombre sea. All day, his wet sail hauling, the sailor tacked a lee. And through the wild rain calling, what was it? Was it he? At dusk the gull clanged, drifting, above the boiling brine, and, through the wan west sifting, streamed one red sunset line, and in its wild light shifting, his far sail seemed to shine. All night the wind wailed, sighing, along the wreck-strewn coast. All night the surf, defying, rolled thunder in and boast. All night she heard a crying, the sea, or some lost ghost. The balm of the night and the glory, the music and scent of the sea, are a song to her heart or a story of the never-to-be. The stars and the night and the whiteness of foam on the stretch of the sand, faint foam that is tossed like the brightness of a mermaiden's hand. No sail on the ocean, no sailor, on shore, and the winds all asleep, and her face in the starlight far paler than women who weep. A mist on the deep, and the ghostly white moon in the deep of the night, and a light that is neither, that mostly is shadow, not light. No seagull, that vanished with gleaming of wings in the swing of the spray. Perhaps it was only her dreaming, or merely a ray of moonlight, the glimmering essence of all that is greyest and dim, but never his face or his presence that dripped in each limb. And she cried through the night, "Let perish! O God, let me die of despair, if he whom I love, whom I cherish, is weltering there." She seemed but a sea-mist-made woman, and he but a sound of the sea, made man where nothing was human, and never would be. Long he sailed the deep that glasses the face of God and his majesty, past the Horn and the seas of grasses, drifting aimlessly. Time went by with its days that ever burden the hearts of those who be far away from their love, whom sever leagues of the shapeless sea. Land at last, whose reefs rolled broken, foam of the bulked waves everywhere. Land, one tangle of weeds and oaken, wreck and of rocks laid bare. Here and there the sand stretched livid, leagues of famine, one blinding glare, crags, o'er which gaunt birds winged vivid, harsh in the earthquake air. A little cloud in the sunset's splendor, a little cloud that the sunset stains, night, and a wisp of a moon that, slender, dreams of the hurricanes. Winds that stride as with sounding sandals, winds that the tempest has loosed from chains, light that leaps like a spear he handles, shaking his thunder mains. Wrenching the world in wreck asunder, black rebellion of hell and night, wrath and roar of the rocks and thunder, flame and the winds that fight. Beating the drift and the hush together, waves and winds that the morn makes white, calm and peace of the tropic weather, after the typhoon's might. Clouds blow by and the storm's forgotten, savage coasts where the sea-cow feeds, wash of weeds and the seaweeds rotten, and a dead face in the weeds. None to know him or name him brother, only the savage in feathers and beads, the South Sea Islander, fitting another, barb in the shaft he speeds. Far away where the seagulls gather, far away where the evening falls, lone she stands where the wild waves lather, rolling the sea in walls. Who shall tell her, the lonely tryster? Tell her of him on whom she calls? Suns that beat on his face and blister, stars, or the sea that crawls? She dreamed that there, beside the ocean sitting, alone she watched, when at her feet, behold, between the foam ridge and the seagulls flitting, his body rolled. All was not as it was before they parted. She dreamed he had remembered, she forgot. He'd said he would forget her, angry-hearted, and yet could not. And then it seemed that, had she known, she surely had given pity when she could not give, her love to him who loved her madly, purely, and bade him live. And then she dreamed she looked upon the slanted hulk of a wreck, and high above the wave, worn of the wind and of the cactus planted, his nameless grave. Siren Sands. The rhododendrons bloom and shake, their petals wide and gleam and sway, among palmettos by the lake, beyond the bay. Shores where we watched the eve reveal her cloudy sanctuaries while the bay lay lavied into steel, for mile on mile. We watched the purple coast confuse soft outlines with the greying light, and towards the gulf a vessel lose itself in the night. We saw the seagulls dip and saw the wild fowl gather past the pier, and from rich skies, as from God's door, gold far and near. 2 foreign seamen passed, and we heard mellow Spanish, like twin stars. Where they lounged smoking we could see their faint cigars. Night, and the heavens stained and strewn with stars the waters idealized, until their light the rising moon epitomized. Morn, and the pinewood balms awake, winds roll the dewdrop from the rose, the wide lake burns, and, on the lake, the ripple glows. Far coasts detach deep purple from the blue horizon, and the day beholds the sunburnt sailor come and sail away. The bird that slept at dusk, at dawn, awakes again within the thorn. Sweet was the night to it now gone, and sweet is morn. Through halls of columned scarlet, like some dark queen, the dusk trails skirts of myrrh and musk. Hung in each ear a starlet gleams, gems the clouds' gaunt chin guard, and, beneath her chin, the moon, an opal tusk. There lies a ghostly glory upon the sea and sand, a gleam, as of a hand, stretched from the realms of story, of rosy golden ray, pointing the world the way to some far fairyland. As fades the west vermilion above the distant coasts, the stars come out in hosts within the night's pavilion, as flower speaks to flower, dim hour calls to hour, pale with the past's sweet ghosts. Music that melts through moonlight, faint on the summer breeze, fireflies, moonlight, and foaming, susurrus of the seas. Music that drifts like perfume, and touches like a hand, dreams and stars and the ocean, and we alone on the sand. Glimmers and vague reflections, and the white swirl of the foam, pale on the purple a vessel, and a light that beckons home. And I seem to see the music on a moonbeam bar that floats, for the music is moonlight magic, and the flies are its golden notes. And I seem to hear one singing of a brown old coast and sea, of lives that were filled with passion and old world tragedy. And I hear the harsh reefs calling for a noble ship at sea, and the winds of the ocean singing a dirge for the dead to be, till it seems that I am the pilot, and you are the mermaiden, who lures him on to the wrecking, and into her arms again. Song. Over the hills where the winds are waking, all is lone as the soul of me. Over the hills where the stars are shaking, Brayton Hills by the sea. These were with me to tell me often how she pined in her Croisic home, winds that sing and the stars that soften over the miles of foam, fishers' nets and the sailor faces, sad salt marshes and granite piers, brown, loud coast where the long foam races, and a parting full of tears. A grey sail's ghost where the autumn lies on, wraiths of the mist and the squall-blown rain, her dark girl eyes that search the horizon, grave with a haunting pain. Stars may burn and the wild winds whistle over the rocks where the seagulls rave. My heart is bleak as the wind-worn thistle on her seaside grave. Sad as sad eyes that ache with tears, the stars of night shine through the leaves, and shadowy as the fates' dim shears, the weft that twilight weaves. The summer sunset marched long hosts of gold adown one golden peak, that flamed and fell, and now grey ghosts of mist the far west streak. They seem the shades of things that weep, wan things the heavens would conceal, blood-stained, that bear within them deep, red wounds that will not heal. Night comes, and with its storm that slips wild angles of the jagged light, I feel the wild rain on my lips. A wild girl is the night. A moaning tremor sweeps the trees, and all the stars are packed with death. She holds me by the neck and knees. I feel her wild wet breath. Hell and its hags drive on the rain. Night holds me by the hair and pleads. Her kisses fall like blows again. My brow is dewed with beads. The thunder plants wild beacons on each volleying height. My soul seems blown far out to sea. The world is gone, and night and I alone. Tampa, Florida, February 1893. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wartime Silhouettes by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. The battle. The night had passed, the day had come. Bright born into a cloudless sky, we heard the rolling of the drum and saw the war flags fly. And noon had crowded upon morn, ere conflict shook her red locks far, and blew her brazen battle horn upon the hills of war. Noon darkened into dusk, one blot of nightmare lit with hell-born suns. We heard the scream of shell and shot, and booming of the guns. On batteries of belching grape, we saw the thundering cavalry hurl headlong iron shape on shape, with shout and bugle cry. When dusk had moaned and died, and night came on, windswept and wild with rain, we slept mid many a bivouac light, and vast fields heaped with slain. In hospital, wounded to death he lay and dreamed. The drums of battle beat afar, and round the roaring trenches screamed the hell of war. Then woke, and weeping spoke one word to the kind nurse who bent above. Then in the whitewashed ward was heard a song of love. The song she sang him when she gave the portrait that he kissed, then sighed, lay it beside me in the grave, and smiled and died. The soldier's return. A brown wing beat the apple leaves and shook some blossoms on her hair. Then, note on note, the bird's wild music bubbled. In her book, her old romance, she seemed to read. No look betrayed the tumult in her trembling throat. The thrush sang on. A dreamy wind came down from one white cloud of afternoon, and fanned the dropping petals on her book and gown, and touched her hair, whose braids of quiet brown gently she smoothed with one white jeweled hand. Then with her soul, it seemed, from feet to brow she felt him coming. 'Twas his heart, his breath, that stirred the blossom on the apple bough. His step the wood thrush warbled to, and now her cheek went crimson, now white as death. Then on the dappled page his shadow, yes, not unexpected, yet her haste assumed fright's startle, and low laughter did confess his presence there. Soft with his soul's caress, and happy manhood where the rambo bloomed. Quickly she rose, and all her gladness sent wild welcome to him. Her his unhurt arm drew unresisted, and the soldier lent fond lips to hers.
she wept. And so they went, deep in the orchard, towards the old brick farm. The apparition. A day of drought, foreboding rain and wind, as if stern heaven, feeling earth had sinned, frowned all its hatred. When the evening came along the west, from bank on bank, unthinned of clouds, the storm unfurled its oriflamme. Then lightning signalled, and the thunder woke its monster drums, and all God's torrents broke. She saw the wild night when the dark pane flashed, heard where she stood the disemboweled oak roar into fragments when the welkin crashed. Long had she waited for a word, and lo! Anticipation still would not say no. He has not written, he will come to her, at dawn, tonight, her heart hath told her so, and so expectancy and love aver. She seems to hear his fingers on the pane, the glass is blurred, she cannot see for rain. Is that his horse? The wind is never still, and that his cloak? Ah, surely that is plain. A torn vine tossing at the window-sill. She hurries forth to meet him, pale and wet. She sees his face, the war-soiled epaulette, a sabre scar that bleeds from brow to cheek, and now he smiles, and now their lips have met, and now, dear heart, he fell at Cedar Creek. Wounded. It was in August that they brought her news of his bad wounds, the leg that he must lose. And August passed, and when October raised red rebel standards on the hills that blazed, they brought a haggard wreck, she scarce knew whose, until they told her, standing stunned and dazed. A shattered shadow of the stalwart lad, the 5 months' husband, whom his country had enlisted, strong for war, returning this, whose broken countenance she feared to kiss. While Health's remembrance stood beside him, sad, and grieved for that which was no longer his. They brought him on a litter, and the day was bright and beautiful. It seemed that May in woodland rambles had forgot her path of season, and disrobing for a bath by the autumnal waters of some bay, with her white nakedness had conquered wrath. Far otherwise she wished it, wind and rain, the sky one grey commiserative pain, sleet and the stormy drift of frantic leaves, to match the misery that each perceives, aches in her hand-clutched bosom, and is plain in eyes and mouth and all her form that grieves. There's a mute meeting of the lips. She stooped and kissed him once. One long, dark side-lock drooped and brushed against the bandage of his breast. With feeble hands he held it and caressed. Then all his happiness in one look grouped, saying, "Now I am home, I crave but rest." Once it was love, but then the battle killed all that sweet nonsense of his youth, and filled his heart with sterner passion. Ah, well, peace must balm its pain with patience, whose surcease means reconcilement, e'en as God hath willed, with war or peace who shapes his ends at ease. What else for these but, where their mortal lot of weak existence drags rent ends, to knot the frail unravel up, while love, afraid time will increase the burden on it laid, seeks consolation that consoleth not, in toil and prayer, waiting what none evade. The message. Long shadows toward the east, and in the west a blaze of garnet sunset, wherein rolled one cloud like some great gnarly log of gold. Each gabled casement of the farm seemed dressed in ghosts of roses, blossoming manifest. And she had brought his letter there to read, there on the porch that faced the locust glade, to watch the summer sunset burn and fade, and breathe the twilight scent of wood and weed, forget all care and her soul's hunger feed. And on his face her fancy mused awhile. Dark hair, dark eyes, and now he has a beard dark as his hair. She smiled, yet almost feared it changed him so she could not reconcile her heart to that which hid his lips and smile. Then tried to feature, but could only see the beardless man who bent to her and kissed her and their child and left them to enlist. She heard his horse grind in the gravel, he waved them adieu and rode to fight with Lee. Now all around her drowsed the hushful hum of evening insects, and his letter spoke of love and longings to her, nor awoke one echo of the bugle and the drum, but all their future in one kiss did sum. The stars were thick now, and the western blush drained into darkness. With a dreamy sigh she rocked her chair. It must have been the cry of infancy that made her rise and rush to where their child slept, and to hug and hush. Then she returned, but now her ease was gone. She knew not what, she felt an unknown fear press, tightening at her heartstrings. Then a tear scalded her eyelids, and her cheeks grew wan as helpless sorrows, and her white lips drawn. With stony eyes she grieved against the skies, a slow, dull, aching agony that knew few tears, and saw no answer shining to her silent questions in the star-still eyes, where peace delays and where her soldier lies. They could have told her. Peace was far away, beyond the field that belched black batteries all the red day, mid picket silences, on woodland mosses, in a suit of grey. Shot through the heart, he by his rifle lay. The Woman on the Hill. The storm-red sun threw wrecks of wind and rain, and dead leaves driven from the frantic boughs, where on the hilltop stood a gaunt grey house, flashed wildest ruby on each rainy pane. Then woods grew darker than unburdened grief, and crimson through the woodland's ruin streamed the sunset's glare, a furious eye which seemed watching the moon rise like a yellow leaf. The rising moon, against which, like despair, high on the hill, a woman darkly drawn, the wild leaves round her, stood, with features wan and tattered dress and wind-distracted hair, as still as death, and looking not through tears, for the young face of one she knows is lost, while in her heart the melancholy frost gathers of all the unforgotten years. What if she heard tonight a hurrying hoof, wild as the whirling of the withered leaf, bring her a more immedicable grief, a shattered shape to live beneath her roof, the shadow of him who claimed her once as wife, her lover, no, the wreck of all their past brought back from battle. Better to the last a broken heart than heartbreak all her life. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mosby at Hamilton by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Down Loudon lanes with swinging reins, and clash of spur and sabre, and bugling of the battle horn, 68 we rode that morn, 68 of Southern born, all tried in war's hot labour. Full in the sun at Hamilton we met the South's invaders, who over 1,500 strong mid blazing homes had marched along all night with northern shout and song to crush the rebel raiders. Down Loudon lanes with streaming mains we spurred in wild March weather, and all along our war-scarred way the graves of Southern heroes lay, our guideposts to revenge that day as we rode grim together. Old tales still tell some miracle of saints in holy writing, but who shall say why hundreds fled before the few that Mosby led, unless it was that even the dead fought with us then when fighting, while Yankee cheers still stunned our ears of troops at Harper's Ferry, while Sheridan led on his Huns, and Richmond rocked to roaring guns, we felt the South still had some sons she would not scorn to bury. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Feud by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Rocks, trees, and rocks, and down a mossy stone, the murmuring ooze and trickle of a stream, through brambles, where the mountain spring lies lone, a gleaming cairngorm where the shadows dream, and one wild road winds like a saffron seam. Here sang the thrush, whose pure mellifluous note dropped golden sweetness on the fragrant June. Here cat and bluebird and wood sparrow wrote their presence on the silence with a tune, and here the fox drank 'neath the mountain moon. Frail ferns and dewy mosses and dark brush, impenetrable briars deep and dense, and wiry bushes, brush that seemed to crush the struggling saplings with its tangle, whence sprawled out the ramble of an old rail fence. A wasp buzzed by, and then a butterfly, in orange and amber, like a floating flame. And then a man, hard-eyed and very sly, gaunt-cheeked and haggard and a little lame, with an old rifle down the mountain came. He listened, drinking from a flask he took out of the ragged pocket of his coat, then all around him cast a stealthy look, lay down, and watched an eagle soar and float, his fingers twitching at his hairy throat. The shades grew longer, and each Cumberland height loomed, framed its splendours of the dolphin dusk. Around the road a horseman rode in sight, young, tall, blonde-bearded, silent, grim, and brusque. He in the thicket aimed, quick, harsh, then husk. The echoes barked among the hills, and made repeated instance of the shot's distress. Then silence, and the trampled bushes swayed. Then silence, packed with murder and the press of distant hooves that galloped riderless. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lynchers by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. At the moon's down-going, let it be on the quarry hill with its one gnarled tree, the red rock road of the underbrush, where the woman came through the summer hush. The sumac high and the elder thick, where we found the stone and the ragged stick. The trampled road of the thicket full of footprints down to the quarry pool. The rocks that ooze with the hue of lead, where we found her lying stark and dead. The scraggy wood, the negro hut, with its doors and windows locked and shut. A secret signal, a foot's rough tramp, a knock at the door, a lifted lamp. An oath, a scuffle, a ring of masks, a voice that answers, a voice that asks. A group of shadows, the moon's red fleck, a running noose and a man's bared neck. a word, a curse, and a shape that swings, the lonely night, and a bat's black wings. At the moon's down going, let it be, on the quarry hill, with its one gnarled tree. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dead Man's Run by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. He rode adown the autumn wood, a man dark-eyed and brown. A mountain girl before him stood, clad in a homespun gown. To ride this road is death for you, my father waits you there. My father and my brother too, you know the oath they swear. He holds her by one berry brown wrist, and by one berry brown hand, and he hath laughed at her and kissed her cheek the sun hath tanned. The feud is to the death, sweetheart, but forward must I ride, and if you ride to death, sweetheart, my place is by your side. Lo, hath he laughed again and kissed, and helped her with his hand, and they have galloped into the mist that belts the autumn land. And they had passed by Devil's Den, and come to Dead Man's Run, when in the brush rose up two men, each with a levelled gun. Down, down, my sister, cries the one, she gives the reins a twirl. The other shouts, he shot my son, and now he steals my girl. The rifles crack, she will not wail, he will not cease to ride. But oh, her face is pale, and the red blood stains her side. Sit fast by me, sweetheart, the road is rough to ride. The road is rough by gulch and bluff, and her hair blows wild and wide. Sit fast by me, sweetheart, the bank is steep to ride. The bank is steep for a strong man's leap, and her eyes are staring wide. Sit fast by me, sweetheart, the run is swift to ride. The run is swift with mountain drift, and she sways from side to side. Is it a wash of the yellow moss, or drift of the autumn gold? The mountain torrent foams across, for the dead pine's roots to hold. Is it the bark of the sycamore, or peel of the white birch tree? The mountaineer on the other shore hath followed and still can see. No mountain moss or leaves wild rolled, no bark of birchen grey, young hair of gold, and a face death cold, the wild stream sweeps away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Raid by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. 1. Far in the forest where the rude road winds, through twisted briars and weeds, stamped down and caked with mountain mire, the clashing boughs are raked again with rain whose sobbing frenzy blinds. There is a noise of winds, a gasp, a gulp, of swollen torrents, and the sodden smell of woodland soil, dead trees that long since fell among the moss, red rotted into pulp. Fogged by the rain, far up the mountain glen, deep in a cave an elfish wisp of light and stealthy shadows stealing through the night, with strong set faces of determined men. 2. Twixt fog and fire, in pomps of chrysoprase, above vague peaks the morning hesitates, ere o'er the threshold of her golden gates speeds the wild splendour of her chariot's rays. A gleaming glimmer in the sun-speared mist, a cataract reverberating falls. Upon a pine a grey hawk sits and calls, then soars away no bigger than a fist. Along the wild path through the oaks and firs, rocks where the rattler coils himself and sons, big-booted, belted, and with twinkling guns, the posse marches with its moonshiners. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Brothers by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Not far from here, it lies beyond that low-hilled belt of woods. We'll take this unused lane where brambles make a wall of twilight, and the blonde briar roses pelt the path and flake the margin waters of a pond. This is its fence, or that which was its fence once, now rock rolled from rock, one tangle of the vine and dock, where bloom the wild petunias, and this its gate, the ragweed's block, hot with the insects' dusty buzz. 2 wooden posts, wherefrom has peeled the weather-blistered paint, still rise, gaunt things that groan when someone tries the gate whose hinges, rust-congealed, snarl open. On each post still lies its carven panther with a shield. We enter, and between great rows of locusts winds a grass-grown road, and at its glimmering end, o'erflowed with quiet light, the white front shows of an old mansion, grand and broad, with grave colonial porticos. Grown thick around it, dark and deep, the locust trees make one vast hush. Their brawny branches crowd and crush its very casements, and o'ersweep its rotting roofs. Their tranquil rush haunts all its spacious rooms with sleep. Still is it called the Locusts, though none lives here now, a tales to tell of some dark thing that here befell, a crime that happened years ago, when past its walls with shot and shell the war swept on and left it so. For one black night within it, shame made revel, while all hereabout, with prayer or curse or battle shout, men died, and homesteads leapt in flame, then passed the conquering northern rout, and left it silent and the same. Why should I speak of what has been, or what dark part I played in all? Why ruin sits in porch and hall, where pride and gladness once was seen, and why beneath its lichened wall the grave of Margaret is green. Heart-broken Margaret, whose fate was sadder far than his who won her hand, my brother Hamilton, or mine, who learned to know too late, who learned to know when all was done, and naught I did could expiate. To expiate is still my lot, and, like the ancient mariner, to show to others how things were, and what I am still helps me blot a little from that crime's red blur that on my life is branded hot. He was my only brother, she a sister of my brother's friend. They met and married in the end, and I remember well when he brought her rejoicing home. The trend of war moved towards us sullenly, and scarce a year of wedlock when its red arms tore him from his bride. With lips by hers thrice sanctified, he left to ride with Morgan's men, and I I never could decide, remained behind. It happened then. Long days went by, and oft delayed, a letter came of loving word, scrawled by some campfire, sabre stirred, or by a pine knot's fitful aid, when, in the saddle, armed and spurred, and booted for some hurried raid. Then weeks went by. I do not know how long it was before there came, blown from the north, the clarion fame of Morgan, who, with blow on blow, had drawn a line of blood and flame from Tennessee to Ohio. Then letters ceased, and days went on. No word from him. The war rolled back, and in its turgid crimson track a rumour grew, like some wild dawn, all ominous and red and black, with news of our lost Hamilton. News hinting death or capture, yet no word was sure, till one day, fed by us, some men rode up who said they'd been with Morgan, and had met disaster, and that he was dead. My brother, I and Margaret believed them. Grief was ours too, but mine was more for her than him. Grief that her eyes with tears were dim, grief that became the avenue for love, who crowned the sombre brim of death's dark cup with rose-red hue. In sympathy, unconsciously, though it be given, I hold doth dwell the germ of love that time shall swell to blossom, sooner than in me, when close relations so befell, that love should spring from sympathy. Our similar tastes and mutual bents combine to make us intimates from our first meeting. Different states of interest then our temperaments begot. Then friendship that abates no love whose soul it represents. These led to talks and dreams. How oft we sat at some wide window, while the sun sank o'er the hill's far file, serene, and of the cloud aloft made one vast rose, and mile on mile of firmament grew sad and soft. And all in harmony with these dim clemencies of dusk, afar our talks and dreams went, while the star of evening brightened through the trees. We spoke of home, the end of war, we dreamed of life and love and peace. How on our walks in listening lanes, or confidences of the wood, we paused to hear the dove that cooed, or gathered wild flowers, taking pains to find the fairest, or her hood filled with wild fruit that left deep stains. No echo of the drum or fife, no hint of conflict entered in. Our thoughts then, will you call it sin? Indifference to a nation's strife, what side might lose, what side might win, both immaterial to our life. Into the past we did not look. Beyond what was we did not dream, while onward rolled the thunderous stream of war that, in its torrent, took one of our own. No crimson gleam of its wild course around us shook. At last we knew, and when we learned how he had fallen, Margaret wept, and, albeit my eyes were wet, within my soul I half discerned a joy that mingled with regret, a grief that to relief was turned. As time went on, and confidence drew us more strongly each to each, why did no intimation reach its warning hand into the dense soul's silence, and confuse the speech of love's unbroken eloquence? But no hint to turn the poise or check the impulse of our youth, to chill it with the loving truth, as with the awe of God's own voice, no hint to make our hope uncouth, no word to warn us from our choice. To me, a wall seemed overthrown, that social law had raised between, and o'er its ruin broad and green a path went, I possessed alone. The sky above seemed all serene, the land around seemed all my own. What shall I say of Margaret to justify her part in this? That her young heart was never his, but had been mine since first we met? So would you say. enough it is that when he left she loved him yet. So passed the spring and summer sped, and early autumn brought the day when she her hand in mine should lay, and I should take her hand and wed. And still no hint that might gainsay, no warning word of quick or dead. The day arrived, and with it borne a battle sullying the east, with boom of cannon that increased, and throb of musket and of horn, until at last towards dusk it ceased, and men with faces wild and worn in fierce retreat swept past, now groups, now one by one, now sternly white, or blood-stained, now with looks whose fright said all was lost, then sullen troops that, beaten, still kept up the fight. Then came the victors, shadowy loops of men and horse, that left a crowd of officers in hall and porch, while through the land around the torch circled, and many a fiery cloud marked out the army's iron march in furrows red that pillage ploughed. Here were we wedded. Ask the years how such could be, while over us a sword of wrath swung ominous, and on our cheeks its breath struck fierce. All I remember is 'twas thus, and Margaret's eyes were wet with tears. No other cause my memory sees, save this, that night was set, when I found my home filled with armed men, with whom were all my sympathies of union. Why postpone it then? So argued conscience into peace. And then it was, when night had passed, there came to me an orderly, with word of a Confederate spy just taken, who with head downcast had asked one favour this, that I would see him ere he breathed his last. I stand alone here, heavily my thoughts go back. Had I not gone, the dead had still been dead, for none had yet believed his story. He, my dead-deemed brother Hamilton, who in the spy confronted me. O you who never have been tried, how can you judge me? In my place I saw him standing. Who can trace my heart thoughts then? I turned aside, a son of some unnatural race, and did not speak, and so he died. In hospital or prison, when it was he lay, what had forbid his home return so long? Amid what hardships he had suffered then, I dared not ask, and when I did, long afterwards, inquire of men, no thing I learned. But this I feel, he who has so returned to life was not a spy. Through stress and strife, this makes my conscience hard to heal. He had escaped, he sought his wife, he sought his home that should conceal. And Margaret, oh, pity her. A criminal, I sought her side, still thinking love was justified. In all for her, whatever were the price, a brother thrice denied, or thrice a brother's murderer. Since then, long years have passed away, and through those years, perhaps you'll ask, how to the world I wore my mask of honesty. I can but say, beyond my powers, it was a task. Before my time it turned me grey. And when at last the ceaseless hiss of conscience drove, and I betrayed all to her, she knelt down and prayed, then rose, and twixt us an abyss was opened, and she seemed to fade out of my life. I came to miss the sweet attentions of a bride, for each appealing heart's caress in me her heart assumed a dress of dull indifference, till denied to me was all responsiveness, and then I knew her love had died. Ah, had she loaded me perchance with wild reproach or even hate, such would have helped me hope and wait, forgiveness and returned romance. But twixt our souls instead a gate she closed of silent tolerance. Yet 'twas for love of her I lent my soul to crime. I question me often if less entirely I'd loved her. Then, in that event, she had been justified. to see the deed alone stand prominent. The deed alone, but love records in his own heart, I will aver, no depth I did not feel for her, beyond the plummet reach of words, and though there may be worthier, no truer love this world affords than mine was, though it could not rise above itself, and so 'twas best, perhaps, that she saw manifest the crime, so I, as saw her eyes, might see, and so in soul confessed some life atonement might devise. Sadly my heart one comfort keeps, that towards her end she took my hands, and said, as one who understands, had I but seen, but love that weeps sees only as its loss commands, and sighed, beneath this stone she sleeps. Yes, I have suffered for that sin, yet in no instance would I shun what I should suffer. Many a one who heard my tale has tried to win me to believe that Hamilton it was not, and though proven kin, this had not saved him. Still, the stain of the intention, had I erred, and 'twas not he, had writ the word, read on my soul that branded Cain. For still my error had incurred the fact of guilt that would remain. Ah, love at best is insecure, and lives with doubt and vain regret, and hope and faith with faces set upon the past are never sure, and through their fever, grief and fret, the heart may fail that should endure. For in ourselves, however blend the passions that make heaven and hell, is evil not accountable for most the good we comprehend, and through these two, or ill or well, man must evolve his spiritual end. It is with deeds that we must ask forgiveness, for upon this earth life walks alone from very birth. With death hope tells us is a mask for life beyond of vaster worth, where sin no more sets love a task. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Epilogue by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Would I could sing of joy I only remember as without alloy, of life fulfilled that once was lonely, of love a treasure, not a toy, of grief, regret but makes it the keener, of aspiration, failure mars. These would I sing and sit serener than song among the stars. Would I could sing of faith unbroken, of heart-kept vows and not of tears, of promised faith and vows love spoken that have been kept through many years, of truth the false but leaves the truer, of trust the doubt makes doubly sure. These would I sing the noble doer, whose dauntless heart is pure. I would not sing of time made hateful, of hope that only clings to hate, of charity that grows ungrateful, and pride that will not stand and wait, of humbleness care hath imparted, of resignation born of ills. These would I sing and stand high-hearted, as hope upon the hills. Once on a throne of gold and scarlet I touched a harp and felt it break. I dreamed I was a king, a varlet, a slave who only slept to wake. Still on that harp my memory lingers, while on a tomb I lean and read. Dust are our songs, and dust we singers, and dust are all who heed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Poems of Love by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. What thought I dreamed of mountain heights, of peaks, the barriers of the world, around whose tops the northern lights and tempests are unfurled. Mine are the footpaths leading through life's lowly fields and woods, with rifts above of heaven's Eden blue, by which the violet lifts its shy appeal, and holding up its chaliced gold like some wild wine, along the hillside, cup on cup, blooms bright the celandine, where soft upon each flowering stalk the butterfly spreads damask wings, and under grassy loam and rock the cottage cricket sings. Where overhead eve blooms with fire, in which the new moon bends her bow, and arrow-like one white star by her burns through the afterglow. I care not, so the sesame I find, the magic flower there, whose touch unseals each mystery in water, earth, and air, that in the oak tree lets me hear its heart's deep speech, its soul's dim words, and to my mind makes crystal clear the message of the birds. Why should I care, who live aloof beyond the din of life and dust, while dreams still share my humble roof, and love makes sweet my crust? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gertrude by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by ShrimpPhish. When first I gazed on Gertrude's face, beheld her loveliness and grace, her brave grey eyes, her raven hair, her ways more winsome than the spring's, her smile like some sweet flower that flings its fragrance on the summer air, and when, like some wild bird that sings, I heard her voice, I did declare, and still declare, there is no one, no girl beneath the moon or sun, so beautiful to look upon, and to my heart, as I know well, nothing seems more desirable. Not Ophir gold nor Orient pearls than seems this jewel girl of girls. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Love. For him who loves each mountain morn, breathes melody more sweet than birds, and every wind-stirred flower and thorn whispers melodious words. Would you believe that everything through her love voice is made to sing? For her the faultless skies of day grow nearer in eternal blue, where God is felt as wind and ray, and seen as fire and dew. Would you believe that all the skies are heaven only through his eyes? For them the dreams that haunt the night with mystic beauty and romance are presences of starry light and moony radiance. Would you believe this love of theirs could make for them a universe? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Heart of My Heart by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Heart of my heart, here where the season turns the land to gold, among the fields our feet have known of old, when we were children who would laugh and run, glad little playmates of the wind and sun, before came toil and care and years went ill, and one forgot the one remembered still. Heart of my heart, among the old fields here, give me your hands and let me draw you near. Heart of my heart, stars are not truer than your soul is true, What need I more of heaven then than you? What need I more of heaven? Flowers are not sweeter than your face is sweet. What need I more to make my world complete? O woman nature, love that still endures, what strength hath ours that is not born of yours? Heart of my heart, to you whatever come, to you the lead whose love hath led me home. Heart of my heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Strollers by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. We have no castles, we have no vassals, we have no riches, no gems, and no gold. Nothing to ponder, nothing to squander. Let us go wander as minstrels of old. You with your lute, love, I with my flute, love. Let us make music by mountain and sea. You with your glances, I with my dances, singing romances of old chivalry. Derry down Derry, good folk, be merry, hither, and hearken where happiness is. Never go borrow care of tomorrow, never go sorrow while life hath a kiss. Let the day gladden, or the night sadden, we will be merry in sunshine or snow. You with your rhyme, love, I with my chime, love. We will make time, love, dance as we go. Nothing is ours, only the flowers, meadows, and stars, and the heavens above. Nothing to lie for, nothing to sigh for, nothing to die for, while still we have love. Derry down Derry, good folk, be merry, hither, and hearken a word that is sooth. Care ye not any if ye have many, or not a penny if still ye have youth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Burden of Desire by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. In some dim way I know thereof, a garden glows down in my heart, wherein I meet and often part with many an ancient tale of love. A Romeo garden, banked with bloom and trestled with the eglantine, in which a rose climbs to a room, a balcony, one mass of vine, dim, haunted of perfume, a balcony whereon she gleams, the soft desire of all dreams, and smiles and bends like Juliet, year after year, while to her side, all dewy wet, a rose stuck in her ear, love climbs to draw her near. And in another way I know, down in my soul a graveyard lies, wherein I meet in ghostly wise with many an ancient tale of woe, a graveyard of the Capulets, deep vaulted with ancestral gloom, through whose dark yews the moonlit jets on many a wildly carven doom, that mossy mildew frets, a graveyard where the soul's desire sleeps, pale entombed, and, kneeling by her, love like that hapless Montague, year after year, weary and worn and wild of hue, within her sepulchre falls bleeding on her bier. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Tryst by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Ampab. At dusk there fell a shower, the leaves were dripping yet, each fern and rain-wayed flower around was gleaming wet, when through the evening glower his feet towards her were set. The dust's damp odor sifted, around him cool with rain, mixed with the musk that drifted from woodland and from plain, where white her garden lifted its pickets down the lane. And there she stood mid-scattered, clove pink and pea and whorl, of honeysuckle, flattered, to sweetness wild a girl, o'er whom the clouds hung shattered in moonlit peaks of pearl. She made the night completer for him and earth and air, in that small spot far sweeter than heaven or anywhere. Swift were his lips to greet her lips love lifted there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gypsying by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. Your heart's atune with April, and mine atune with June. So let us go a-roving beneath the summer moon. Oh, was it in the sunlight, or was it in the rain? We met among the blossoms within the locust lane. All that I can remember's the bird that sang a boon, and with its music in our hearts we'll rove beneath the moon. A love word of the wind, dear, of which we'll read the rune, while we two go a-roving beneath the summer moon. A love word of the water we'll often stop to hear, the echoed words and whispers of our own hearts, my dear. And all our paths shall blossom with wild rose sweets that swoon, and with their fragrance in our hearts we'll rove beneath the moon. It will not be forever, yet merry goes the tune, while we two still are rovers beneath the summer moon. A cabin in the clearing, a flickering firelight, when old-time lanes we strolled in the winter snows make white, where we can dream together above the logs and croon the songs we sang when roving beneath the summer moon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Uncertainty by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by George Banfield. He cometh not, she said. Mariana. It will not be today, and yet I think and dream it will, and let the slow uncertainty devise so many sweet excuses, met with the old doubt in hope's disguise. The panes were sweated with the dawn, yet through their dimness shrivelled drawn, the aigrette of one princess feather, one monk's hood tuft with oilets won, I glimpsed dead in the slain weather. This morning, when my window's chintz I drew, how grey the day was, since I saw him, yea, all days are grey. I gazed out on my dripping quince, defruited, torn, then turned away to weep, but did not weep, but felt a colder anguish than did melt about the tearful visaged year, then flung the lattice wide and smelt the autumn sorrow rotting near. The rain-drenched sunflowers, bent and bleached, up which the frost-nipped gourd vines reached, and morning glories seeded o'er with ashen eaglets, whence beseeched one last bloom, frozen to the core. The podded hollyhocks, that fall had stripped of finery, by the wall rustled their tatters, dripped and dripped, the fog thick on them, near them, all the tarnished, hag-like zinnias tipped. I felt the death and loved it, yea, to have it nearer, sought the grey, chill, fading garth, yet could not weep, but wandered in an aimless way, and yearned with weariness to sleep. Mine were the fog, the frosty stalks, the weak lights on the leafy walks, the shadows shivering with the cold, the breaking heart, the lonely talks, the last dim, ruined marigold. But when, tonight, the moon swings low, a great marsh marigold of glow, and all my garden with the sea moans, then, through moon and mist, I know his ghost will come to comfort me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lost Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. I loved her madly, for so wrought young love, divining isles of truth, large in the central seas of youth. Love will win love, I thought. Once, when I brought a rare wild pink to place among her plants, the wise, soft lifting of her speaking eyes said more than thanks, I think. She loved another. Yes, I know all you would say of women. You, like other men, would comfort too, but then I loved her so. She loved another. Ah, too well I know the story of her soul, a weary tale, the weary whole of how she loved and fell. I loved her so, remembering now my mad grief then. I wonder why grief never kills. I could not die. She died. I know not how. Strange, is it not? For she was dear to me as life once. A regret she is now, just to make eyes wet and bring a fullness here. Yet, had she lived as dead in shame as now in death, love would have used pride's pitying pencil and abused the memory of her name. This helps me thank my God, who led my broken life in sunlight of this pure affection, that my love lives through her being dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Overseas by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Virginia Easthome. Non numero horas nisi serenas. When fall drowns morns in mist, it seems in soul I am a part of it. A portion of its humid beams, a form of fog, I seem to flit from dreams to dreams. An old chateau sleeps mid the hills of France, an avenue of sorbs conceals it. Drifts of daffodils bloom by a scutcheoned gate with barbs like iron bills. I pass the gate unquestioned, yet I feel announced. Broad holm oaks make dark pools of restless violet, between high bramble banks a lake, as in a net. The tangled scales twist silver, shines, grey mossy turrets swell above a sea of leaves, And where the pines shade ivied walls, there lies my love, my heart divines. I know her window dimly seen, from distant lanes with hawthorn hedged, her garden with the nectarine espaliered and the peach tree wedged twixt walls of green. Cool babbling a fountain falls from griffins' mouths in porphyry. Carp haunt its waters, and white balls of lilies dip it that the bee sucks in and drawls. And butterflies, each with a face of fairy on its wings, that seem beheaded pansies, softly chase each other down the gloom and gleam trees interspace. And roses, roses soft as vair round sylvan statues and the old stone dial, pompadours that wear their royalty of purple and gold with queenly air. Her scarf, her lute, whose ribbons breathe the perfume of her touch, her gloves modelling the daintiness they sheathe, her fan, a watteau, gay with loves, lie there beneath a bank of eglantines that heaps a rose-strewn shadow. Naive-eyed, with lips as suave as they, she sleeps, the romance by her open wide, o'er which she weeps. End of poem. This poem is in the public domain.
At the Stile by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Shauntell, Rohner. Young Harry leapt over the stile and kissed her, over the stile when the sun was sinking. 'Twas only Carrie, just Mary's sister, and love hath a way of thinking. Thy pale sweetheart I will take and carry over the stile one star hung yellow, just to the spring, my dearest Harry, and love is a heartless fellow. Thou saidst me yea in an April shower, under this tree with leaves a-quiver. I say thee nay now, the cherries in flower, and love is taker and giver. O false, thou art false to me, sweetheart. The light in her eyes grew tryst and tryster. To thee, the stars, and myself, sweetheart, I never was aught but Mary's sister. Sweet Mary's sister, just little Carrie. But what avail my words or weeping? Next month, perhaps, you two will marry, and I in my grave be sleeping. Alone she stands mid the meadow millet, wan as the petals the wind is strewing, some tears in her pale as she stoops to fill it, and love hath a way of doing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fern-Seed, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Fern-Seed. We have the recipe of fern-seed. We walk invisible. Henry IV. And you and I have met but thrice, 3 times enough to make me love. I praised your hair once, then your glove, your eyes, your gown, you were like ice, and yet this might suffice, my love, and yet this might suffice. I know now what it is I'll do. I'll search and find the ferns that grow, the fern-seed that the fairies know, and sprinkle fern-seed in my shoe, and haunt the steps of you, my dear, and haunt the steps of you. You'll see the poppy pods dip here, the blowbore of the thistle slip, and no wind breathing but my lip next to your anxious cheek and ear, to tell you I am near, my love, to tell you I am near. On what ways I would tread your gown, you know it is no brighter than I'll whisper words of love again, and smile to see your quick face frown, and then I'll kiss it down, my dear, and then I can sit down. You'll sit at home and read or knit, when suddenly the page is blotted. My hands, or all your needles knotted, and in your rage you'll cry a bit. But I'll laugh at it, my love, but I'll laugh at it. The secrets which you say at prayer, I too will hear, or when you sing, I too will sing, and whispering, bend down and kiss your eyes and hair, and you will know me there, my dear, and you will know me there. Would it were true what people say, would I could find that fairy seed, then would I win your love indeed, by being near you night and day. There is no other way, my love, there is no other way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Porphyrogenita by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Was it when Kriemhild was queen that we rode by ways forgotten, through the Rhineland dimly seen, 'neath a low moon white as cotton? I a knight or troubadour, thou a princess, or a poor damsel of the royal closes, for I met thee somewhere sure. Was it mid Kriemhilda's roses? Or in Venice by the sea? What romance grew up between us? Thou a Doge's daughter, she Titian painted once as Venus, I a gondolier whose bark glided past thy palace dark, near St. Mark's or Casa d'Oro. From thy casement didst thou hark to my Baccarol's Te Oro. Clio wasp of Egypt, yea, languid as its sacred lily, didst with me a year and day love upon the Isle of Philae. I a priest of Isis, sweet, 'neath the date palms did we meet, by a temple's pillared marble, while from its star-still retreat sank the nightingale's wild warble. Have I dreamed that I, thy slave, from thy lattice, my sultana, beckoning thy white hand did wave, drop me once a rose, sweet manna of thy kiss warm in its heart? That through my Chaldean art, with thy caliph's bags of treasure, from Damascus we did start, fled to some far land of pleasure? Was I one, another thou? Let it be, what of it, dearest? Haply 'tis the memory now of these passions dead thou fearest. Nay, those loves are portions of evolutions of this love, present love, where thou appearest to combine them all and prove. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Power of Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. The Castle of Love. He speaks. Now listen, 'tis time that you knew it. Like the prince in the Asian tale, I wandered on deserts that panted, with noon to a castle enchanted, that a Fritz had built in a vale where the sunlight lay pale as moonlight, and round it and through it I searched and I searched, like the tale. No eunuch black-browed as a Merid prevented me shadows, it seemed. Were the slaves there with coal and with hen, in eyes and on fingers, and many the phantoms of beauty that dreamed, where censers of ambergris stemmed, and I came on a colonnade quarried from silvery marble, it seemed, and here in a court wide estraded rich tulips like carbuncles bloomed, and jonquils and roses and lorries and cockatoos brilliant in glories of plumes like great blossoms illumed, winged, splashed in a fountain perfumed, kept captive by network of braided, spun gold where stone galleries gloomed, from nipples of back-bending peris, of gold glowing auburn in rays. The odorous fountain sprang calling, I heard through the white waters falling, as soft as the zephyr that plays with moonlight on bloom-haunted ways, a music, a sound, as if fairies touched winged harps whose chords were of rays. I followed through corridors panelled with sandal, through doorways deep draped with stuffs of chosroes rich guarded with Indian gold up the corded stone stairway, bronze-dragoned, wing-shaped, through moon-spangled hangings escaped, twixt pillars of juniper channeled, to a room constellated and draped, as in legends of witchcraft a vassal of visions beholds, naught yet hears, sweet voices that call, and he follows, so me, like the fragrance of a rose, that chamber with song, it appears, surrounded the song of the spheres. My soul found your soul, such a castle, your love is the music it hears. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Consecration by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Consecration. She speaks. Last night you told me, where we, parting, waited, of love somehow I'd known before you told. Long, long ago, perhaps, this love was fated, for why was it made, suddenly, so old? Is it because the love we have and cherish, born with us seems, as ourselves shall last? Part of our lives, we cannot let it perish, out of our presence, future, or its past. Yet all was changed, and still I did not wonder that, robed in vaster splendor, broke the dawn, nor marvel that, beside my feet and under, each flower seemed fairer than the flower gone. The wild bird's silvery warble seemed completer, a whiter magic filled the morn and noon, and night, each night, seemed holier grown and sweeter, with Babylonian witchcraft of the moon? Is love an emanation whose ideal communicates its beauty? Is it moved through some strange means to consecrate the real, making the world the worthier to be loved? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Romantic Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Romantic Love. Is it not sweet to know, the moon hath told me so, that in some lost romance, love, long lost to us below, a night with casque and lance, love, 1,000 years ago, I kissed you from a trance, love, the moon hath told me so. Or were it strange to wis, the stars have told me this, that once a nightingale, love, sang on an island of Greece. From those melodious wail, love, its songs wild harmonies, was born a spirit woman, yourself whom I, a human, made mine. So goes the tale, love, the stars have told me this. Is it not quaint to tell? The flowers remember well how once a wild rose blew, love, dim in a haunted dell, to which a bee was true, love. The bee, so it befell, was I, the rose was you, love. The flowers remember well. To moon and flower and star, we are not what we are. Sometimes from o'er that sea, love, whose golden sands are far from shores of destiny, love, the dreams that know no bar will waft a truth that glistens to memory who listens, reminding you and me, love, we are not what we are. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pastoral Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by PaulGrancio. The pied pinks tilt in the wind that worries. Sing, O the wind, and the red o' her cheek. And the slow sun creeps on the rye nor hurries. And what shall a lover speak? The toad flax brightens the flaxen hollows. Sing, the bloom in her yellow hair. And the greenwood brook a woodway follows. And what shall a lover dare? The deep woods gleam that the sunlight sprinkles. Sing, hey, the day and her laughing eye. And a brown bird pipes and a wild fall tinkles. And what may a maid reply? Hey, the hills when the evening settles. Oh, the heavens within her eyes. What will he ask mid the dropping petals? And what will she say with sighs? Look, where the west is a blur of roses, there's naught like the rose o' the cheeks I see. Look, where the first star's eye uncloses, but what of your eyes, my destiny? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Andalea and the Springtime by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. Blow winds and waken her, you who have taken her, never forsaken her, filled her with spring, my mad and merriest part of the veriest season and cheeriest. Blow winds and sing, birds of the spring, that taught her airs of the woods. This daughter wild of the winds, that waft her into my heart with laughter, wild as a wildwood thing. She who is fraught with it, thrilled with it, brought with it spring, like a thought with it, beautiful too. Now like a dream of it, filled with a gleam of it, now a bright beam of it, piercing me through. Sweet with her eyes that are often laughter and languor, that soften dreamily, drowsily, slowly, then on a sudden are wholly dancing as dew. Face like the sweetest of perfumes, completest of flowers, God's fleetest of months ever bear. Listen, O lisper wind, lighter and crisper wind, have you a whisper wind, soft as her hair? Night and the stars did spin it, darkness and brightness are in it. Let but a ray of it bind me, wrap it around me and wind me, blind as the blind are, and blinder, yet through my heart would I find her, lost though I were. End of poem. This recording is on the public domain.
Olivia in the Autumn by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. Not redder than her lips this weather, not rosier two rose hips together, as she comes caroling down wildwood ways, where sing the birds and flowers swing in many a feather. Of her beloved cheeks October makes flame-flushed leaves and speaks, now sober, now wild its happiness in gold, and on her dress lays many a bright caress, as if to robe her. The wild birds praise her eyes each hour, above her bend the skies and shower. Around her there and here strays of the passing year, azure and gold and sere of weed and flower. The woodwinds kiss her hair and wonder what flower blossoms there and under its deeps of acorn brown, her glory and her crown. The sunbeams lay them down and dream and ponder. And I take her hands, her lover, and kiss her where she stands, and over our heads the soft winds call, and heaven smiles down, and all the golden dreams of fall around us hover. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sylvia of the Woodland by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by ShrimpPhish. O you who know our maize that blow, the bluets by the ways, the Indian pink whose bloom you'd think was blood for some wild bee to drink. How can you say, in their wise way, is it your like our maize? In gleam and gloom and wild perfume of moods that run from shade to sun, while in you seems the light that dreams in thoughts of other days. Meseems some song for which I long from you to me takes wing. Each time you speak, a bird whose beak is in my heart, whose wildwood art makes every beat say sweet, 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 and all its pulses sing. And when I gaze upon your face, I seem to look into a brook that laughs through buds and leafing woods, reflecting all the spring. You spoke but now, and lo, I vow, from haunts of heart and hind, I seem to hear romance draw near, white hand in hand with song and stand. In some green isle of wood and smile, beguiling soul and mind, you laugh, and lo, I seem to go in mirth's young train, and bird songs rain around above, and joy and love come dancing down the wind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Witnesses by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. You say, I do not love you. Tell me why. When I have gazed a little on your face, and then gone forth into the world of men, a beauty neither of the earth nor sky, a glamour that transforms each common place, attends my spirit then. You say I do not love you, yet I know, when I have heard you speak and dwelt upon your words a while, my heart has gone away filled with strange music, very soft and low, a dim companion, touching with sweet tone the discords of the day. You say I do not love you, yet, it seems, when I have kissed your hand and said farewell, a fragrance, wilder than the wood's wild bloom, companions dim my soul and fills with dreams the sad and sordid streets where people dwell, dreams of spring's wild perfume. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Pupil of Pan by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. A Pupil of Pan. My love's adorable and wise as heaven and the winds of spring. Go thou and gaze into her eyes, such scholars of the starry skies, canst marvel at the thing. My love is like a bud that blows, with fragrant honey in its heart. Go, watch her smile, wouldn't not suppose she from some warm, white, serious rose had learned the happy art. The thoughts she speaks are pearls unstrung that strew her fancy's golden floor. Go listen, for the woods among she met with Pan, when very young, who taught her all his lore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Laura of the Vales by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. Laura is her name that slips, soft as love, between the lips. You must know she is so wise, all she does is lift her eyes. Larkspur blue as April skies at her name, and that replies. She's so wise is Laura. Laura is her name whose sound hedges all my heart around with the gold of happiness. When she speaks, you will confess, music's self her words express, every vowel a caress. She's so kind is Laura. Laura is her name that brings thoughts to me of morning things, songs of birds, of bees that creep in the rumpled bluebells deep, butterflies that, half asleep, on some rose their vigil keep. She's so young is Laura. Laura, lean to mine your face, so, and round you let me lace one firm arm and gently woo your small mouth as fresh as dew, till it says your heart is true. True to me as mine to you. Sunny-hearted Laura. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pledges by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Pledges. What? The May apple, or woodland anemone, star perfect as a star, says to the honey bee, or to the winds that woo, filling their hearts with dew? What says the bluet's blue to the sun's ray? Do you know, or do I? Listen, and you may hear what the oxalis says into the downy ear of the pale moth that sways there on its heart and drinks, or what the forest pinks? Say to the dew that winks, butterfly wing that blinks, glimmering by. They say, when April trod by in a blowing blush, wise as a word of God, holding all heaven a hush, singing a song of love, we, as she passed above, sprang from the notes thereof, filling with joy each grove, beauty, and mystery. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Oriental Romance by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. Beyond lost seas of summer, she dwelt on an island of the sea, last scion of that dynasty, queen of a race forgotten long, with eyes of light and lips of song. From seaward groves of blowing lemon, she called me in her native tongue. Low leaned on some rich robe of Yemen. I was a king. 3 moons we drove across green gulfs, the crimson clove and cassia spiced, to claim her love. Packed was my bark with gums and gold, rich fabrics, sandalwood, grown old with odor, gems and pearls of Oman. Then her white breasts less white and cold, and myrrh less fragrant than this woman. From Bassora I came. We saw her condor castle on a claw of soaring precipice. Oh, roar the surge and thunder of the spray, like some great opal, far away it shone with battlement and spire, wherefrom with wild aroma day blew splintered lights of saffron fire. Lamenting caverns dark and deep, that catacombed the haunted steep, led upward to her castle keep. Fair as the moon, whose light is shed in Ramadan, was she, who led my love into her island bowers, to find her lying young and dead among her maidens and her flowers. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Tollman's Daughter by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. She stood waist deep among the briars. Above in twisted lengths were rolled the sunset's tangled worlds of gold, blown from the west's cloud-pillared fires. And in the hush no sound did mar. You almost heard o'er hill and dell, deep bubbling over star on star, the night's blue cisterns slowly well. A crane, a shadowy crescent, crossed the sunset, winging thwart the west, while up the east her silver breast of light the moon brought, white as frost. So have I painted her, you see, the Tollman's daughter. What an arm and throat were hers, and what a form! Art dreams of such divinity. What braids of night to smooth and kiss! There is no pigment anywhere a man might use to picture this. The splendor of her raven hair, a face as beautiful and bright as rosy fair as twilight skies, lit with the stars of hazel eyes, and eyebrowed black with penciled night. For her I know, where'er she trod, each dewdrop raised a looking-glass to catch her image from the grass, and wild flowers bloomed along the sod and whispered perfume when she smiled. The woodbird hushed to hear her song, or heart enamored, tame though wild, before her feet flew fluttering long. The brook went mad with melody, eddied in laughter when she kissed, with naked feet, its amethyst. And I, she was my world, ah me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Creole Serenade by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. Under moss-draped oak and pine, murmuring falls the mountain stream. In its pool the lilies shine, silvery, each a glimmering gleam. Roses bloom and roses die, in the warm rose-scented dark. where the firefly, like an eye, winks and glows a golden spark. Amber-belted through the night drifts the alabaster moon, like a big magnolia white, on the fragrant heart of June. With a broken syrinx there, with bignonia overgrown, is it Pan in hoof and hair, or his image carved from stone? See, her casements jessamine spot, through their stars in swooning scent, like the moon she leans. O heart, 'tis another firmament. The dim verbena drugs the dusk with lemon odors. Everywhere wan heliotropes breathe drowsy musk into the jasmine heavy air. The moss rose bursts its dewy husk and spills its other there. The orange at thy casement flings star censers oozing rich perfumes. The clematis, long petaled, swings deep clusters of dark purple blooms, with flowers like moons or sylphide wings. Magnolias light the glooms. Awake, awake from sleep, thy balmy hair unbounden, deep on deep like blossoms there, that dew and fragrance weep, will fill the night with prayer. Awake, awake from sleep. And dreaming here it seems to me, a dryad's bosom grows confessed, nude in the dark magnolia tree, that rustles with the murmurous west. Or is it but some bloom I see, white as thy virgin breast? Through sudden heavens above are rolled a million feverish stars, that burst like gems from out the caskets old of night, with fires that throb and thirst, and oleander showering gold. The heaven seems starry immersed. Unseal, unseal thine eyes, do long her rod Queen Mab's ways. O their skies, in realms of nod, their starry majesties will fill the night with God. Unseal, unseal thine eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ideal Divination by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org. How I have thought of her I have never seen. Now from a raying air, she like the Magdalene flowers, a face serene, radiant with raven hair, now in a balsam scent, laughs from the stars that gleam, naked and redolent, bends to me breasts of beam, eyes that were made to dream, throat that the dimples dent. Would she were real, ah me, would she were real, and here, and no impossible she, but one to draw me near, hold me and name me dear. But that can never be. Living, each learns to know life is not worth its pain. Loving, each finds a woe, or at the end a chain. Fardled of hope, we strain whither no hope may know. Life is too credulous of time that beckons on. Memory still serves us thus, gauging each coming dawn by a day dead and gone. Day that's a part of us. So says my soul, that's mocked here of the flesh and held, ever rebellion rocked, fighting forever quelled, Titan-like, fate-compelled, yearning to rise but locked. Supine where torrents pour hellward, on crags that high scarred of the thunder gore heaven, the vulture's eye swims, and the harpy's cry clangs through the ocean roar. Then, like Aeolian light calling, it hears her lips, scorched by her burning white splendor of arms and hips. Slimy each horror slips back to its native night. Rulest thou some brighter star, inviolable queen of what the destinies are? Thou with thy light unseen, filling my life with sheen, leading my soul afar. Thou who oft leavest thy skies, comest in dreams to me, with amaranthine eyes, asphodel shadowy hair, and mysteriously sayest to my heart, Arise, Be not afraid to dare all of life's tyranny. I will reward thee there where my love shall be thine to eternity. Only be brave and bear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Apocalypse by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. Before I found her, I had found within my heart, as in a brook, reflections of her, now a sound of imaged beauty, now a look. So when I found her, gazing in those Bibles of her eyes, above all earth, I saw no word of sin. Their holy chapters all were love. I read them through. I read and saw the soul impatient of the sod, her soul that through her eyes did draw mine to the higher love of God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Can I Forget by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. Can I forget how love once led the ways of our two lives together, joining them? How every hour was his anadem, and every day a tablet in his praise? Can I forget how, in his garden's place, among the purple roses, stem to stem, we heard the rumor of his robe's bright hem, and saw the orate radiance of his face? Though I beheld my soul's high dreams down hurled, and falsehood sit where truth once towered white, and in love's place usurping lust and shame, though flowers be dead within the winter world, are flowers not there? And starless though the night, are stars not there, eternal and the same? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Rose by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. There was a rose in Eden once. It grows on earth now, sweeter for its rare perfume, and paradise is poorer by one bloom, and earth is richer. In this blossom glows more loveliness than old seraglios, or courts of kings did ever yet illume, more purity than ever yet had room in soul of nun or saint. O human rose, who art initial and sweet period of my heart's divinest sentence, where I read love first and last, and in the pauses, love, who art the dear ideal of each deed, through which my life is strong to attain its goal, set in the mystic garden of my soul. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Restraint by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Restraint. Dear heart and love, what happiness is it to watch the firelights vary, shade, and shine on thy young face, and through those eyes of thine, as through clear windows to behold them flit in sumptuous chambers of thy mind's chaste wit, thy soul's their fancies, then to take in mine thy hand, whose pressure brims my heart's divine, hushed rapture as with music exquisite, when I remember how thy look and touch, hush rapture as with music exquisite, when I remember how thy look and touch sway like the moon my blood with ecstasy. I dare not think to what fierce heaven might lead thy soft embrace, or in thy kiss how much sweet hell beyond all help of me might be where I were lost indeed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In June by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. In June, hotly burns the amaryllis, starred with ruby red. Coolly stand the snowing lilies in the lily bed. Emerald gleams the wild May apple 'neath its parasol, and where the gold the sunbeams dapple, woods and thrushes call. Marian strolls with mole, singing fol-de-rol, fol-de-rol. March was but a blustering lyre, April sad as night, May a milkmaid from the briar, full of love but light. June, sweet June, ah, she's my lady, fair and fine and tall, strolling down the woodways shady. June is best of all. She is like my mole, fol-de-rol, de-rol. She is like sweet mole. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Will-o'-the-Wisps by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by ShrimpPhish. Beyond the barley meads and hay, what was the light that beckoned there, that made her young lips smile and say, "Oh, busk me in a gown of May, and not red poppies in my hair"? Over the meadow and the wood, what was the voice that filled her ears, that sent into pale cheeks the blood, until each seemed a wild briar bud, mowed down by mowing harvesters? Beyond the orchard, down the hill, the water flows, the water swirls, and there they found her past all ill, her pale dead face, sweet, smiling still, the cresses caught among her curls. At twilight in the willow glen, what sound is that the silence hears, when deep the dusk is hushed again, and homeward from the fields strong men and women go, the harvesters? One seeks the place where she is laid, where violets bloom from year to year. O sunny head, O birth-like maid, the orchard blossoms fall and fade, and I am lonely, lonely here. Two stars look down upon the vale, they seem to him the eyes of Ruth. The low moon rises very pale, as if she too had heard the tale, all heartbreak, of a maid and youth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In a Garden by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. In a garden, the pink rose drops its petals on the moonlit lawn, the moonlit lawn. The moon, like some wide rose of white, drops down the summer night. No rose there is as sweet as this, thy mouth that greets me with a kiss. The lattice of thy casement twines with jasmine vines, with jasmine vines. The stars like jasmine blossoms lie about the glimmering sky. No jasmine tress can so caress like thy white arms, soft loveliness. About thy door magnolia blooms, make sweet the glooms, make sweet the glooms. A moon magnolia is the dusk, closed in a dewy husk. However much no bloom gives such soft fragrance as thy bosom's touch. The flowers blooming now will pass, and strew the grass, and strew the grass. The night, like some frail flower's dawn, will soon make grey and wan. Still, still above, the flower of true love shall live forever. Love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
If I Were Her Lover by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phoenix Quitse. 1. If I were her lover, I'd wade through the clover, over the fields before, the gate that leads to her door, over the meadows, to wait, mid the shadows that circle her door, for the heart of my heart and more. And there in the clover, close by her, over and over, I'd sigh her. Your eyes are as brown as the night, looking down on waters that sleep with the moon in their deep. If I were her lover to sigh her. 2. If I were her lover, I'd wade through the clover, over the fields before, the lane that leads to her door. I'd wait mid the thickets, or there by the pickets, white pickets that fence in her door, for the life of my life and more. I'd lean in the clover, the crisper, for the dews that are over, and whisper, your lips are as rare as the dewberries there, as ripe and as red on the honeydew bed. If I were her lover to whisper. 3. If I were her lover, I'd wade through the clover, over the fields before, the pathway that leads to her door, and watch, in the twinkle of stars that sprinkle, the paradise over her door, for the soul of my soul and more. And there in the clover, I'd reach her, and over, I'd teach her love without sighs, of laughterful eyes that reckoned each second the pause of a kiss, and that is, if I were her lover to teach her. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nora, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Nora, when sad fall has grayed the fallow, leaf cramped the wood brook's brawl, in pool and shallow, when by the woodside tall stands sere the mallow. Nora, when grey gold and golden grey the crackling hollows fold by every way, shall I thy face behold, dear bit of May? When webs are crisp for dew and gossameres streak past you, silver blue, when silence stirs, one leaf of rusty hue among the burrs. Nora, throw the wood, or throw the grain. Come with a hoyden mood of wind and rain, fresh in thy sunny blood, sweetheart, again. Nora, when the corn, heaped on the fields, the asters stars adorn, and purple shields of ironweeds lie torn among the wealds. Nora, haply then, thou being with me, each ruined greenwood glen will bud and be. Springs with the spring again, the spring in thee. Thou of the breezy tread, feet of the breeze, thou of the sunbeam head, heart like a bee's, face like a woodland bred, anemones. Thou to October bring an April part. Come, make the wild birds sing, the blossoms start. Nora, with the spring wild in thy heart. Come with our golden year, come as its gold, with the same laughing clear, love voice of old, in thy cool hair, one dear, wild marigold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Among the Acres of the Wood by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Among the acres of the wood. I know, the way doth go athwart the greenwood glade, oh, white bloom the wild plums in that glade, white as the bosom of the maid, who, stooping, sits and milks and sings among the dew-dashed clover rings, when fades the flush, the henna blush, the orange glow of sunset low, and all the winds are laid. Oh, I wot, and is it not, right o'er the Vinny Hill, yea, where the wild grapes mat and make penthouses of each bramble brake, and dangle plumes of fragrant blooms, where threads of sunbeams string the glooms, with beaded gold, and flowers unfold their eyes of blue, and all night through sings wildly shrill one whippoorwill. I ween, the path is green 'neath beechen boughs that let soft glimpses of the sapphire sky gleam downward like a wood nymph's eye. At night one far and lambent star shines o'er it like a watching lar. Mid branching buds, a tangled bud among the acres of the wood, where blooms and wet wild violet, and only we have trysting met. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Words by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Heiss. I cannot tell what I would tell thee, what I would say, what thou shouldst hear, words of the soul that should compel thee, words of the heart to draw thee near. For when thou smilest, thou who fillest my life with joy, and I would speak, 'tis then my lips and tongue are stillest, knowing all language is too weak. Look in my eyes, read their confession, the truest love hath least of art, nor needs it words for its expression, when soul speaks soul and heart speaks heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sirens by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. Wail, wail, and smite your lyre's sonorous gold, and beckon naked beauty, luring me with arms and breasts and hips of godly mould, dark wind-wild locks seen through the surf-blown sea. Vain all your magic, dull in unclosed ears, beside one voice sweet-calling o'er the foam, that in my heart like some strong hand appears to gently, firmly draw my vessel home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Why by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. Why are the bright stars brighter after rain? Why is strong love the stronger after pain? Reply, reply. Why sings the wild swan heavenliest when it dies? Why is fair love the fairest when it flies? Oh why, oh why? Why are sweet kisses sweetest when they're dead? Why is love loveliest when 'tis buried? Reply, reply. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nocturne by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by honeybeesmeadow. A disk of violet blue, rimmed with a thorn of fire, the new moon hangs in a sky of dew, and under the vines, where the sunset's hue is blent with blooms, first one, then two, begins the cricket's choir. Bright blurs of golden white, with points of pearly glimmer, the first stars wink in the web of night, and through the flowers the moths take flight, in the honeysuckle-coloured light, where the shadowy shrubs grow dimmer, soft through the dim and dying eve, sweet through the dusk and dew. Come, while the hours their witchcraft weave, dim in the house of the soul's sweet leave, here in the pale and perfumed eve, here where I wait for you. A great dark radiant rose, dripping with starry glower, is the night, whose bosom overflows with the balsam musk of the breeze that blows into the heart, as each one knows, of every nodding flower. A voice that sighs and sighs, then whispers like a spirit, is the wind that kisses the drowsy eyes of the primrose open, and, rocking, lies in the lily's cradle, and soft unties the rosebud's crimson near it. Sweet through the deep and dreaming night, soft through the dark and dew, come where the moments their magic write, deep in the book of the heart's delight, here in the hushed and haunted night, here where I wait for you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Metamorphosis by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonali. before love's lofty goddess life hath toiled, to mould from burning dew and dewy fire, who kneel and worship with the hearts ensoiled, within the secret temple of desire. Their curse is such that even while they pray, they shall not see, nor shall they know thereof. Their deity is changed from fire to clay, lust fashioned in the very form of love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At 21 by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. The rosy hills of her high breasts, whereon, like misty morning, rests the breathing lace, her auburn hair, wherein a star point sparkling there, one jewel burns, her eyes that keep recorded dreams of love and sleep, her mouth, with whose comparison the richest rose were poor and wan, her throat, her form, what masterpiece of man can picture half of these? She comes, a classic from the hand of God, wherethrough I understand what nature means, and art, and love, and all the immortal myths thereof. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Kinship by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. There is no flower of wood or lea, no April flower as fair as she, O white anemone, who hast the wind's wild grace. Know her a cousin of thy race, into whose face a presence like the winds hath passed. There is no flower of wood or lea, no May-day flower as fair as she, O bluebell, tender with the blue of sapphire skies. Thy lineage hath kindred ties in her, whose eyes the heaven's own qualities imbue. There is no flower of wood or lea, no June-time flower as fair as she. Rose, odorous with beauty of her lips that pressed, behold thy sister here confessed, whose maiden breast is fragrant with the dreams of love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. She is so much by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. She is so much to me, and, oh, I love her so. I look into my soul and see how comfort keeps me company, in hopes she, too, may know. I love her, I love her, I love her. This I know. So dear she is to me, so dear, and, oh, I love her so. I listen in my heart and hear the voice of gladness singing near, in thoughts she, too, may know. I love her, I love her, I love her. This I know. So much she is to me, so much. And, oh, I love her so. In heart and soul I feel the touch of angel callers that are such dreams as she, too, may know. I love her, I love her, I love her. This I know. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her Eyes by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. In her dark eyes dreams poetize. The soul sits lost in love. There is no thing in all the skies to gladden all the world I prize. Like the deep love in her dark eyes, or one sweet dream thereof. In her dark eyes, where thoughts arise, her soul's soft moods I see, of hope and faith that make life wise, and charity whose food is sighs. Not truer than her own true eyes is truth's divinity. In her dark eyes the knowledge lies of an immortal sod. Her soul once trod in angel guise, nor can forget its heavenly ties, since there in heaven upon her eyes once gazed the eyes of God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Messengers by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Kachuk. The wind that gives the rose a kiss with murmured music of the south hath kissed a sweeter thing than this. The wind that gives the rose a kiss hath kissed the red rose of her mouth. The brook that mirrors skies and trees and echoes in a grottoed place hath held a fairer thing than these. The brook that mirrors skies and trees hath held the image of her face. O happy wind, O happy brook, what message from her do you bear? We bear from her her kiss and look. O happy wind, O happy brook, that blessed us unaware.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Apart by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Kachuk. 1. While sunset burns and stars are few, and roses scent the fading light, and like a slim urn dripping dew, a spirit carries through the night. The pearl-pale moon hangs new. I think of you, of you. 2. While waters flow and soft winds woo the golden-hearted bud with sighs, and like a flower an angel threw out of the momentary skies, a star falls burning blue. I dream of you, of you. 3. While love believes and hearts are true, so let me think, so let me dream, the thought and dream so wedded to your face that, far apart, I seem to see each thing you do, and be with you, with you.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Blind God by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Kachuk. I know not if she be unkind, If she have faults, I do not care. Search through the world, where will you find a face like hers, a form, a mind? I love her to despair. If she be cruel, cruelty is a great virtue, I will swear. If she be proud, then pride must be better than all humility. I love her to despair. Why speak to me of that or this? All you may say weighs not a hair. To me naught but perfection is in her whose lips I may not kiss. I love her to despair.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cara Mia by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. Sweet lips, where kisses sleep, soft eyes, so filled with dreams. Waken, oh waken, open your blossoms deep. Sweet lips, where kisses sleep, unfold your brightest beams. Soft eyes, so filled with dreams. Waken, oh waken. Sweet lips that give perfume, soft eyes that kindle light. Come, let me kiss you, to every flower in bloom. Sweet lips, you lend perfume. In every star at night, soft eyes, you kindle light. Come, let me kiss you. Who would not love to rest? Who would not love to lie? Who would not love them, of such sweet flowers caressed? Who would not love to rest, with such stars in their sky? Who would not love to lie? Who would not love them? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Marjorie by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Zav Pastel. When spring is here and Marjorie goes walking in the woods with me, she is so white, she is so shy, the little leaves clap hands and cry, "Purdy!" So white is she, so shy is she, ah me, the maiden May hath just passed by. When summer's here and Marjorie goes walking in the fields with me, she is so pure, she is so fair, the wildflowers eye her and declare, "Purdy!" So pure is she, so fair is she, just see where our sweet cousin takes the air. Why is it that my Marjorie hears nothing that these say to me? She is so good, she is so true, my heart it maketh such ado. Purdy! So good is she, so true is she, you see, she cannot hear the other two. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Constance by Madison Cawein. Read from LibriVox.org by Zav Pastel. Beyond the orchard, in the lane, the crested redbird sings again. O bird whose song says have no care, should I not care when Constance there, my Constance with the bashful gaze, pink gown like some sweet hollyhock, if I declare my love, just says some careless thing as if in mock, like, "Past the orchard in the lane, hark, how the redbird sings again." There, while the redbird sings his best, his listening mate sits on the nest. O bird whose patience says all's well, how can it be with me, come tell? When Constance with averted eyes, soft-bonneted as some sweet pea, if I talk marriage, just replies, with some such quaint irrelevancy, as while the redbird sings his best, his loving mate sits on the nest. What shall I say? What can I do? Would such replies mean aught to you? O birds whose music says be glad, have I not reason to be sad? When Constance with demurest glance, her face all poppied with distress, if I reproach her, pouts perchance, and answers thus in waywardness, what shall I say? What can I do? My meaning should be plain to you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lydia by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Zav Pastel. When autumn's here and days are short, let Lydia laugh and hey. Straightway 'tis May Day in my heart, and blossoms strew the way. When summer's here and days are long, let Lydia sigh and ho. December's fields I walk among, and shiver in the snow. No matter what the seasons are, my Lydia is so dear. My heart admits no calendar of earth when she is near. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Helen by Madison Cawein. Heaped in raven loops and masses, over temples smooth and fair, have you marked it as she passes? Night and starlight mingle there, braided strands of midnight air. Helen's hair, deep with dreams and moony mazes of the thought that in them lies, have you seen them as she raises them in question or surprise? Two gray gleams of daybreak skies. Helen's eyes, fresh as dew and honeyed wafters of a music sweet that slips, have you marked them brimmed with laughters, song and sunshine to their tips? Blossoms whence the perfume drips? Helen's lips? He who sees her needs must love her, but beware, whoe'er thou art, lest, like me, thou shouldst discover nature overlooked one part in this masterpiece of art, Helen's heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mignon by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Oh, Mignon's mouth is like a rose, a red, red rose that half uncurls, sweet petals or a crimson bee. Or like a shell that opening shows within its rosy curve white pearls, white rows of pearls, is Mignon's mouth that smiles at me. Oh, Mignon's eyes are like blue gems, two azure gems that gleam and glow, soft sapphires set in ivory. Or like twin violets whose stems bloom blue beneath the covering snow, the lidded snow, are Mignon's eyes that laugh at me. O mouth of Mignon, Mignon's eyes, O eyes of violet, mouth of fire, within which lies all ecstasy of tears and kisses and of sighs. O mouth, O eyes, and O desire, O love's desire, have mercy on the soul of me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Transubstantiation by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonali. A sunbeam and a drop of dew lay on a red rose in the south. God took the tree and made her mouth, her sweet small mouth, so red of hue. The burning baptism of his kiss still fills my heart with heavenly bliss. A dream of truth and love come true, slept on a star in daybreak skies. God mingled these and made her eyes, her dear clear eyes, so grey of hue. The high communion of his gaze still fills my soul with deep amaze. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love and the Day, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. Love and the Day. In Gyarados of Gladios, the day had kindled flame, and heaven a door of gold and pearl, unclosed, whence morning, like a girl, a red rose twisted in a curl, down sapphire stairways came. Said I to love, what must I do? What shall I do? What can I do? Said I to love, what must I do? All on a summer's morning? Said love to me, go woo, go woo. Said love to me, go woo. If she be milking, follow, oh, and in the clover hollow, oh, while through the dew the bells clang clear, just whisper it into her ear, all on a summer's morning. Of honey and heat and weed and wheat the day had made perfume, and heaven a tower of turquoise raised, whence noon like some pale woman gazed, a sunflower withering at her waist, within a crystal room. Said I to love, what must I do? What shall I do? What can I do? Said I to love, what must I do? All in the summer nooning. Said love to me, go woo, go woo. Said love to me, go woo. If she be mid the rakers, oh, among the harvest acres, oh, while every breeze brings scents of hay, just hold her hand and not take nay, or in the summer nooning, with song and sigh and cricket cry, the day had mingled rest, and heaven a casement, open wide, of opal whence, like some young bride, the twilight leaned, all starry-eyed, a moonflower on her breast. Said I to love, what must I do? What shall I do? What can I do? Said I to love, what must I do? All in the summer gloaming? Said love to me, go woo, go woo. Said love to me, go woo. Go meet her at the trysting, oh, and spite of her resisting, oh, beneath the stars and afterglow, just clasp her close and kiss her so, all in the summer gloaming. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love in a Garden by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by honeybeesmeadow. Between the roses and the canna's crimson, beneath thy window in the night I stand. The jewelled dew hangs little stars in rims on the white moonflowers, each a spirit hand that points the path to mystic shadowland. Awaken, sweet and fair, and add to night thy grace. Suffer its loveliness to share the white moon of thy face, the dark cloud of thy hair. Awaken, sweet and fair. A moth, like down, swings on the Althea's pistil, ghost of a tone that haunts its bell's deep dome. And in the August lily's cone of crystal, a firefly hangs the lantern of a gnome, green as a gem that gleams through hollow foam. Approach! The moment flies! O sweetheart of the south, come, mingle with night's mysteries, the red rose of thy mouth, the dark stars of thine eyes. Approach! The moment flies! Dim through the dusk, like some unearthly presence, the night song silvers of a dreaming bird, and with it borne, faint on a breeze-blown essence, the rainy whisper of a fountain's heard, as if young lips had breathed a perfumed word. How long, my love, my bliss, how long must I await, with night, that all impatience is, thy greeting at the gate, and at the gate thy kiss? How long, my love, my bliss? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Floridian by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. The cactus and the aloe bloom beneath the window of your room, that window where, at evenfall, beneath the twilight's first pale star, you linger, tall and spiritual, and hearken my guitar. It is the hour when every flower is wooed of moth or bee. Would you were the flower, dear, and I the moth to draw you near to me, my dear, to draw you near to me. The jasmine and bignonia spill their balm about your window sill, that sill where, when magnolia white, in foliage mists, the moon hangs far, you lean with bright deep eyes of night, and hearken my guitar. It is the hour when from each flower the wind woos essences. Would you were the flower, love, and I the wind to breathe above and kiss, my love, to breathe above and kiss. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Ships Put Out to Sea by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by honeybeesmeadow. It's sweet goodbye when pennants fly and ships put out to sea. It's a loving kiss and a tear or two in an eye of brown or an eye of blue. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. It's friend or foe when signals blow and ships sight ships at sea. It's clear for action and man the guns as the battle nears and the battle runs. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. It's deck to deck and wrath and wreck when ships meet ships at sea. It's scream of shot and shriek of shell, and hull and turret a roaring hell. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. It's doom and death and pause a breath when ships go down at sea. Its hate is over and love begins, and war is cruel, whoever wins. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Christmas Catch by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. When roads are mired with ice and snow, and the air of morn is crisp with rime, when the holly hangs by the mistletoe, and bells ring in the Christmas time, it's saddle my heart and ride away to the sweet-faced girl with eyes of grey, who waits with a smile for the gifts you bring, a man's strong love and a wedding ring. It's saddle my heart and ride. When vanes veer north and the storm winds blow, and the sun at noon is a blur o'erhead, when the holly hangs by the mistletoe, and the Christmas service is sung and said, it's come, O my heart, and wait a while, where the organ peals in the altar aisle, for the gifts that the church now gives to you, a woman's hand and a heart that's true. It's come, O my heart, and wait. When rooms gleam warm with the fire's glow, and the sleet raps sharp on the window pane, when the holly hangs with the mistletoe, and Christmas revels begin again, it's home, O my heart, and love at last, and her happy breast to your own held fast, a song to sing and a tale to tell, a good-night kiss, and all is well. It's home, O my heart, and love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Song for Yule by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by PaulGrancio. Sing, hey, when the time rolls round this way, and bells peal out, 'tis Christmas Day. The world is better than by half. For joy, in a little while you will see it laugh. For a song's to sing and a glass to quaff, my boy, so here's to the man who never says nay. Sing, hey, a song of Christmas Day. Sing, ho, when roofs are white with snow, and homes are hung with mistletoe. Old earth is not half bad, I wis. What cheer, how it ever seems sad, the wonder is. With a gift to give and a girl to kiss, my dear, so here's to the girl who never says no. Sing, ho, a song of the mistletoe. No thing in the world to the heart seems wrong when the soul of a man walks out with song. Wherever they go, glad hand in hand, and glove, the round of the land is rainbow spanned, and the meaning of life they understand. Is love. Let the heart be open, the soul be strong, and life will be glad as a Christmas song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Chords by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. 1. When love delays and joy steals like a shadow o'er the happy hills, when hope is gone and no tomorrow fills the promise of today, still I employ my soul with thoughts of thee, were it not for me. When love delays and song aches at wild lips unutterable, as the sound of ocean strives within the shell's mouth bound, and hope is gone for ever, slain of wrong, still in my heart one word keeps calling like a bird. When love delays and sleep seals tired eyelids, like the sound of foam heard mid familiar flowers far from home, when hope lies dead in dreams I keep feeling thy lips' sweet touch, and oh, it is too much. When love delays and sorrow drinks her own tears that add but to her thirst. When song and sleep and love itself seem cursed, and hope lies dead, still I dream tomorrow will bring some word of cheer from thee who art not here. Will love delay till death hath sealed these lips and locked these eyes in night? Till unto love and hate indifferent quite this form shall lie? Then wilt thou, wild of breath, bend down and kiss me there, when I no more shall care? 2. If thou wouldst know the beautiful that breathes and beckons through the world, far must thou seek. She is no shadow wreathed with hemlock wreaths, no drowsy sorrow whose wan eyes are weak with melancholy vigils, and no shade of tragic sin of the sweet sun afraid. No tearful anger torn of truthless love, who stabs her sick heart to the dagger's hilt for vengeance sweet. No miser mood or maid in owlet towers, nay, she sings above on the morning meads, mid flowers that never wilt. If thou dost seek the beautiful, beware, lest thou discover her nor know 'tis she, and she enslave thee to thy heart's despair, and fill thy soul with yearning utterly, for that wild rose which is her mouth, that brings dew odors of the dawn, for those twin springs of light her eyes, the bloom of her white brow, o'er which the foliage of her dark hair lies, the melody which is her heart, that sings the poetry of love to which all bow, both gods and men, the love that never dies. Lost art thou then, lost as the first lone star, set in the splendor of the sunset's wave, lost in thy loneliness of searching far, striving to clasp her evermore, her slave. Lost, gladly lost, a devotee to her, who, in the end perhaps may let thee share a portion of her bliss, her heritage of happiness, the same way and wise as woods and waters share it. Then prepare thy soul, make perfect for its final wage her kiss, whose touch shall apotheosize. 3. Now that the orchard's leaves are sere and drip with rain instead of dew, no moon-bright fruit hangs moon-like here, and dead your long white lilies too, and dead the heart that broke for you. How comes the dim touch of your arm, your faint lips on my feverish cheek, your eyes near mine, deep as a charm and grey, so grey till I am weak, weak with wild tears and cannot speak. I am as one who walks in dreams, sees as in youth his father's home, hears from his native mountain streams far music of continual foam, and one sweet voice that bids him come. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At Her Grave by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. 1. With your eyes of April blue, and your mouth like a May rose fresh with dew, of the south, with your hair as golden sweet as the ripples of ripe wheat, how you make my old heart beat. Who are you? 2. There is something that I knew long ago in your voice that thrills me though with the glow of remembered happiness, and your look I cannot guess what it is there nor express. Who are you? 3. You're like her, even the hue of her eyes. It is strange you stop here too, where she lies who was, you see, all to me a girl could be, but no wife. You stare at me. Who are you? 4. Well, I left her, that's not new. God above, men who live so often do, 'tisn't love. So I broke her heart, they say, and been wretched since that day. And our child, don't turn away. Who are you? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Confession by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. These are the facts. I was to blame. I brought her here and wrought her shame. She came with me all trustingly, lovely and innocent her face, and in her perfect form the grace of purity and modesty. I think I loved her then, would dote on her ambrosial breast and throat, young as a wildflower's tenderness, her eyes that were both glad and sad, her cheeks and chin that dimples had, her mouth red ripe to kiss and kiss. 3 months passed by, 3 moons of fire, when in me sickened all desire, and in its place a devil, who filled my soul with deep disgust, and on the victim of my lust turned eyes of loathing swiftly grew. One night when by my side she slept, I rose, and leaning while I kept the dagger hid, I kissed her hair and mouth, and when she smiled asleep, into her heart I drove it deep, and left her dead, still smiling there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Last Days by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Ah, heartbreak of the tattered hills, and heartache of the autumn sky. Heartbreak and heartache, since God wills, are mine, and God knows why. I held one dearer than each day of life God sets in sunny gold, but death have ta'en that gem away, and left me poor and old. The heartbreak of the hills is mine, of trampled twig and rain-beat leaf, of wind that sobs through thorn and pine, an unavailing grief. The sorrow of the loveless skies, farewells are wild as those I said, when last I kissed my child's blue eyes, and lips ice-dumb and dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At Twilight by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Once more she holds me with her pensive eyes. Once more I feel her voice's witchery, within my heart unfountained tears and sighs, and fill the soul of me. Once more she bends a silent face above. Once more I feel her hand's soft touches shake my life, unbinding long imprisoned love, bidding my lost dreams wake. Once more I see her serious smile, and touch once more the lips of her whose kisses say, "The night was long, and thou hast suffered much. At last, dear heart, 'tis day." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Day and Night by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. They said to me, the days are not so far off when she will come who gave her heart to thee. And still I wait, while twilight's lonely star off her long-loved hills dips dewy to the sea. And I recall that night which gave its soul of calm beauty to the earth, when she did give her love's white starlight to the rugged whole of my barren life, and bade me see and live. The days go by, and my sick soul recalls but the revelation of that evening sky. The days whose hours are as narrow walls, but of whiter shadow, where hearts break and die. The day is error's, it can but deceive us with shows of earth, blind with the primal curse. The night is truth's, its myriad fires weave us the thoughts of God, the visible universe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Three Birds by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mythili. A red bird sang upon the bough when windflowers nodded in the dew. My spring of bird and flower wast thou, O tried and true. A brown bird warbled on the wing when poppy buds were hearts of heat. I wooed thee with a golden ring, O sad and sweet. A blackbird twittered in the mist when nightshade blooms were filled with frost. The leaves upon thy grave are whist, O loved and lost. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Unrequited by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Passion? Not hers, who held me with pure eyes, one hand among the deep curls of her brow. I drank the girlhood of her gaze with sighs. She never sighed, nor gave me kiss or vow. So have I seen a clear October pool, cold liquid topaz set within the sere gold of the woodland, tremulous and cool, reflecting all the heartbreak of the year. Sweetheart? Not she, whose voice was music sweet, whose face was sweeter than melodious prayer. Sweetheart I called her. When did she repeat sweet to one hope or heart to one despair? So have I seen a wildflower's fragrant head, sung to and sung to by a longing bird, and at last, albeit the bird lay dead, no blossom wilted, for it had not heard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Heart's Desire by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. God made her body out of foam and flowers, and for her hair the dawn and darkness blent, then called two planets from their heavenly towers, and in her face, divinely eloquent, God gave them a firmament. God made her heart of rosy ice and fire, of snow and flame that freezes while it burns. And of a starbeam and a moth's desire he made her soul, towards which my longing turns, and all my being yearns. So is my life a prisoner unto passion, enslaved of her who gives nor sign nor word. So in the cage her loveliness doth fashion, is love endungeoned like a golden bird, that sings but is not heard. Could it but once convince her with beseeching, but once compel her as the sun the south? Could it but once fond arms around her reaching, upon the red carnation of her mouth, dew its eternal drouth? Then might I rise victorious over sadness, o'er fate and change, and, with but little care, torched by the glory of that moment's gladness, breast the black mountains of my life's despair, and die, or do and dare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Out of the Depths by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Kachuk. 1. Let me forget her face, so fresh, so lovely, the abiding place of tears and smiles that won my heart to her, of dreams and moods that moved my soul's dim deeps, as strong winds stir dark waters where the starlight glimmering sleeps. In every lineament the mind can trace. Let me forget her face. 2. Let me forget her form, soft and seductive, that contained each charm, each grace the sweet word maidenhood implies, and all the sensuous youth of line and curve, that makes men's eyes bondsmen of beauty, eager still to serve. In every part that memory can warm, let me forget her form. 3. Let me forget her, God, her who made honeyed love a bitter rod to scourge my heart with, barren with despair, to tear my soul with, sick with vain desire. Oh, hear my prayer. Out of the hell of love's unquenchable fire I cry to thee, with face against the sod. Let me forget her, God.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This is the Face of Her by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Loughry. This is the face of her. This is the face of her I've dreamed of long, that in my heart I bear. This is the face of her, pictured in song. Look on the lily lids, the eyes of dawn, deep as a nereid's, swimming with dewy lids in winter's wan. Look on the brows of snow, the locks of night, only the gods can show such brows of placid snow, such locks of light. The cheeks like rosy moons, the lips of fire, love sighs no sweeter tunes under romantic moons than these suspire. Love lips and eyes and hair, look, this is she who sits smiling there, throned in my heart's despair, never for me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Indifference by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. She is so dear, the wildflowers near each path she passes by are over fain to kiss again her feet and then to die. She is so fair, the wild birds there that sing upon the bough have learned the staff of her sweet laugh and sing no other now. Alas, that she should never see, should never care to know the wildflower's love, the birds above, and his who loves her so.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ghost Weather by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Wild gusts of drizzle hoot and hiss through writhing lindens torn in two. The dead's own days are days like this. Yea, let me sit and be with you, here in your willow chair, whose seat spreads purple plush. Hark how the gusts seem moaning voices that repeat some grief here, in this room, where dusts make dim each ornament and chair, this locked-in memory where you died. Since angels stood here, saintly fear guards each dark corner, mournful-eyed. Through this dim light bend your dim face, or like a rain-mist gray of gleam, a soft dim cloudiness of lace, stand near me while I dream. I dream.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forest Pool by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. One memory persuades me when dusk's lonely star burns overhead to take the grey path through the glen that finds the forest pool made red with sunset, and forget that she is dead. Once more I look into the spring, that on one rock a finger white of foam that beckons still doth bring some moon-wan spirit of the night, who dwells within its murmuring, her life the sad moonlight. I see the red dusk touch it here with fire like a blade of blood. One star reflected, white and clear, like a wood blossom's drowning bud, while all my grief stands very near, pale in the solitude. And then, behold, while yet the moon hangs silver as a twisted horn blown out of elfland, sweet with June, white in white clusters of the thorn, slow in the water as a tune, an image pale is born, that has her throat of frost, her lips, her mouth where God's anointment lies, her eyes where from love's arrow tips break like the starlight from dark skies, her hair a hazel heap that slips, her throat and hair and eyes. And then I stoop, the water kissed, the face fades from me into air, and in the pool's dark amethyst my own pale face returns my stare. Then night and mist, and in the mist one dead leaf drifting there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.